When Yemo suddenly woke up, he realized that everything around him seemed to have changed. He has been transmigrated into the modern earth where spiritual energy is scarce. His pretty master from his former world was nowhere to be seen. Most importantly, he found himself in the body of a young man who has been abandoned by his clan for an embarrassing reason. Chapter 501, Rematch with Rin Pingchuan. Since you're here already, come in. Rin Pingchuan's voice was as old and slow as before. Yemo tightly held onto his flying sword and carefully scanned Rin Pingchuan with his spirit sense. If he felt anything was wrong, he would immediately leave. He couldn't put himself within Rin Pingchuan's attack range. Also, Yemo had the feeling that Rin Pingchuan seemed capable of detecting his spirit sense. This old man was too scary. Soon after, though, he rested easy. No wonder Rin Pingchuan hadn't run out. His legs were blown off, and the area where they were supposed to be was covered by cloth. Yemo felt relaxed. No matter how strong Rin Pingchuan was, he couldn't do anything to him without his legs, so Yemo walked in slowly. Your spiritual energy is very strange. I feel that even though you haven't come in yet, your spiritual energy can sense my actions and see everything about me. Tell me, how do you do that? Rin Pingchuan sat on a stone chair. He didn't seem younger thanks to reaching great heaven, but actually seemed to have gotten older instead. His tone was very bland, and he didn't seem angry that Yemo had blown his legs off. Yemo sneered, I have such great enmity with your sect, why should I tell you? Are you dreaming, or are you an idiot? There was a sliver of anger on Rin Pingchuan's face, but he soon calmed down. He then said plainly again, you're cultivating something very amazing. I've never seen an ancient martial artist able to fly on a sword. You're the first and only one I know who can. That doesn't concern you, Yemo replied bluntly. His spirit sense was on high alert. This old man wasn't as calm and easygoing as he appeared. You can sense I'm injured and that my legs are broken? Rin Pingchuan frowned. If Yemo knew his legs were broken, things weren't going to be easy. Yemo said plainly, since I came inside, I'm of course not afraid of you. Regardless of whether your legs are broken, there is just as great an enmity between us. Stop wasting time, and tell me what you want to tell me. Rin Pingchuan wasn't angry this time as he continued, young man, you're called Yemo, right? Do you believe that if that bomb had exploded 3 seconds later, I wouldn't have gotten injured? I had just reached great heaven and didn't even have the time to recover my chi when that bomb exploded. You can call yourself lucky this time, but you won't always have such fortune, Yemo sneered. It's my business if my luck lasts or not. I was just passing by here, so if there's nothing else, I'll be going. Of course Yemo didn't want to leave just like that. Rin Pingchuan's legs were broken, and he seemed to be injured. This was the best opportunity to kill him. Yemo really wanted to kill Rin Pingchuan right away. He was at the great heaven stage, sure, but his legs were broken. He couldn't pose much of a threat to Yemo. Not to mention, Yemo had also powered up, so he was much more confident of his odds this time. Do you think I can't kill you with my legs broken? Rin Pingchuan asked slowly. Before Yemo could reply, he continued calmly, leave behind your heritage, and I promise I won't touch you. I will even give you great wealth. However, if you refuse, then see for yourself if this broken-legged great heaven master can kill you or not. Rin Pingchuan then followed up, you might be able to escape, but after you do, I will go to Flowing Snake and start a carnage. I don't mind turning all of your friends and family into feed for the water wolves. Yemo had already wanted Rin Pingchuan dead, but now, he wanted it even more. Yemo took 2 steps back and locked onto Rin Pingchuan with his spirit sense. He knew he didn't have a way to sneak attack him and could only clash with the man hidden. But suddenly, he noticed that behind Rin Pingchuan was a metal lid that covered a well to the underground river and the strange fish. Yemo felt disgusted. So those strange fish are kept by you? Rin Pingchuan laughed. Strange fish? After you find out how useful they are, you won't call them mere strange fish anymore. If you agree to my demand, I'm willing to take you in as my disciple, and I promise you will be able to reach great heaven within 1 year. But my guess was right, your spiritual energy can indeed see what's behind me. Rin Pingchuan's eyes were glowing from excitement just thinking about attaining that magical cultivation method. Yemo didn't speak yet and just kept his eyes focused on Rin Pingchuan. He knew Rin Pingchuan still had more to say. Body-devouring water wolves, they aren't fish. Their blood contains essence chi of the flesh. A cultivator who drinks their blood can use their inner chi more efficiently and get stronger faster. There are no side effects, Rin Pingchuan informed. Yemo almost puked after hearing that. Even if he had to stay at the chi gathering stage 1 forever, he would never drink the blood of those disgusting animals. Keeping hundreds of thousands of these water wolves, no wonder you were able to reach great heaven, Emo jeered. As though not seeing Emo's derision, Ren Pingchuan continued, do you think just any water wolf's blood is useful? It has to come from an adult water wolf. To qualify as one, it needs to grow 4 legs and 4 claws. You must have encountered them yesterday, right? Emo was angry. This old thing knew about it, so that explosion had to have been related to him. Thinking about this, Emo sneered, so that explosion a few days ago was your work? You also knew about that ancient tomb? Ren Pingchuan shook his head, I don't know about some ancient tomb. But the underground river water wolves are all kept by my sect. I caused the explosion indeed, because no one can spill the secret of the water wolves. Even if it meant losing a lot of them, I need to kill the person who knows about it at all costs. Emo suddenly realized that if they could just casually be used to get stronger, then wouldn't things be too easy? With that many water wolves, each sect member could eat 1 or 2 a day. As though knowing what Emo was thinking, Ren Pingchuan said, do you think you can just let them kill each other and they'll automatically grow 4 legs? I can only say you're naive if you think like that. Although killing each other can make them grow their 2 front legs fast, they could never grow their 2 rear legs with only that. They need to eat living people to grow properly, so you dumped the remaining Gourd Cave sect members into the water to feed those monsters? Emo asked subconsciously. Ren Pingchuan confirmed without hesitation, that's right. You blew apart the whole Gourd Cave, and without living humans, they would starve to death, so I could only feed my sect members to them. This was their contribution to their sect. Emo breathed out slowly and sneered, you old piece of SHT, you're really shameless. Eat my sword, then. Emo swung at Ren Pingchuan with immense killing intent. This time, Emo only used 80% of his chi to confuse Ren Pingchuan into thinking that he was using his full power. Rumble! Ren Pingchuan punched out, and Emo felt his sword chi get shattered as he was smashed back by Ren Pingchuan's chi. This time, however, Emo was doing it on purpose. He flew out of the cave using net force, since it wasn't good for him to fight Ren Pingchuan in a small place anyway, especially when taking into account how Ren Pingchuan's legs were broken. When Emo landed, he felt that Ren Pingchuan's chi had gotten much stronger than it was a few days ago, but it was lacking in quantity. Ren Pingchuan was heavily injured indeed. Emo was shocked. This old guy was this heavily injured yet still so strong. If he were fully recovered, Emo would have nowhere to run. Was a true great heaven master really that scary? Chapter 502, a centimeter faster than you. As Ren Pingchuan watched Emo jump out of the cave, he was angry. He didn't expect Emo to not care about what he was talking about and attack him. You don't want to reach great heaven? Ren Pingchuan tried to suppress his anger, but it was still obvious that he was furious. Emo flicked his flying sword and said coldly, great heaven? I've seen it before already, nothing much. There's a great heaven in Beijing too, so I can always ask him about it. Why stay here in this terrible place? This is just too disgusting. Ren Pingchuan frowned, there's no way, the essence chi of the world is very low on the outside. There's no way to reach a high stage in inner chi cultivation out there. How can there be a great heaven cultivator? Unless he has water wolves too, but only the snow mountain water is capable of keeping water wolves alive. Ren Pingchuan didn't mention that even if you had water wolves, without understanding the laws of the great heaven, you can't reach great heaven either. He had gone into solitary cultivation for 18 years, yet wasn't able to reach great heaven. He was only finally enlightened on the great heaven laws when he experienced Emo's flying sword. Of course, he wasn't going to tell Emo that there's someone called Tan Jiao who reached great heaven. Although he isn't as strong as you. But he's also a master. Emo didn't say that he fought with Tan Jiao. He really wanted to know why there was such a huge difference. Ren Pingchuan sneered, insolence, that's called great heaven too? If I'm not wrong, that Tan Jiao is at most the same as Xiang Ming Wang after reaching great heaven. He probably wasn't even able to increase his longevity. Once you reach great heaven, your life increases by 60 years. If I hadn't been injured by the bomb, I would look much younger now. Before Emo asked anything, Ren Pingchuan continued, there are many ways to reach great heaven. One is to keep up cultivation until you open up the Ren and Du meridians. I tried that for 18 years with the help of the water wolves. Yet I wasn't successful. The second way is to, when your chi reaches its peak, find an opportunity to gain sudden enlightenment. As though only then realizing that he was revealing his secret, Ren Pingchuan suddenly halted his sentence and said instead, without the help of the water wolves, there's no way to reach your chi's peak. That Tan Jiao might have used an incomplete method of reaching a type of fake great heaven, pseudo-great heaven. Pseudo-great heaven is also a type of great heaven and, once stabilized, it is indeed far stronger than the peak of earth level. Seeing that Yi-Mo was still listening, Ren Pingchuan slowly reached his hand into the cloth. Yi-Mo didn't seem to mind. So he continued, the main mark of being great heaven isn't having opened the run and do meridians, but having formed a sea of chi. Pseudo-great heaven cultivators can't form a sea of chi. They can only store their chi in the run and do meridians. Thus, fake great heaven martial artists aren't that much different from earth level ones. Suddenly, Ren Pingchuan pressed some device, and the place Yi-Mo stood on suddenly collapsed. At the same time, Ren Pingchuan pushed himself off from his chair and flew up, palming towards Yi-Mo's head. The strong chi slapped above Yi-Mo's head, and there was a clank, the sound of a metal cage closing. Ren Pingchuan was sure that Yi-Mo wouldn't be able to escape from that. As long as he kept Yi-Mo in a cage, Yi-Mo wouldn't be able to escape. He was sure that Yi-Mo would tell him everything after he tortured him. Ren Pingchuan felt something was wrong though, but before he could react, a fierce killing intent pierced towards his ribs. Ren Pingchuan cursed. He didn't have time to think about how Yi-Mo had escaped and managed to ambush him. He quickly flipped in the air, wanting to dodge the attack, but since Yi-Mo attacked, he wasn't going to let Ren Pingchuan dodge. This was his only chance. Ren Pingchuan had no way of gaining momentum in the air while also being heavily injured, but when Ren Pingchuan landed, he would be at the disadvantage, rumble even in the air. Ren Pingchuan's fist force still shattered Yi-Mo's sword chi, making it so that it could only lightly slash his ribs. This was what Yi-Mo expected. He only used 80% of his chi in the two previous strikes for this last coming attack. He never expected to be able to kill Ren Pingchuan in the air from the onset. Yi-Mo focused 100% of his chi the final time and shot out a searing white swordlight from his flying sword with infinite killing intent at Ren Pingchuan. Yi-Mo knew this was his do-or-die moment. If Ren Pingchuan had any backup measures, he would be dead today. He was betting on Ren Pingchuan having no means left. Ren Pingchuan was furious. He knew that Yi-Mo wanted to kill him before he could land. But Yi-Mo underestimated him too much. He was still a great heaven master. Even if he couldn't get momentum in the air and was heavily injured, he wasn't someone an average martial artist like Yi-Mo could face. Ren Pingchuan punched as fast as he could at the swordlight. He saved some of his power, which he would use to counterattack when he landed to give Yi-Mo the lethal blow. He believed that Yi-Mo's two attacks must have used up all his power, but this time, the sword clashed with Ren Pingchuan's fist and sliced off his arm as it cut a 5 cm deep gash into Ren Pingchuan's waist. Not good. Ren Pingchuan's face changed. As he landed, he punched out again. Yi-Mo was sent flying. But Ren Pingchuan was also forced to sit down on the ground with a pale face. Yi-Mo's dantian was churning, and he immediately spat blood but felt relieved nonetheless. Although he was injured again, his plan had been fulfilled to perfection. Such a sneaky brat, you actually conserved strength. Last time you were almost killed, but you still didn't use 100% of your power. Was all that just for today? Ren Pingchuan didn't bother stopping his bleeding. He knew that even if he did, he had lost completely today. He just didn't expect Yi-Mo to be this scheming. Yi-Mo sneered and didn't say that he had simply gotten stronger. He just stared coldly at Ren Pingchuan with his flying sword at the ready. Thinking about Ren Pingchuan's power, Yi-Mo was still shocked. If it wasn't for Ren Pingchuan trying to sneak attack him, putting himself in the air, he might not have won the battle today. Furthermore, if he hadn't powered up a little, he wouldn't have won either. Ren Pingchuan was very unsatisfied. He had only reached great heaven for a few days, yet he lost his legs and was going to lose his life to this young man. If he knew that Yi-Mo was hiding his power, even if he got injured, he wouldn't have lost his hand and gotten this wounded. Ren Pingchuan spat blood and stared at Yi-Mo before saying, "How did you know that I was going to ambush you? If you won't tell me this, I won't be satisfied in my death." Yi-Mo moved far away from Ren Pingchuan. Although he wasn't injured heavily, if this guy tried to put out a last attack, he would be the one to suffer. He only needed to waste time with this old man now and throw a fireball or wind blade every now and then. Hearing this, Yi-Mo smiled. "You know I have a spirit sensing ability, but you're still this careless. I was wondering about what the gray button did on your chair from the beginning. Oh, and I have a small magic art called wind control. Precisely when your hand was 1 centimeter from that button, I started using it. Seeing Ren Pingchuan's face turn uglier, Emo was getting happy. He wiped the blood from his mouth and smiled. I was 1 centimeter faster than you during your attempted ambush. I was waiting for you to press that button. Good thing you were a good boy and pressed that button, successfully ambushing my afterimage. Ren Pingchuan spat out more blood. Emo smiled even brighter. Sec leader Ren, you can die with peace of mind. I will make sure no such thing as the gourd cave exists among the hidden sects any longer. Don't worry about that. By the way, eat a fireball. Then, Ren Pingchuan saw a fireball charge over at him. He was more shocked. There was such an art in the world? His eyes were full of disbelief as he stared at the fireball piercing his chest. Chapter 503, a place that belongs to him. Emo looked at the mere ashes Ren Pingchuan had been turned into and stood there being dazed for a while. That fireball was just meant as a warning, and he was sure that if Ren Pingchuan had wanted to dodge it, it wouldn't have hit. Pity, he still had some questions to ask him, where the spirit well was. But now, he couldn't find out the easy way. Emo searched around the gourd cave, and only found some stone rooms and prisons. He didn't find the entrance to the spirit well. What a pity, if those 4 magical crystals were spirit stones, perhaps he could have used them to reach stage 5, perhaps the spirit well wasn't here in the first place. Emo left the gourd cave on his flying sword in disappointment. From then on, there would be no more gourd cave. As for the spirit well, he would go ask Fengwu. Perhaps he was now the only one who knew its whereabouts. When Emo came back to the entrance to the ancient tomb, he saw that everything had collapsed and that Song Yangzhu was also gone. She had probably left. He suddenly thought of that small fox. If he saw it now, he would be able to capture it easily. This past couple of days, Emo had gone through too much. He wondered how Qingxue and company were. Thinking about them, Emo no longer had the mood to stay and shot into the clouds on his sword. Although he hadn't left Flowing Snake for long, when Emo came back, he felt the change. There were construction teams everywhere. Xiaohuo was bringing people around on patrol. There were no longer those forced businesses on the streets. Emo nodded. This was the Flowing Snake he wanted to see. When the land truly became his, perhaps he could build a city. Emo knew that it was impossible to cultivate to the point where he could ascend to the immortal realm here. Since that was the case, he might as well find a place to live with his loved ones for the rest of his life. He didn't know if Qingxue came back already, but Emo felt very uneasy. He felt guilty towards her. He knew that Qingxue had wanted to properly consummate their marriage, yet he went and had that with someone irrelevant. Ning Qingxue sat in her office, looking at the plans for construction. When she suddenly stood up, she had the feeling that Emo had returned, a feeling that was inexplicable. I'm going out for a bit. Ning Qingxue went downstairs and onto the streets. Emo suddenly stopped as he saw Ning Qingxue run towards him from afar and suddenly felt a lot more peaceful. This was his family, Emo. Ning Qingxue saw that her feeling was right. Emo was really back. She excitedly ran into Emo's arms. Emo hugged Ning Qingxue and saw the merchants around him laugh. Ning Qingxue, who had always been very reserved, ran into his arms in the middle of the street. She must have really missed him a lot. You're back. Ning Qingxue woke up from her reverie as she realized they were in the middle of the street and struggled out of Emo's embrace. Her tone was very soft. I'm back. Emo grabbed her hand and felt at ease. This was what he wanted. Brother Yi is back. Xiaohuo was like a trumpet and immediately ran over with the patrol team. Emo and Ning Qingxue didn't have any time for intimacy after that. Su Yuehua, Yu Miaodun, Zhang Jiayan, Su Ping, Erhu, and Yi Ling all came over. Emo felt warm. This was his home. He had decided that no matter what happened, he wouldn't let anyone come to Flowing Snake to hurt those around him. Half an hour later, Emo and all the management-level staff of Flowing Snake sat in a huge meeting room. Yu Miaodun stood up first and said, I'll talk about the situation of the company first. Luo Yu Pharmaceutics has very little variety in products, and the prices can't attract those with lower economic capabilities, which isn't good for the market. The majority of the market are in fact those middle-class citizens, so I suggest we expand into the lower price ranges of the market. Emo nodded and replied, Sister Yu is right, but right now our products are being supplied worldwide with high demand and low supply. When the beauty pill slows down in sales, we will push out the beauty medicine. Right now, we need more capital. and we're lacking producing power, so we can't excavate the lower end of the market yet. Also, how go the negotiations with Luce and Vietnam? That was what GMO cared about the most. Things are still in the negotiation phase, but the two countries seem interested in our products, and they aren't planning on passing on them, Su Yuehua said. No rush, if they don't agree, I will think of ways to make them agree, GMO sneered. Although his territory officially belonged to the two countries, if he hadn't built Luoyu here, this land would still be a dumping site. Now that their company was doing well, they all wanted a share. Yu Miaodong intervened. If we build a city here, we have to take into account the land near Guilin, which belongs to China. Should we start negotiations with them? Also, the Chinese military has sent people to negotiate with us, wanting to sell the health pill together with us. Though due to issues concerning the pricing, we haven't reached a consensus yet. No need, we're in no rush for that piece of land. They can give us that wilderness at a later time. Yimo waved his hand and smiled. Then he turned to Zhang Jiayan, ordering, build 2 more factories for me. They need to be larger than the ones before and built in the same style as the beauty and health pill factories. Yimo needed large amounts of money, and his factories were like money printing machines. Yimo still felt like that was too slow, though. Erhu, did a young man called Zhang Hua arrive here? Yimo thought of that young man who was capable of making medicine. Perhaps he would be of good help. Master, he has come. He's in the herbal research facility. He likes the environment here, should I call him over? Erhu said, no need, try to help him when needed, he has good talent. It's even higher than yours. Our 2 new factories will be depending on you too. Yimo was very happy with Zhang Hua. Brother, there's me too. I have great expertise in herbs. Yiling noticed how Yimo didn't praise her and was unsatisfied. Ning Qingxue smiled and pulled Yiling towards her. Your brother is definitely praising you in his heart. The meeting went on for 2 hours and Yimo thoroughly understood Flowing Snake's progress by the end of it. He didn't point fingers at people that much. He only needed to point out a general direction, and they could do the rest. After the meeting, Yimo made Su Yuehua and Su Ping stay behind. Ning Qingxue didn't leave as in everyone's eyes. When Yimo was not around, she was the owner of Flowing Snake. Sister Yuehua, do you have something to say to me? He noticed that she wanted to say something but didn't. Su Yuehua nodded and said, after we had a negotiation with Luce increased the number of their military near Flowing Snake. I suspect they could launch an attack at any time. I'm very worried about this. If their military comes, then no matter how prosperous Flowing Snake is, it would all be for nothing. Not to mention, it's completely legal for their military to come, since 80% of our land is actually theirs. Yimo frowned. This was indeed a problem. If he had any better alternative elsewhere, he wouldn't want to stay here either. Su Ping nodded. She's right, hence I've started secretly gathering troops. Su Yuehua continued. Although Brother Su had started gathering troops, we have no weapons nor heavy armaments. Yimo didn't worry about weapons. The gangs in America he knew were perfect for that, and even if he couldn't get weapons from them, he could always go to the US military's vault for some. He would need to increase the space in his storage ring first, though. Suddenly the phone rang. And Su Yuehua spoke a few words before her expression changed rapidly. What is it? Yimo asked. He had heard some of the call but not all of it. Chapter 504, Who's threatening? Luce increased their military at the border of Flowing Snake again and sent 2 business management personnel requesting to fully take over Luoyu. They said all management personnel has 24 hours to leave Flowing Snake, yet all the technical personnel must stay. Right now, Fong Nan and CEO you are buying time with them, Su Yuehua said worriedly. They're this unreasonable? Yimo almost didn't believe her words. You're saying while they take back Flowing Snake, they will take our company and our technical staff too? Yimo was really stunned. Su Yuehua nodded. Yimo sneered. If Luce had only told them to give Flowing Snake, that would still be reasonable, it was their land after all. But if their greed included his men and his company, that was too domineering. They clearly knew that their company wasn't registered in China and thus thought Luoyu wouldn't be able to take their entire country on. Leave this to me. Sister Yuehua, you and Qingxue further discussed the building of a city. Second brother and I will go. Yimo stood up immediately. He wasn't angry. In fact, he was happy. He didn't think Luce would really dare be that domineering, it was clear that they were simply trying to bargain, seeing Emo walk out. Su Yuehua didn't understand, but Ning Qingxue did. She knew Emo's means, but there were some things which she couldn't reveal, so she said to Su Yuehua, "Sister Yuehua, he told us to discuss about building a city, we should listen to him." Before Emo had gotten downstairs, a gunshot shook the silence apart. Two parties were facing off at the level 1 foyer. There weren't many people from Lusei present, only 10 armed soldiers and 2 people who seemed like negotiation representatives. Yu Miaodong, Fang Nan, and Zhang Jiayan were there too, as well as Yang Jiu, who had more than 10 guards with him. A member of the patrol squad laid on the ground. Xiaowu looked at the Lusei soldiers in anger. From their contemptuous expressions, one could tell they didn't care about some weaponless Luoyu people. They didn't care even though they'd killed someone. "Don't fire," one of the Lusei representatives who didn't have guns quickly commanded, but his expression showed that he didn't care at all that someone had been shot dead. Perhaps in their eyes, they of the military were above all. No matter how good Luoyu was doing, they were still nothing but a bunch of citizens and merchants. They could treat them however they liked. "CEO Yi, Brother Yi." As soon as Emo came, everyone greeted him, but everyone was visibly angry. They didn't have guns. Emo understood that these people had come to assert their dominance to increase their bargaining position. "Are you the president of Luoyu?" "My name is Misa. Our troops have misfired, which I am very sorry about. We will give the victim appropriate compensation and wish to express our sincere apologies," the man said very genuinely, as though his men had really misfired. Emo sneered. He knew these people had come to assert dominance and test Luoyu's bottom line. If Luoyu acted overly timidly, they would send troops to take over the place then and there. If Luoyu acted tough, they would negotiate about some form of cooperation. They weren't afraid of Luoyu, but they were afraid of Luoyu causing too much drama on the international stage. Emo was calm and didn't say anything. Seeing this, Yu Miaodong said angrily, "These guys are too unreasonable. They clearly killed one of ours on purpose, yet they call it an accident. These people now not only want us to leave Flowing Snake but also want us to give Luoyu, CEO. Flowing Snake belongs to us, and as we need to set up barracks here, of course you need to move away. For our troops having misfired, we have already apologized and will definitely offer compensation." Misa said, "Bullshit, how about I kill one of yours too and give you some compensation?" Yu Miaodong was very angry. She had never been this angry yet ever since leaving the gangs. Misa saw that Emo didn't talk and started to look down on him. This Yi guy was a coward. Everything would be easy for them now. Hearing Yu Miaodong's words, his face sunk, and he said, "CEO, things don't work like that. This is our land, it doesn't matter if our military killed someone here. Us wanting to offer compensation is simply thanks to our humanity. We didn't actually do anything wrong. Are you threatening us?" Yu Miaodong asked coldly. Emo didn't speak, but that didn't mean she was going to back down. "If you must think like that, that's up to you," Misa said. Yu Miaodong sneered, "Flowing Snake belongs to Lusei? How come I heard this place was ownerless?" At the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty, this was the home of a tribe called the Guanghe. Because there was no good land here, and it was just barren mountains everywhere with a lack of a reliable water source, the people living here moved away. 100 years ago, a Lusei fugitive escaped here and gathered a bunch of men to rob by the borders, forming the Flowing Snake Fort. You're saying that this is your land because that fugitive was one of your men, right? You're making up stories. Misa didn't know about that and was so angry he couldn't talk. His soldiers raised their guns. Yemo's eyes brightened up. He didn't know about this story either. Keeping that in mind, Yemo immediately ordered, "Sister you stay, everyone else should leave," although they didn't know what Yemo meant. They still left. Seeing this, Yemo sneered at Misa, "You've got some balls killing people at my place." Misa was about to answer in derision, but before he could talk, Yemo flung out what seemed like tens of lights. "I've used these needles for quite some time already, you can enjoy them now." Using the military to threaten me? A small place like Lusei has no right. Yemo's tone was cold. If he wasn't afraid of sullying his territory, he would have just used wind blades on them. Slump. The soldiers fell to the ground. All of them had a red dot at the center of their forehead. This man was crazy. He dared to openly kill their troops? This was like challenging their entire country. "You!" Misa pointed at Yemo, not knowing what to say. Yemo sat down, and another gold needle shot out. The assistant by Mice's side was also killed. What? I'm leaving you alive so that you can tell the person in charge that I will be visiting him tonight. If you don't order your army to retreat from the border within 24 hours, you can all collect his body. Now, piss off. Yemo was very contemptuous of this guy. Yemo felt more and more that this world was one where if you don't kill, someone will kill you. You take a step back, they abuse you harder. If these soldiers hadn't killed and had only threatened, then he would have at most mutilated them. Second brother, when Misa leaves, tell him to take those trash bodies with him. Also, break his arms and legs, Yemo said to Su Ping, chapter 505, longing and a kiss. An hour later, Misa, with both his legs broken, scurried away with some troops from the outside. Although Misa had been the person in charge for this, he didn't dare order an attack without clearance. He had only come to threaten and apply pressure. He didn't expect the CEO Yi to be so decisive and kill almost everyone without hesitation. He had wanted to assert dominance by killing one, but immediately, all of the men he brought were killed instead. He would also be dead if he wasn't needed to return with a message. This wasn't what had frightened him the most. What he was shocked about the most was how that CEO Yi had killed his men. He didn't even see it happen. That was too eerie and frightening. He had to report this to the president. Yu Miaodan didn't wake up from her shock in a long time. Although she knew Yemo was strong, she didn't expect Yemo to be this strong. He merely waved his hand and more than 10 men were dead in the blink of an eye. Yemo was much stronger than when she first met him. Of course, she wasn't most shocked about this but about how openly Yemo had dared to kill Lu Sei's soldiers. CEO Yi, this would make Lu Sei furious. Won't they start a war with Flowing Snake? We don't have any fighting power. Yu Miaodan woke up. No matter how powerful Yemo was, what if their whole army came, or what if they sent out airstrikes? Yemo smiled. Although a war happening was possible, he wouldn't let that happen. He could of course kill the army that came, but that wasn't his goal. Even if he was to kill, he would kill the general or kill the highest commanding power in Lu Sei. Don't worry, I will deal with the Flowing Snake business. Sister Yuehua will need to purchase large amounts of materials, so you and CEO Zan should cooperate with her. Yemo had decided to go to Lu Sei himself. It was best to take care of this early on. Yemo really didn't want war. War would bring no benefit to Flowing Snake. This matter was best settled without startling any international organizations. Luo Yu was just a company, after all. It wasn't smart for a company to go against a country. If Yemo truly were powerful to a certain extent, even if it was just foundation establishment, that would be fine. But Yemo wasn't that strong yet. Yemo was planning on visiting Lu Sei at night, so he needed to ask Ning Qingshuet about some things beforehand. He didn't even have time to be intimate with her. As Yemo returned to his place, Ning Qingshuet was already waiting for him there. Qingshuet-Yemo only just walked into the room, and Ning Qingshuet already came up and embraced him, blocking his lips with hers. Yemo hugged Ning Qingshuet tightly. The two had been more apart than together. Ning Qingshuet couldn't resist the longing for Yemo in her heart. Yemo lost himself in the softness and wetness, as that warmth and power she had made Ning Qingshuet irresistible. The kiss went on for half an hour before the two breathed heavily and looked at each other. You have to go somewhere again? Ning Qingshuet didn't want to let Yemo go. She didn't want Yemo to be always running around. She wanted him to always be with her. Although she did want a calm and carefree home, if that meant Yemo had to work really hard for it, she would rather not have it. Sorry, Qingshuet-Yemo felt guilty about spending so little time with Ning Qingshuet and about his affair with Song Yangzhu. Ning Qingshuet blocked Yemo's lips with her finger and said, I just want to be with you. If building a city is too hard, then just forget about it. No, it's not hard for me to build a city, and I want a place that belongs to me as well. I can't just bring you deep into the mountains like the hidden sex, so we definitely need to build a city, Yemo said adamantly. Ning Qingshuet didn't try to persuade him. She nodded. In fact, I'm sorry about another thing. The other day, Yemo was hesitant, but he still told her what happened with Song Yangzhu. Where is she now? Unexpectedly, Ning Qingshuet asked about her. Yemo shook his head. She probably left. I don't think she will come find me again. I just feel guilty to you and Luoying, MHM. Ning Qingshuet didn't ask any further about Song Yangzhu and just laid in Yemo's arms. Yemo didn't know if she was angry or not and didn't know what to say. After a while, when it was already dark, Ning Qingshua's soft voice sounded. I want to stay with you this night. Yemo felt warm in his heart. How could he not know what she meant? She was a conservative person, so for her to be able to say such words, it truly signified that Yemo meant everything in her heart. She didn't even mention anything about Song Yangzhu. Yemo lifted her face up and kissed her again. Qingxue, I said I would marry you gloriously. If I can't find Luoying, then when we build Luoyu City, it'll be our moment. There was something Yemo didn't say. He really wanted to have that with Ning Qingxue, but what he also really wished was to find lots of resources so that everyone around him could reach foundation establishment, but that was very hard. Out of 1,000 cultivators in Luoying, only one could reach foundation establishment. Ning Qingshue's talent was good, but if he took her virginity before she reached foundation establishment, it would be harder for her. He didn't want to make her lose that opportunity, but he didn't want to tell her yet, since he didn't want to give her the mental burden. By the way, did those mutants come for you again? Yemo remembered what he'd wanted to ask her. No, one time though, one of them apparently went to you state and Ifei found out, but she didn't manage to capture him, Ning Qingxue said. Yemo nodded. This thing wouldn't just end like that, but since he had returned, he didn't need to worry about it. After having dinner with Ning Qingxue, Yemo left Flowing Snake. Yemo went to the border and saw that the army didn't have any signs of leaving. He killed the scouts he saw on the way without hesitation. At that moment, the security was extremely tight outside the president's office. The atmosphere there had clearly increased in intensity. Marshal Mohance, Secretary of National Defense Eugene and that Misa as well were all there. Eugene was short and had bulging eyes, with which he stared at Misa as he questioned, Is what you said true? He really killed 12 of our troops in less than a second and said he would be coming tonight. Misa was sweating, and he quickly confirmed, I didn't lie about a single word. He really is that sort of person. I suspect he's a wizard. I know it sounds ridiculous, but it's the truth. He wants us to retreat within 24 hours? Although our country is small, no mere merchant can abuse us. We won't retreat, instead, tomorrow, we move in. Secretary do you believe this wizard bullshit? The tall and bulky Mohance commented. He was annoyed at Eugene asking this and that. It was just some guy who knew how to fight. He heard of many people who were strong at fighting one-on-one in China, but could they face an entire army? Haimoden, the president, frowned and said after a while, that President Yu probably came from China. Eugene nodded, that's right, we're still investigating more about him, though. Chapter 506, Seeing Luoying again? But, there shouldn't be any other forces intervening. Eugene said. Haimoden shook his head, that's not what I mean. Although there's no clear statement saying who Flowing Snake belongs to, everyone agrees that it's our land. I'm worried that if that Yemo really is a wizard, then no matter how strong our armies are, he can just kill our commanders. How are we going to fight that? Mohance said in contempt. If he's really that strong, shouldn't he be here now then? Didn't he make Misa come tell us that he was coming tonight? Then how come I don't see him? No one agreed to Mohance's words, and he stopped halfway as well, because suddenly an extra person had appeared in this room. Everyone stared at him, not knowing where he came from. Yemo had come to this meeting, but since he didn't understand a word, he could only walk out. He's the president of that Luoyu. So he's really a wizard, he really came. Misa screamed. Hearing this, the guards at the door thought something had happened and rushed in, but as soon as they did, Yemo threw 2 fireballs at them, and they were turned to dust. Yemo then found a place to sit and sat down before saying, Misa, it seems you guys didn't take my words seriously. There's not much time left from the 24-hour time limit. If you don't make a move soon, then don't blame me. I will kill you guys first, and then I'll take care of your army. I'll kill every living thing I see. Everyone realized now that what Misa had said wasn't nonsense. He was the first to react and translated Jemo's words. Not only Haimoden and Eugene's faces were pale, even Mohance couldn't say anything. They were sure Yemo was a wizard now, a strong wizard at that, like one from the legends that could curse an entire country. We agree, without arguing any further. Haimoden kept nodding. He felt regret for how greedy they'd been. Due to it, they offended a wizard. Lusei was still an imperial state a little over 10 years ago. They'd only recently become a democratic country. So Mo Haydn's power was much stronger than other presidents. Our president agreed, our army will retreat immediately, please rest assured. Maisu kept nodding like crazy. Yemo knew they wouldn't dare reject him, but he didn't think it would be this easy. Yemo didn't expect them to think of him as some all-powerful wizard. Since they'd agreed, Yemo didn't need to kill anymore. He looked at Misa and said, "Do I still need to give Luo you?" No, we'll immediately give you the governing right of flowing snake." Misa answered without even asking the president. This was too simple, wasn't it? Yemo had wanted to kill one or two higher-ups, but he didn't even have to ask anything. Yet they already agreed, sign this sale of territory agreement and send it to Flowing Snake by tomorrow. Yemo took out an agreement and dumped it on the ground. Then he shook his head and left through the window while invisible. This was for some extra show too. He needed to make them fear him. People fear what they cannot comprehend. The four saw Yemo disappear out of thin air and looked at each other. No one spoke for 10 minutes. If there wasn't for the agreement right in front of their eyes, they would have thought it had been an illusion. In her subconsciousness, Ning Qingxue felt like she was being embraced. She was shocked, but that familiar smell allowed her to realize that Yemo was back. In her joy, she squeezed deeper into Yemo's arms. Yemo used a few mind-calming chants to calm himself down inside. After that incident with Song Yangzhu, he seemed to have gotten a lower resistance to these things. The next morning, when Yemo was still in bed with Ning Qingshue's phone rang. It was Yu Miaodan. When Yemo and Ning Qingxue went into the meeting room, Yemo found that almost everyone was already present except for him and Ning Qingxue. Yemo didn't mind, but Ning Qingshue's face was burning red as though the whole world was looking at them. Yu Miaodan took out a document and put it in front of Yemo. Lu Se gave up Flowing Snake for free and sent this agreement earlier this morning. They didn't make any requests. Yemo smiled. This was as expected. Wasn't he just too kind? A more evil person would have perhaps made Lu Se compensate. As soon as Yu Miaodan finished, Su Yuehua got up and said, "In the morning, I received another news. Vietnam also said they're willing to give us the Flowing Snake territory, but they have some conditions. They have an entrepreneur who also wishes to invest in us. They want us to give them tax-free privileges and easy passage, and they want us to open an outlet in Vietnam." Yemo nodded. "These are two pieces of good news. We'll agree to Vietnam's condition. To us, it doesn't matter if we open an outlet there or not." Yemo then left Su Yuehua to deal with the city building. Once his power was high enough, perhaps at Foundation establishment, he would set up a formation over the city, making it the strongest fort on earth. After the meeting, everyone went to their respective positions, and Flowing Snake became busy again. Yemo wished to go find Fengwu now that all the planning had been pretty much taken care of. He wanted to ask about the spirit well and the crystals. He could power up from them, and perhaps after that, he could go to the inner hidden sects to find more herbs. After experiencing Ren Pingchuan's power, Yemo didn't want to casually enter the inner hidden sects and put himself in danger again. "Sister Yuehua, do you have something?" Yemo saw that Su Yuehua didn't leave and asked. Su Yuehua nodded and said carefully, "Last time, you told me to investigate the northern sand, and today, our men reported back with some news. It's from Vietnam." Yemo got excited. Su Yuehua took out a letter and said, "Northern Sand seems to have lost something important to them, and the member responsible for it has also escaped. They are searching for him all over. I have a picture of him." Then, Su Yuehua gave the letter to Yemo. Yemo took it and said with praise, "The people you sent out really are something, even being able to get a picture." Su Yuehua smiled and said, "This was also our luck. We didn't take the picture. They found a heavily injured Northern Sand member who was about to die and got it from him. Technical personnel has escaped?" Yemo thought of the Spaceflower blueprint. If that was what this man was responsible for, and Yemo managed to find the guy and bring him to Flowing Snake. Yemo quickly opened the envelope. In it was a bundle of obscure photos. Luoing? Yemo was dazed after seeing one of the pictures as he noticed a certain figure in the crowd. Chapter 507, Strange Enemy, Luoing? Su Yuehua didn't know what Yemo meant. Yemo looked at the photo carefully and ignored the escaped Northern Sand guy. He only noticed a slim figure in one corner of the photo. That was Luo Susu. Yemo's mind had wandered off into the desert, under that searing sun, to the yellow-dressed goddess that was out of this world. Seeing Yemo seemingly lost in thought, Su Yuehua didn't say anything. Yemo was probably reminiscing something. She waited for Yemo patiently. "Sister Yuehua, do you know where this photo was taken?" Yemo breathed heavily. Even though the photo was dated 2 months ago, and he might not find her even if he went to the location of the photo, he had to go check at least. Su Yuehua shook her head. "We found this on the Northern Sand member. We don't know where it was taken. Yemo nodded and said, okay, thank you, Sister Yuehua. Stay alert on the topic of northern sand, but for now, put the main focus on building a city. We must build our own city, Su Yuehua said, President Yi. Our current power still comes from Guilin, but due to the scale of our constructions, the supply isn't enough, and if we want to make Flowing Snake our own, we can't rely on others too much. Yemo had never thought about this. If he relied on others, there would be a conflict of interest, and he would be held back. Thinking about this, Yemo immediately said, we'll continue to recruit large amounts of technical personnel and excavate our own civilian facilities. We must control all of it, but our funds? Su Yuehua uttered worriedly. Although Luo Yu was earning a lot, they were spending more than they made. Funds were an issue indeed. Yemo frowned for a while before saying, I'll deal with the funds, you start on it in the meantime. After Su Yuehua left, Yemo was left thinking about how to earn money in his office. He had face-preserving pills and luminous pearls, but these were unique items. Once they were sold, they'd be gone, but it was still better than not selling at all. If he took it to a normal auction, he wouldn't be able to sell much. That face-preserving pill AHD only sold for 100 million with Mo Hai's help. This was far from what Yemo would be happy with. It would appear he needed to go to that space organization from the Shixia temple. Only they could sell it for a higher price, just when Yemo was thinking about how to earn money. Yiling ran in with red eyes. She was clearly worried. Oh brother, something happened to second brother. He disappeared last night. Someone sent a letter to Flowing Snake in the morning for you, saying it's related to second brother. Yiling handed Yemo the letter. Was his name still not big enough? Someone dared touch Yi Zifeng? Yemo had stated that Yiling and Yi Zifeng were his siblings. If someone had dared touch Yi Zifeng, he would slaughter all involved. At the same time, Yemo wasn't too happy with Tan Jiao and Luan Qingfeng. It was because they had agreed to protect the Yi family that he let Tan Jiao live. Yet now, Yi Zifeng was abducted. Don't worry, let me look at what this is. Yemo comforted her and opened the letter. The letter was very polite, too polite even. Mr. Yemo, we've heard of your big name, and if possible, we would never want to mess with you or cause any misunderstandings with you. Hence, we didn't take your sister and took your brother instead. Please understand, Yi Zifeng is living very well here. We wouldn't mistreat him at all, so please rest assured. We just need to discuss some things with you personally, but because we had no way of seeing you, we could only use this measure. If you don't mind, please come to the Otherworldly Entertainment Center in Luochang City within 3 days. There was no time nor person nor reason given, just a location. Yemo knew the Otherworldly Entertainment place. That was the HQ of Metal River. Why did these people choose that location in Luochang City? Furthermore, Yemo got that this thing was 100% related to him and that Yi Zifeng was probably just taken due to him. Who had he offended? He killed everyone who he offended. Even those people who might scheme to target him, they wouldn't dare to touch the people around him. Yiling, don't worry. If you have time, learn to cultivate qi with Qingxue. Yemo patted her shoulder. With this, Yemo once again confirmed that no matter how strong he was, without his own land, a safe base, the people around him wouldn't be safe. As long as there were benefits involved, people would still target him. Ning Qingxue had also heard about it. Yemo wasn't too worried about her now as she was already at the peak of stage 2 and had learned the fireball magic. She should be able to protect herself. Qingxue, I'll leave the matters here to you. I will bring Zifeng back. Yemo stood up and said, regardless of what their motives were or how polite they were declaring war by abducting Yi Zifeng. There were many ways to contact Yemo, yet they chose this one. Yemo had wanted to stay at Flowing Snake for a while with Qingxue and earn some money, but then this thing had to happen. He was very angry. There was just no end to these things. He couldn't even get one moment of peace. For the first time Yemo felt that there were more and more people around him, yet those who were really capable were only Su Yuehua, Yu Miaodan, and a few others. His men didn't have much power. However, if you take Shen Longtu for example, even though he was only a mafia boss, no matter where he went, he was someone feared. Was he too kind? For the first time, Yemo felt that he needed to arm his men. He needed his own army and stronger power. Perhaps I should go to Sai now when I'm free. It'd be a good idea to store an army there, Yemo murmured. Thinking about this, Yemo suddenly stood up. Although the order of the world was already set, and it was hard to build his own army and city. Since he'd made up his mind, he had to do it. He wouldn't allow others to control the fate of those who followed him. Luotsang, otherworldly entertainment seemed much more grandiose than last time. Emo walked in, and a pretty-looking waitress approached him immediately. "May I ask if you're Mr. Yi?" Emo nodded. "Please follow after me, Mr. Yi." This waitress was very polite. It was obvious she had been especially waiting for Emo. "Lead the way." Yemo's tone was calm. His spirit sense had already scanned the 30 people at the top, and Yi Zifeng wasn't there. The waitress took Emo to a special elevator, and with it, they soon stopped at the top. She didn't follow Emo out. Instead, 2 men in black were waiting at the door and gestured Emo to walk in. Emo scanned around casually. This top floor room was around 200 sqms. There were 23 men dressed in black, and although they were seemingly empty-handed, Emo knew that each of them had a gun behind their back. Chapter 508, Dominance. Those 23 men in black were strong men, and they didn't look simple at all, but in Emo's eyes, they were no different from insects. The strongest of them all was only at the yellow level primary stage. Other than the yellow level guys, there were 4 black level fighters standing above the 23 men, but Emo didn't care about them either. The only ones Emo took notice of were the 3 sitting at the very top. The man in the middle was dressed in white and had no power. He seemed like an ordinary person, but the 2 beside him caught Emo's attention. The left one was tall and had a sharp nose. His eyes were blue, and his energy wave was very strange. Emo couldn't tell his power level, but he guessed that the guy was similar to the mutants he had killed before. The man on the right was of a medium build, had an eagle-like nose and a cold glare to him. This was a peak Earth-level warrior. Although Emo didn't have to mind them, he still felt like this organization wasn't simple. For a negotiation with him at Luotsang, they brought this many powerful men. Emo had been in contact with the hidden sects a lot and knew that an Earth peak stage cultivation wasn't easy to have. Even Dian Son, the 4th-ranked hidden sect, only had 1 Earth peak, and it was their sect leader. Emo didn't dumbly think that this was all of the organization's power, nor would he think the white-clothed man was the big boss, but Emo had even killed someone as terrifying as Rin Pingchuan. He wouldn't be scared of these people. If they were to fight, he had the confidence to kill everyone there in an extremely short amount of time. He didn't want to have a big feud with this organization, but if he didn't show his willingness to kill, they would only abuse him more, so he had to kill people today. However, Emo understood that even if he killed, he shouldn't kill the top 3 people. If he did, there would be no going back. Those 2 probably had a certain status in the organization, but that white-clothed man was most likely even higher. But if these people were too demanding, Emo wouldn't mind fighting them to the end. The white-clothed man didn't speak at first as he inspected Emo, saw how calm he was and didn't seem scared at all, and finally nodded. He got up and said, "You're Emo? I have been hearing your great name a lot lately, and upon seeing you, I see that you are indeed a dragon amongst men. Please have a seat. I'm called Liang Shirgua, and it's an honor to meet you," Emo sneered. The white-clothed man sat at the top, yet told him to sit below. There would be more than a 10 meters distance between them. He clearly wanted to assert dominance right from the start. Contrarily, Emo didn't sit down and said coldly instead, "My patience is limited, get my brother here quick. And these 2 rows of black-clothed men, I don't like them. Tell them to piss off." Liang Shirgua didn't seem to have heard Emo and said instead, "First, I would like to express my deep regret for having had to invite Mr. Yi Zifeng over, but we have a crucial request for you, and we would like to apologize for what we did." Liang Shirgua seemed very genuine and humble. "Did you not hear what I just said?" Emo hadn't seen Yi Zifeng yet, so he wanted to be patient for now. This time, Liang Shirgua didn't play dumb and put on a difficult face. "Mr. Emo, you could kill the Black Sun Ninja on stage, which would be another clear testament to your dominating power, but I'm not in control of the stronger people by my side." Emo smiled. "That means if I were to put them to sleep, Mr. Liang wouldn't mind, huh?" Liang Shirgua laughed. "Of course not, but I wouldn't be able to fathom what reaction they would have. I know your power, but there are 23 of them, not a mere 2 or 3, then." Liang Shirgua looked at Emo with irony. He hadn't mentioned that these people had guns, but in this open ground, no matter how strong Emo was, he wouldn't be able to kill them all in a few seconds. They could fire within a second, and no one would be able to dodge, although once one reached the black level, one could catch a bullet. These guns were specially crafted. Even Earth Peak fighters wouldn't be able to stand his ground against one, much less so many. as though to back up Liang Shurgua's words. As soon as he spoke, the 23 men took out their guns. Since Mr. Liang won't mind, that's great. As soon as Yemo said this, he jumped up. Liang Shurgua's face changed. He didn't expect Yemo to really attack. Did he not want to live? If the 23 people fired, even immortals wouldn't be able to get away. Even if, like those Black Sun ninja, he could travel through Earth, he wouldn't be able to travel through this concrete floor. Liang Shurgua didn't want Yemo to die. He had many ways for Yemo to die, but he just wanted to cooperate with Yemo. He knew Yemo was very strong and didn't want to offend him too badly. That's why he chose to abduct Yi Zifeng. He heard that Yemo cared about his women a lot. The reason why Yemo caused the Song family's decline was Yemo's wife, Ning Xingxue, and Dongfang. She had died for wanting to touch his sister. This time, Liang Shurgua chose carefully and abducted Yi Zifeng. This wouldn't offend Yemo too much, it would also let him know of their power. If they then lowered their attitude and gave some money, perhaps they could even establish a friendly relationship with Yemo. This would benefit them greatly, but he didn't expect Yemo to be this violent and attack immediately. Bang bang, the black-clothed men acted fast and shot as soon as Yemo jumped, but the gunshot stopped just as rapidly. After that volley, they stopped altogether, and Liang Shurgua was dazed. Yemo stood where he had, as though he had never moved, but the 23 black-clothed men and the 4 black-level fighters had all fallen to the ground. If it wasn't for the blood trickling from their body, Liang Shurgua would have thought they were just taking a nap. You Liang Shurgua froze. This many people having died this time, even he wouldn't be able to report back without consequences. They had lost 23 elite members and 4 black-level warriors just like that. These black levels were deemed precious resources within the organization. Each death would be called a huge loss, not to mention 4 deaths at the same time. Liang Shurgua didn't expect Yemo to react like this. The 2 men beside Liang Shurgua were about to attack, but Liang Shurgua quickly stopped them. He knew Yemo had the power to kill the Earth Peak warriors too, and if these 2 died, his only option would be to kill himself. How can you kill so many of our men? Liang Shurgua tried to force himself to calm down, but he couldn't. Yemo smiled. I asked you before, and you said you wouldn't mind, so I killed them. Yemo, I know you're strong, but you can't kill my men before we even start negotiating. If you kill all of us here today, can you annihilate the entire Northern Sand? Liang Shurgua calmed down. He felt like he needed to make Yemo know what sort of an organization Northern Sand was. No matter how strong Yemo was, he was only one person, so they were from Northern Sand. Yemo was sure that Su Yuehua wouldn't have let others know that he was investigating them. In that case, why did they abduct his family? Was he easy to abuse or something? Hearing Liang Shurgua's words, Yemo sneered. Negotiation? When did I say I want to negotiate with you? Did I let you abduct my brother willingly? I'll say this once more. We can negotiate, but you must get my brother here first. Also, don't sit that high up, or you might fall to your death. Are you not afraid of us killing your brother? And we invited you over to negotiate in the first place. Why are you so aggressive? I know you're strong, but our Northern Sand isn't something to be messed with. Liang Shurgua was getting angry. He had already made his power clear to Yemo, but this guy was still so arrogant. Yemo sneered. You can kill Yi Zifeng, but if you do, I promise you that the 3 of you won't leave this meeting room alive, and from now on, I will kill Northern Sand people whenever I see them. I won't stop until I kill you all. Humph. That white-clothed man clearly understood Yemo's words and wanted to fight right then and there. Liang Shurgua stopped him, though. He knew that even if the 2 were to beat Yemo, they would be heavily injured in the procès. Yemo could even kill all of those Black Sun ninja. Although his 2 men were strong, none of them could kill so many ninja alone. Chapter 509, worth 10 billion. Liang Shurgua's expression showed his anger. Yemo was too cocky. But he had to do what Yemo said. If he had dared do that, he was sure he would also kill the 3 of them. Although he wasn't happy about his men being dead and the fact that the negotiation power was in Yemo's hands, Liang Shurgua had no choice now. He pressed a button on the table and said, Bring Yi Zifeng here immediately. After that, Liang Shurgua said again, Mr. Yi, we are gathered here to have a genuine discussion with you, but you killed 27 of our elite men as soon as you came. Is this the way you do things? Our Northern Sand isn't something to be messed with easily. Even if you're absurdly strong, you can't protect the Yi family and flowing snake all by yourself. Yi Mo smiled. If you want a genuine discussion, then don't play tricks. As I said before, don't threaten me. Your northern sand is strong and that's your business. I have no intentions of becoming your enemy, but I'm not afraid of you either. Yi Mo knew that Liang Shiguo was not someone that got easily subjugated. The reason he was acting soft wasn't because he was afraid of death, but because the thing they were going to discuss with him was very important. You're very arrogant, and if you think you can go around showing off just because you killed that ninja, then you're wrong. That ninja was nothing. Chen Jue, could have also killed him in a short time. Yi Mo, we don't want to get into a fight with you, not because we're afraid of you, but because we have no conflict of interest. A friend is better than an enemy. It was the Earth Peak level man speaking. Liang Shiguo frowned, and he thought it was a bluff. The ninja had been said to be able to easily kill Earth Peak level martial artists. Yi Mo looked at Chen Jue with surprise. He didn't think Chen Jue was lying. After all, the ninja was only good at movement techniques. Those who fought him the first time were at a disadvantage, but once one figured out his movement, he would be at most an Earth-level middle-stage martial artist, or even less. Yi Mo realized that Yi Zifeng had now entered an otherworldly entertainment. He didn't want Yi Zifeng to see the bloody scene, so he scanned Liang Shiguo and said, "Let him go alone." Liang Shiguo knew what Yi Mo was talking about, so he gave the order. Since Yi Mo was here, there was no point in keeping Yi Zifeng. "Okay, now that your brother has left, can we start our negotiation? If you wish to continue negotiating, then please come into the secret room." Liang Shiguo got up and said. Yi Mo smiled. Liang Shiguo didn't dare to sit above him then, so he said, "In that case, please." It was as though nothing had happened and the bloody scene was not related to Yi Mo. Liang Shiguo regained his composure and led Yi Mo into a small room. This room wasn't big, at most 40 square meters, but Yi Mo found 3 cameras as soon as he came in. They were well hidden, but no matter how hidden they were, they couldn't escape from Yi Mo's spirit sense. He took out 3 golden needles and destroyed the cameras. All of this happened in an instant and no one noticed, although Yi Mo didn't know why Liang Shiguo was taking him there under surveillance. He didn't like to leave evidence behind. "Mr. Yi, let me introduce them to you. These 2 men are Chen Jue and Peter. I hope the discussion will go smoothly." Liang Shiguo introduced each other. Yi Mo sat down and said straightforwardly, "Mr. Liang, if you have something to say, just say it." No need to waste time. Yi Mo knew that a conflict had developed between them. No matter how polite he would be, Northern Sand wasn't going to give up on getting revenge. And even if they were to get revenge, they would have to do it after Yi Mo died. He had heard about their organization, they had great ambition and they wouldn't offend a master like him for 20 or 30 irrelevant people. "Then I'll say it. Mr. Yi, I believe you've heard about the issue with the He-Feng Yuan family, right? Although you didn't appear, we know it has something to do with you." Liang Shiguo stared at Yi Mo and said. Yi Mo sneered. There was no point in denying it. "That's right, I annihilated the Yuan family." "Great, I love your courage for admitting the things you have done," Liang Shiguo clapped and said. But then he added, "Yuan Zhirong is an outer member of ours, it was his fault for going against your Luoyu. However, we left something with the Yuan families, and for some reason later on we couldn't find it on Yuan Zhirong." Then, Liang Shiguo stared at Yi Mo, studying his expression. He was looking for something. Liang Shiguo gave him a long stare, but he didn't get what he wanted, so he continued. "Later on, we believed the government had it, but after investigating, we are certain the government doesn't have it. So, someone must have taken it. Hence, we invited you over today wanting to ask if you've seen it." Yi Mo thought about it. It was probably the golden case he found next to Yuan Zhirong's crash. No wonder no one stopped the plane from leaving back then. There were Northern Sand people among the higher-ups too. Northern Sand was really scary, they were everywhere. "What thing are you talking about?" Yi Mo frowned and asked. His expression showed that he knew nothing about it and irritation. Liang Shiguo's heart sunk. He had studied countless people and he was very calculating and experienced, otherwise, he wouldn't have been responsible for that, but he couldn't get anything from Yi Mo's expression. Even if Yi Mo denied it, as long as he knew it was on Yi Mo, he would have been able to get it from him through other ways. If it had been someone else, they would have captured him and interrogated. Now Liang Shiguo understood why his higher-ups didn't do that. He only had that chance, and now that Yi Mo had asked, he said, "It's a golden case with a fist-sized crystal inside. It looks like diamond, but it's not, it's a type of ore. This thing has no use for others, only to our northern sand. If Mr. Yi could find it, we're willing to pay 10 billion for it. Yemo was shocked. Not even a diamond's worth could compare to that price. What kind of crystal was worth that much? It seemed he needed to have a closer look at it. If that thing was that precious, he needed to find out from Liang Shirguo what it did. Chapter 510, Pretty Woman Found. 10 billion wouldn't be used up in a long time, even in Flowing Snake. This northern sand really was wealthy. If he killed them, wouldn't all that wealth be his? Thinking about this, Yemo was excited, but then he thought, that doesn't seem very possible. It said there are a lot of northern sand bases, how could he annihilate them all? It wasn't just killing 30 people like today. It was reasonable that he killed today, because it was northern sand that offended him first. But if he really pissed off northern sand, he wouldn't be able to protect his people with his current power. Thinking about this, Yemo was dejected. He was a mighty cultivator, yet he couldn't even protect those by his side. It seemed he would need to cultivate faster and increase the power of his men. No matter what, he needed to know what the crystal was for. He couldn't ask questions with all these guys around, so he had to come back at night and ask privately. Other than that, the 10 billion also interested Yemo. He wasn't going to pass on that. Thinking about this, he asked Mr. Liang, if that crystal is only fist-sized, wouldn't Yuan Zhirong have hid it in a secret place, and you guys might have missed it? Liang Shirgua shook his head immediately. That's impossible. We have a detector which can detect it within 1,000 meters, and it didn't find anything at the Yuan family. No wonder even with the power of northern sand they didn't attack him straight away. They did suspect him and probably even went to Flowing Snake to check, but of course, they hadn't found anything. Storage rings were really good things, weren't they? Yemo knew that there was no high-tech in the world that could detect what was inside his ring. Yemo suddenly looked intensely pensive. As though making a hard decision, Mr. Yi, although we don't know why Yuan Zhirong would blow up his mansion, the secret meetings footage that was leaked was probably related to you, right? You've been to his house, and that's why we're asking you if you know where it was. Liang Shirgui reacted to Yemo's expression just the way he wanted, and this made him excited. Yemo smiled. I was the one who moved the bomb to their mansion, and you're right, I made the footage too. Although I don't know what that crystal is, I will go try and find it. Simply for that 10 billion alone, it's worth it. Liang Shirgua frowned. He didn't quite get what Yemo was thinking, but he thought Yemo didn't know where the crystal was. In that case, we won't disturb Mr. Yi anymore. I'm deeply regretful about this misunderstanding. Of course, if you do manage to find the crystal, please contact us at first notice. This is my card. Liang Shirgui got up and handed Yemo a golden card. Yemo suddenly reached out his hand to Liang Shirgui and said, I'm very sorry, Mr. Liang. I didn't think it was something this small. If I had known, I wouldn't have offended the northern sand. I hope you can understand my desperate feeling at the time. At the same time, I wish to help Mr. Liang find that crystal as fast as possible. Mr. Yi, this is like getting to know each other through conflict. If Mr. Yi can really find the crystal, then even bigger conflicts wouldn't matter at all, Liang Shirgui said with a smile. Yemo sneered. He knew that Liang Shirgui was implying that this thing wasn't over. If he found the crystal, things might be better, but if he didn't, he would be receiving Northern Sand's fury. Yemo shook hands with him just so he could mark him with his spirit sense. He wasn't going to let this Northern Sand off easily. Naturally, since I'd decided to help you find the crystal, I will look for it wholeheartedly. How much time are you willing to give me? Yemo knew that he hadn't completely started war with Northern Sand yet. He needed time to develop his own strength. Liang Shirgui was dazed. He thought Yemo was just agreeing on the surface, but wouldn't be doing anything, yet now it seemed that Yemo really wanted to help them find the crystal. Liang Shirgui said happily, I think if Mr. Yi can find it in a year, then not only will you get the 10 billion easily, but you will also get other surprises. What Liang Shirgui didn't expect was that after shaking hands with him, Yemo shook hands with Peter and Chen Jui too. His expression was hospitable and deeply regretful, as though this misunderstanding was all his fault. Not only Liang Shirgui, but also Peter and Chen Jui were weirded out by Yemo's drastic change in attitude. They didn't think of Yemo as someone timid. So after thinking about it a bit, only that 10 billion could explain things. Yemo left otherworldly entertainment, but he didn't leave Luotsang yet. He still had some business to take care of that night. He had marked them all, After making sure no one was following him, Emo went into another busy district and wanted to find a bar. Then he heard someone call out his name. Brother Mo, a young girl's voice sounded. It's you, Yang Yi? Emo remembered her. This was the girl which sat in the same carriage as he did when he first came to Luochang by train. She wasn't that pretty, but she was a very kind soul. After finding out that Emo had had his wallet stolen, she wanted to give Emo money. But Emo didn't take it. It really is you. Brother Mo, it's been so long. After you and who left, you never contacted me again, Yang Yi said happily. Emo looked at her awkwardly. If he didn't see her here, he would have forgotten her indeed. Xiaoyi, who is he? A guy of medium build walked over and looked at Emo in confusion. Yang Yi quickly said, this is Brother Moing. He's very good at medicine. Brother Mo, this is my boyfriend, Lu Shang. By the way, how is your clinic going? Yang Yi spoke a lot. Hello, I'm Lu Shang. Yang Yi's boyfriend shook hands with Emo in a friendly manner. Emo then said embarrassingly to Yang Yi, sorry, Yang Yi, I should confess that due to certain circumstances, I didn't tell you my real name in the past. I'm actually called Emo, and I stopped by clinic. Who is doing very well. You're welcome to come hang out with us when you have time. Before Yang Yi could reply, a group of people came. Yang Yi, Lu Shang, what are you two still doing here? Let's go, a young girl called out. She was a little short, but her face was very exquisite. Okay, we're coming. Yang Yi turned to Emo and said, sorry, we're about to graduate, and we're having a celebration. Why don't you come with us? I don't think it's appropriate for me to go. Emo wanted to go find Liang Shirgua and company at night. He wasn't interested in these gatherings. Yang Yi whispered in Emo's ear, this time, it's the richest person in my class paying for everyone at Yunshang Pearl. It'd be a waste not to go. Emo knew that restaurant. It was a 5-star restaurant, but right now, he wouldn't want to go to even an 8-star restaurant. Before Emo could reject, Yang Yi said, you'd get to see an extremely beautiful girl today. Gu Mingnan literally found her. Emo smiled, but didn't talk. Do you not believe me? He really found her. Last time when he went deep into the mountains to play with some friends, they found her unconscious and injured. Gu Mingnan saved her, and she stayed at his house. It's said that she's getting better, and so he's bringing her tonight to show off. Yang Yi explained. Chapter 511, she's called Luo. Come on, let's go together, Brother Yi. I still want to go see who after dinner, though. Then, Yang Yi dragged Emo along. Emo shook his head and thought he might as well go. Yang Yi, who is that? That small girl asked as she saw that. Yang Yi let go of Emo and said, he's my cousin. If you're interested, I can introduce you. The girls laughed and started asking about Emo. The group entered the Yunshang Pearl in laughter and joy. The place was indeed very grandiloquent. Yang Yi's gathering took place on the 9th floor. When Yang Yi brought Emo in, there were already more than 10 people there. Seeing Yang Yi, everyone greeted her and soon started talking about the girlfriend Gu Mingnan had found. Eventually, even Emo got curious. He wanted to see what sort of woman would be able to cause such a ruckus. After listening for a while, Emo only found out that the woman was called Luo and that she was much prettier than even movie stars. Other than that, he also heard that Luo had been found near the Duanhong Ranges. It was said that Luo had been very depressed ever since waking up and didn't talk much. Brother Yi, if it wasn't for the fact that she was found by Gu Mingnan, I would think you two match quite well. She seems to have the same temperament as you. It's that feeling you can't really describe, Yang Yi said. Emo smiled and didn't say anything. Lu Shang quickly said, Xiaoyi, don't say that. If Gu Mingnan finds out, he won't be happy. Aren't you a bit too timid? Yang Yi said loudly, and her voice caught the attention of many other students. Lu Shang blushed and didn't say anything. Emo quickly signaled for Yang Yi to sit down. He could tell Lu Shang was a careful person and cared about her a lot. Mingnan and his girlfriend, Luo, are here, let's applaud. At this time, someone clapped. A young man and a woman in her 20s came in. The woman had a faint white veil over her face, and even though she wore a dress, her figure was quite easy to make out nonetheless. She had a small waist and pearly white skin. Emo moved his eyes onto the woman and immediately felt like he was familiar with this woman. Emo soon realized who it was. It's actually her. No wonder she was found in the mountains. Mingnan, take her veil off, let us see her. People all around cheered. Gu Mingnan laughed and said, Luo didn't want to come. but today is our graduation celebration, so she still came to see everyone, but she'll be leaving immediately. Luo Luo, take off your veil dash, Gu Mingnan said, but he noticed how her eyes were glaring at a student in the room. Gu Mingnan also looked over. Yi Mo shook his head. He knew that this woman had recognized him, so he could only stand up. Just as Yi Mo wanted to say something, this woman ran up to him and grabbed his hand. She seemed to want to say something yet not be able to. Although Yi Mo also wanted to ask why she was here, he knew that now wasn't the time. Gu Mingnan looked at the two dazedly and didn't know what to say. After a long while, he reacted and asked desperately, Luo Luo, who is he? What are you doing? Sorry, Mingnan. I just saw my brother here, and I remembered some things. Thank you for taking care of me during this time, but I'll be going back with my brother. The girl spoke while taking off her veil, but no one was paying attention to her words anymore as they all stared at her face. It wasn't extremely beautiful, but it had a royal and heavenly vibe. Yi Mo touched his nose and didn't disagree. Although he was wondering why Luo Xian's big martial sister had reached a state where she lost all of her inner qi. He didn't deny knowing her. On Luo Xian's account, he would help her if he could. Besides, Yi Mo suspected that the Ni Luo Sutra was on her, so he still needed to ask her about it. You're saying he's your brother? Gu Mingnan didn't react for a long time. Luo Yin nodded. Yes, I didn't remember before, but now that I saw him, I remembered. Gu Mingnan looked at Yi Mo with suspicion. Yi Mo didn't look like a brother who just found his lost sister, but he couldn't force her to stay with him. He had saved her but hadn't even been able to touch her hand when she woke up. His frustration made him think, I must get this woman. With my family's power in Luo Tsang, so what if she found her brother? Yi Mo could already tell that Gu Mingnan wanted to take advantage of Luo Yin. Thinking about this, he sneered at Gu Mingnan's ignorance. Ancient martial artists like her were ruthless. They weren't innocent souls like Luo Xian. Although Gu Mingnan had saved Luo Yin, if he kept trying to take advantage of her, Luo Yin would kill him all the same. The reason she hadn't was because she was heavily injured. Yang Yi and everyone in the room froze. They didn't expect Yi Mo to be Luo Luo's brother. This was too comical. Those with a meticulous heart could already see the problem, though. There was no excitement of the reunion of siblings to be seen. Yi Mo, you're Luo Xian's boyfriend. Can't you look a little happier seeing me? Luo Yin obviously wasn't happy with Yi Mo's attitude. Yi Mo was shocked. If Luo Yin was injured like this, how would Luo Xian be? Luo Xian was very innocent and kind-hearted. She had even given Yi Mo 2 of those important golden papers. She had even been willing to jump off with him. In his heart, Luo Xian was just as important as Yi Ling or Tang Beiwei. What happened to Luo Xian? Yi Mo grabbed Luo Yin's hand with a worried face. Luo Yin felt a sliver of envy. If only she could have someone who worried about her like that. Luo Xian is fine, don't worry. Luo Xian doesn't know what happened to me. If nothing unexpected has happened. She should be in a safe place at the moment, Luo Yin said, but Yi Mo was still concerned, and he still had a lot to ask her about, but he knew this wasn't the place to talk. Chapter 5:12, Trivial Matters. Luo Luo found her brother, this is worth celebrating. Let's drink to celebrate this happy occasion. Gu Mingnan said this before Luo Yin could leave. Although Luo Yin really wanted to leave, she could only follow after Yi Mo. Yi Mo didn't want to leave Yang Yi in an awkward spot, so he brought her over to introduce her to Yang Yi. Lu Shan might be timid, but he wasn't dumb. He could tell that Yi Mo wasn't Luo Yin's brother and that Gu Mingnan didn't like Yi Mo. If Gu Mingnan knew that Yang Yi had brought Yi Mo in, he wouldn't like Yang Yi either. Yi Mo could tell what Lu Shan was thinking, but he knew that Luo Yin wasn't to be blamed for this, and he wouldn't let Gu Mingnan get revenge on Yang Yi. Soon, the dishes came, and with Gu Mingnan's lead all the guys in the room drank to Yi Mo, wanting to get him drunk. Luo Yin knew that Yi Mo cultivated ancient martial arts, but she was worried it wouldn't be enough with this many people drinking to Yi Mo. She was worried and hinted at Yi Mo many times, but Yi Mo didn't seem to notice her. He drank to everyone. Gu Mingnan rejoiced at this. Eventually, even Yang Yi realized what was happening and pulled Yi Mo, wanting him to drink less, but Gu Mingnan saw this and only became even angrier at Yang Yi. But as they drank and drank, even Gu Mingnan felt something was wrong. A few of his classmates were already drunk, but Yi Mo was still clearly sober. He cursed at Yi Mo's alcohol tolerance. Just when Gu Mingnan wanted to think of another way, the door to their room was kicked open. Gu Mingnan cursed, "Which bastard are you?" do you want to die? Gu Mingnan suddenly stopped. He looked fearfully at the woman behind the two men who kicked open the door and called out, "Big sister, Miss Qingcheng, you made the right call. If Ms. Luo Luo wasn't here, your Gu family would be over." A weird tone sounded. Before Gu Mingnan understood what was going on, he gained more courage upon hearing Luo Luo. He immediately stood up and said, "Sister, what's this?" That cold-looking girl didn't seem to hear Gu Mingnan's words and said to the rich second generation next to her, "Young Master One, I've already brought you guys here. Now, this has nothing to do with the Gu family anymore, right? Hee. It's not up to you to decide that." That young Master One said creepily and then glanced lustfully at Gu Qingqing's chest, before looking into the room. His eyes soon settled on Luo Yin and immediately brightened up. He walked up. "Ms. Luo Luo, I've been looking for you a lot." But then, he seemed to have thought of something and quickly turned to the middle-aged man and said politely, "Second boss, this is Ms. Luo Luo." "Is she the one?" But young Master One stopped his words, because the second boss he was so respectful of was staring at the room in shock and horror. He could even feel the man's body shiver. He didn't know who the second boss could be so afraid of. This second boss was so powerful that even his father had to be respectful of him, yet now his expression was saying he had seen someone truly terrifying. "You want to take away Ms. Luo Luo?" Yemo suddenly glanced at young Master One and asked. Young Master One frowned and said, "What are you to dare speak to me like that?" Slap. As soon as he said that, the middle-aged man behind him slapped him. "Idiot, how dare you be disrespectful to Yi Qianbei? Do you want to die?" Young Master One was slapped away and spat out a few teeth. He laid on the ground, looking at the middle-aged man in horror. The middle-aged man then knelt before Yimo. "Yi Qianbei, Wanbei Yu Hongsheng didn't mean to offend Qianbei." This made everyone freeze. No one knew the middle-aged man, but they all knew young Master One. He was the number one young master of Luoxang. Just then, everyone had seen how respectful young Master One was to this middle-aged man, even calling him second boss, yet this man was in turn begging Luo Luo's brother for mercy. Many people started guessing who Yimo was. Some even thought he might be a young master from Beijing. Gu Mingnan had wanted to look for trouble with Yimo, but his heart was cold now. He knew better than anyone who young Master One was. His Gu family was nothing to them, yet the person he respected had to kneel down to Yimo. Gu Qingcheng was also dazed. She didn't expect her brother to have such a powerful student at his party. He didn't say anything, yet could scare someone into begging for mercy. She thought of the Gu family's situation and that perhaps this person could help them. "Brother Yi?" Yang Yi looked at Yimo in confusion. Yimo looked at the middle-aged man and didn't say anything. He didn't remember ever seeing this man. With his memory, he wouldn't forget anyone he had seen once before. The scene became eerily silent. Although Gu Mingnan loved Luo Luo to the bone, he wasn't an idiot. He could tell his sister had been forced here, and the survival of their family seemed to be at stake. No matter how much he loved Luo Luo, it had to be put aside in the wake of his family. "All right, friends, I'm sorry, but the gathering will end here today. I will treat everyone next time." Gu Mingnan immediately told the classmates to leave first. He looked at his sister and knew that he had done well. The classmates also understood that things weren't simple, and no one dared to stay. Yang Yi also got up, but Yimo pulled her and said, "Yang Yi, I need to talk to you later, you can stay." Seeing this, Lu Shang also stayed. Soon, all the irrelevant people left. Yi Qianbei. Wanbei managed to see Qianbei at the Broken Top Mountain. Yu Hongsheng felt that Gmo didn't know who he was and quickly explained, "So that was it." No wonder this guy was this scared of him. When he exerted his dominance, even Xiang Mingwang didn't dare say much. Those who went to the Broken Top Mountain would of course know about the hidden sections. "Oh, and you want to bring Luo Luo away?" Yimo's tone was very cold. Yu Hongsheng shivered thinking, "I wanted to do that before, but with you here, I don't dare no matter what." He didn't dare lie either, so he could only say, "Not me, it's Ping Jiang Sec dash." "Okay," Yimo stopped his words, "you may go." And this young Master One is only wasting food by living on this earth. Yimo didn't care who was scheming for Luoyin, him it was just a trivial matter. But he didn't like this young Master One. Gu Qingqing saw Yu Hongsheng leave with his tail between his legs and wanted to say something, but Yimo said coldly to Gu Mingnan, "You two can leave too, I have some business here." Gu Mingnan didn't dare say anything and quickly left with his sister. Gu Qingcheng was thinking that since Yimo was her brother's classmate, they would get a chance to get to know each other. That would be crucial to the development of their Gu family, after they all left. Yimo looked at Lu Wien and asked, Tell me about how Luo Xin is now. Chapter 513. Truth. Luoyin looked hesitantly at Lu Shang and Yang Yi. Yi Mo then also realized that it wasn't appropriate for them to know, so he asked, Yang Yi, do you know about Flowing Snake? Of course I do, it's the headquarters of Luo Yu. I was planning to go there for the holidays after I start working, Yang Yi said. Yi Mo smiled, you could actually go there now, didn't you just graduate? If you want it, you could start working in Luo Yu. What? Work at Luo Yu? Brother Yi, do you think it's that easy to get in? I heard there was someone wanting to work there through the vice mayor and still got rejected. Yang Yi replied. Yi Mo said, who is working at Luo Yu now. If you want to work there, just find him and you'll get accepted. If she said to who that Yi Mo had told her to go Flowing Snake, he would definitely give her a good position. Really? Yang Yi still couldn't believe that such great fortune was descending upon her. But soon she realized that what GMO had said was probably true. If even someone young Master Wen feared was that respectful to EMO, he probably had a big origin. If you want to go, you can go with your boyfriend. Just say you come on my behalf, EMO continued. Yang Yi said without hesitation, of course I want to go. I just graduated and I already have such a good job. Thank you, Brother Yi. Lu Shang didn't expect that he could also be able to go work at Flowing Snake. He even forgot to thank EMO. Seeing the couple leave, Luoyin said, Yimo, Luo Yu is related to you, right? Yimo looked at her. You're very smart. Yimo's tone didn't sound very enthusiastic. He suspected that Luoyin had taken the Ni Luo Sutra. He couldn't like a woman with such calculations. Luoyin didn't know why Yimo was cold to her, but she still said, the pill you gave Luo Xian is very precious. You must be an expert in pill making, so it's no surprise that Luo Yu is related to you. Yimo didn't seem to hear that and said, tell me why you were in the mountain and how you were found. What's Luo Xian's situation now? You don't seem to like me. If I remember correctly, we've only met once and we didn't even talk. Luoyin really didn't understand why Emo didn't like her. Emo sneered, if I'm not wrong, weren't you interested in the Ni Luo Sutra? That day outside the Yinghua temple, Luo Fei screamed from outside. You went out to check, and soon after that you came back injured. You probably injured yourself, right? And in reality you had taken the Ni Luo Sutra with you. Luoyin looked at Yimo furious. She was so angry she couldn't speak. How could he think she was someone who would harm her sisters? Yimo didn't seem to care about her anger and just said calmly. This is what happened, your second sister was hurt and you rushed out. At that time, you should have been on full alert. Also, you're at black level middle stage. Who could have hurt you in such a short time? Either that person knew your cultivation method very well or it was someone countless times stronger than you. However, it's impossible that the person was much stronger than you. If there really had been an earth-level martial artist there, you wouldn't have gotten out alive, he could have just killed you all. So other than yourself, who would know you that well? Furthermore, all three of you were there, but you lost the Ni Luo Sutra before your eyes. Other than an earth-level peak person or halfway great heaven one who can do that. It could have only been one of you. I know Luo Xian wouldn't take it, and Luo Fei didn't take it either. Luoyin sneered, it's as though you saw it with your own eyes. You really do know Luo Xian's sister well, but how do you know Luo Fei hasn't ta-dash? Then, Luoyin suddenly stopped. She had a strange expression, as though she had realized something. After a moment, she seemed extremely disappointed and sad. She looked down with despair. Have you seen Luo Fei's sister? Yimo nodded but didn't speak. Luoyin continued, Yimo, if you see her again, tell her I'm sorry. I suspected of her taking the Ni Luo Sutra, but I now know that she didn't. I know this not because you saw her, but because of something else. After hearing this, Yimo got dubious. It seemed that Luoyin really hadn't taken it, but how did she know who had taken it just by listening to his part of the story? Was there really an earth-level peak master? But why hadn't that person harmed the three of them? Luoyin seemed to be down, so after a while she looked up and said, Yimo, regardless of whether you believe me, I didn't take the Ni Luo Sutra. I know who took it but I can't tell you. You see, that day when Luo Xian brought it, I flipped through it. I usually use a perfume that I make myself, it's unique. Then, she calmed down and continued, when I was about to go back with her, I smelt that aroma. Because it's so unique, I told her to go back first and I tried to chase it down along the way. I didn't find anyone, yet I still was knocked out on the mountain. You already know what happened next. Yimo sunk in thought.
It actually wasn't Luo Yin who took the Ni Luo Sutra, he had guessed wrong. Then, who took it? Whoever did it must be a lot stronger than the three of them, but chose not to kill them. This had to mean that the thief knew them personally. Thinking about this, Yemo suddenly asked, Luo Yin, did your sect only send out the three of you? Luo Yin sighed and looked at Yemo. You guessed it. We had 4 spots, a martial elder was protecting us. She is at halfway great heaven. So dash, Luo Yin didn't continue, but Yemo knew what she meant. That martial elder didn't kill all of them, since they were from the same sect. Luo Yin asked, is Luo Fei well now? Yemo gave her a few normal recovery pills and said, she's doing very well. You guessed right, Luo Yu is my company. If you want to see her, you can go to Flowing Snake, she's there now. These pills can help you recover your wounds a little. You should be able to use inner chi for self-protection with this. Then, Yemo gave a stack of money to Luo Yin. This will be your travel allowance. Luo Fei hit Luo Xian and now she has no face to see Luo Xian. You 3 can take care of your own issues yourselves. I'm still busy tonight, I won't be going with you to Flowing Snake, thank you, Luo Yin said, but she pushed the money away and just took the pills. I don't know where to go now either. I'm scared of facing Luo Fei, perhaps she doesn't know how to face me either. If I go back to the sect, I will get exposed. Yemo could understand her feelings now. He thought for a moment and said, it's fine, you can find a place to stay for now. After I'm done with my business here, I'll take you back to Flowing Snake. If you don't want to go back to the hidden sects, you can stay at Flowing Snake. He booked a room at Yunshang Pearl and told Luo Yin to recover there. It was night time when Yemo left the place. The otherworldly entertainment had gotten more boisterous. Although it was a base for Northern Sand, no one could tell. Most of those who came were wealthy young generations. Yemo scanned his spirit sense in, but strangely he didn't find Liang Shirgua and the others. It was their base. Even if they had something to do, they wouldn't leave the place. Just when Yemo was getting confused, he sensed something with his spirit sense. Chapter 5:14, everything within his calculations. It was Liang Shirgua who was apparently by himself. He was heading towards otherworldly entertainment. Yemo rejoiced. To him, Liang Shirgua looked the easiest to control as he had no cultivation, while that Peter and Chen Jue were quite powerful. Although Yemo could kill them, it would be hard to control them and get what he wanted from their mind. Liang Shirgua seemed to have a lot on his mind and kept frowning. Yemo didn't touch him at first and waited until he went into a room by himself before finally jumping in after him. Yemo stayed invisible and knocked Liang Shirgua out before taking him out of Luo Tsang with him. In order to make Liang Shirgua think this was all a dream, Yemo didn't land anywhere. He covered his face with some black cloth, before pointing at Liang Shirgua's forehead. Seeing Liang Shirgua's confused look, Yemo asked, introduce yourself and tell me why you came to Luo Tsang. Liang Shirgua answered without hesitation. I'm Liang Shirgua, the person responsible for Northern Sand's Chinese base. I came here for the Extreme Energy Stone. What is an Extreme Energy Stone? It's the power source for super equipment. What is super equipment? Where do these energy stones come from? All equipment that can't be powered by energy from Earth is called super equipment, such as the space flower. The Extreme Energy Stone comes from the main designer of the space flower, Feng Ji. He is the source of 8 extreme energy stones. Yemo was wondering who this Feng Ji was. How could he design something that the whole world fought over? This person wasn't simple. Would he be another transmigrant from another civilization? Yemo continued asking, where is he now? What's the main purpose of the space flower? Feng Ji fled Northern Sand half a year ago. The last time he appeared was in the Taklamakan Desert. Northern Sand is currently doing all they can to look for Feng Ji. If we can't bring him back, we are to terminate him on the spot. The space flower is a super war machine that combines marine with aerial warfare. It could easily annihilate an entire country or defend a region. I don't know the specifics of its capabilities, though, Liang Shirgui replied. Why did he run away? When Northern Sand found Feng Ji, they signed a contract with him. It was for him to design the space flower and afterwards they would let him go. Feng Ji finished the design, but Northern Sand regretted their promise and kept him to design other things. Feng Ji continued to design many things, but when he ran, he took all his blueprints with him, including the space flower blueprint, so that was it. Yemo thought, had that picture with Luo Ying in it also been taken near that desert? If it was, why did Luo Ying go there?
but no matter what, finding out that she might have been there, Emo was so excited that he wanted to fly there immediately to see if she was still there. How many bases does Northern Sand have? Where is your base? Emo asked. Northern Sand has 6 bases, I only know of the Asian base,
which is in Vietnam's Bai Wai Creek.
I don't know anything else. Emo estimated that he wouldn't be able to get much more out of him, so he knocked him out and brought him back to his room. Liang Shurgwa woke up not too long after Emo left and got up immediately. What had happened before was very clear in his mind. It was as though he had truly been in mid-air and told a black-clothed man everything he knew. Liang Shurgwa was shook. If even one of Northern Sand's secrets were spilled, it would be his death, yet he had spilled so much, and it was all extremely important information. Wait, he probably didn't, right?
It had to have been a dream. How could he possibly have been floating in mid-air?
Liang Shurgwa let out a breath of relief. But that dream had been way too real. He had even felt the wind brush past him. Liang Shurgwa patted his head and washed his face with cold water, trying to forget that nightmare. Even if it was just a dream, if the higher-ups of Northern Sand knew about it, he would be dead for sure. Although Emo wanted to find Luoying immediately, he didn't go just yet. Firstly, because a few months had already passed since Luoying had last been there, so a few days later or earlier wouldn't make much of a difference. And secondly, because he still wanted to earn that $10 billion from Liang Shurgwa. When Emo came back to Yunshang Pearl, Luoying was already soundly asleep. Emo didn't disturb her and just cultivated on the deck. The second morning, when Emo got up, Luoying had already finished cleaning herself and was waiting for Emo. Emo scanned her with his spirit sense and knew that she had half recovered already and would be able to protect herself. I want to go to Flowing Snake to see Luo Fei, Luoying uttered with some hesitation. After one night of thinking, she knew that it wouldn't be appropriate to keep following Emo like this, and Emo still seemed to be wary of her anyway. Although she had only been with Emo for a short while, Luoying understood why Luo Shen trusted him this much and why she had pleaded for her to not say bad things about Emo. Emo was indeed a good person. Luoying thought that Luo Shen would have just randomly lost her virginity to Emo. But now it seemed that she had been thinking too much. He wasn't the same type of person as Chi Yulin. With Luoyin's beauty and her being injured, Emo still didn't look at her with any ulterior motives. Just as Emo was unsure about how to keep Luoying busy, she chose to go to Flowing Snake. That was perfect for Emo. Emo called Ning Qingxue to tell Luo Fei to go to the Guilin airport to pick up Luoyin. At the same time, Ning Qingxue told him that Zhang Jingxia had arrived at Flowing Snake and was waiting for him. Hearing this, Emo immediately thought of the spirit well. He probably came for that. If Zhang Jingxia knew where the spirit well was, Emo would honestly just want to kick Fengwu out of the game. After sending Luoyin away, Emo decided to earn the 10 billion first and then go back. In the secret room over at Otherworldly Entertainment, Liang Shurgwa, Peter and Chen Jue were talking about something. Liang Shurgwa's face didn't look too good. He was still suspicious of the dream he had had last night. It was just too real. A black-clothed man knocked on the door and said, "CEO Liang, someone called Emo is here to see you." Peter and Chen Jue were dazed. Emo had been here only yesterday. Why did he come again today? Invite him in, Liang Shurgwa said calmly. Director Liang, do you know why he is here? Chen Jue saw that Liang Shurgwa seemed very confident and asked. Liang Shurgwa smiled. If I'm not wrong, it should be about the crystal. How do you know? Peter asked. He seemed hesitant when I mentioned the crystal being worth 10 billion, so from that I guessed that he might actually have it on him. Liang Shurgwa said contemptuously, Mr. Liang, you're really amazing. Peter applauded. Chen Jue couldn't help but feel amazed at Liang Shurgwa's meticulousness. He then said, 10 billion is no small amount even for us. Are we really going to give it to him? If we can confirm it's on him, we might have other ways of getting it. Liang Shurgwa shook his head. You are underestimating Emo. As did I yesterday, but I won't anymore. He will still need to prove he has the power to take my 10 billion. Though. If he doesn't, then tough luck, Chen Jue sighed. No wonder Liang Shurgwa was still above him even when he didn't have any powers. Chapter 515. Never saw someone as shameless as this, Mr. Emo. I didn't expect us to meet again this soon. Please, take a seat. As soon as Emo arrived, Liang Shurgwa got up with a smile. Emo sat down and didn't seem to notice the irony on Chen Jue's face. Mr. Liang, I'm really sorry about yesterday. I have found that crystal indeed, but just like you said, that thing is of no use to me. If you can really pay 10 billion for it, I don't mind giving this crystal to you. Liang Shurgui got up excitedly and said, Mr. Yi is really an honest man.
I knew you were a good person indeed. I thought you would need some time before you can find it, but you found it this quickly.
I've prepared the 10 billion already, it's in the card. Liang Shurgui immediately took out a gold card which had many diamonds embedded onto it. It must have cost a few million just to make this card. Yi Mo shook his head. This northern sand was really earning an uncountable amount of money. They were so extravagant. Yi Mo scanned the card and soon knew what was going on. This card was a bomb, a small bomb, so that was it.
Yi Mo sneered.
He knew that Liang Shurgui had picked up on his intentional look of hesitance and prepared this card for him. The moment he gave his extreme energy stone would be the moment he died.
Although it was just a credit card bomb, Yi Mo wouldn't underestimate it. Who knew how powerful it was?
Yi Mo took the card and seemed embarrassed. Mr. Liang, I haven't even given you the crystal yet. To be taking your card already, this is a little embarrassing. Liang Shurgui sneered in his heart. You sure took the card without hesitation.
How come I don't see your embarrassment at all? But of course he wouldn't say that. He laughed and said, if I didn't trust Mr. Yi, I wouldn't be taking out the card.
There's 10 billion in the card, please check on the computer. Okay, in that case, sure. Yi Mo went to the computer and tried to log into the card. There was indeed 10 billion.
Yi Mo smiled, seemingly not seeing Liang Shurgui's contemptuous look, and asked, Mr. Liang, what is the transaction password for this card? Liang Shurgui's face changed. He didn't expect Yi Mo to want to transfer immediately, but his face soon recovered.
He said casually, you can keep this card, Mr. Yi. We might have future business interactions at which point we'll send the money into this card too, Yi Mo said with a troubled look. That's not really suitable. He changed his words. Even if I take this card, I'll still need the transfer password. Liang Shurgui cursed and could only tell Yi Mo the password.
Yi Mo transferred the 10 billion to his own account immediately, then.
Yi Mo gave the empty card to Liang Shurgui. Mr. Liang, I've transferred the money, but I don't dare take this card, it's too precious, Liang Shurgui cursed. This person was really shameless. He took the 10 billion US dollars, but was acting embarrassed about taking a card. He quickly pushed it back, though, and said, Mr. Yi, this is what you deserve.
We are really grateful to you for getting the crystal. One card means nothing.
Perhaps we can work together in the future. Yi Mo knew that Liang Shurgui wouldn't rest easy if he didn't take the card, so he took it. Seeing this, Liang Shurgui rejoiced. After you tell me where that crystal is and you leave this place, you can go die.
After you die,
we can still get the 10 billion back from your company. Then, Yi Mo took out a small bag and gave it to Liang Shurgui. Mr. Liang, see if this is your crystal. Liang Shurgui almost spat blood. He didn't expect the crystal to be in Yi Mo's pocket. He opened it as quick as he could, and what was inside was the extreme energy stone he had lost indeed. Not only Liang Shurgui's face was bad, but even Peter's and Chen Jue's as well.
This Yi Mo was slapping their face.
This guy had used their precious property to earn 10 billion and had simply been keeping it in his pockets.
The despicable thing was that he had even pretended to not know anything yesterday. Yi Mo didn't care about this. He smiled and said, Mr. Liang, if that's the crystal then I'll be going. If you have any more business, be sure to come find me.
I love doing business, okay, of course.
This crystal we have all thanks to you, Mr. Yi.
Thank you. Liang Shurgui was so angry he was about to puke blood, but he still kept thanking Yi Mo. He had decided that as soon as Yi Mo stepped out of otherworldly entertainment, he would detonate the bomb. He wouldn't care how many other people died. When Yi Mo walked out of the room, he used a trick and put the card into a corner of the door without them noticing. If he didn't fear that the bomb would be too powerful and destroy the crystal, he would have left it in Liang Shurgui's pockets. Also, he didn't want Liang Shurgui to die just yet. If he did, then even if Yi Mo would be getting 10 billion out of it, he would be fully starting war with Northern Sand. He didn't have the power for that right now, so he could only annoy Liang Shurgui and company a bit. After the crystal was shipped away, Yi Mo would be following it. He was planning on taking the other ones too. Yi Mo got to the bar as quickly as he could and didn't walk out. He asked for a drink. Liang Shurgui stared at the camera with a deathly gaze and was furious, but he couldn't do anything. If he blew it now, it might blow Yi Mo up, but otherworldly entertainment would also be done for.
although the place was worth nothing compared to Emo. He was still here too, and he wouldn't lose anything if he waited for a minute, so why not wait a bit, Emo sneered. He didn't care about drinking, but was leaving a message for Liang Shirgua. He wrote a few lines on a piece of paper and put it in an envelope for a waiter. You have to give this letter to Mr. Liang. You don't need to give it to him now, though, he's in a meeting. After he finishes work, you can give it to him. Then, Yimo gave a few $100s to the waiter before leaving. He has left. Chen Jue saw Yimo leave and immediately got excited. He will soon be able to see how this cocky guy dies. Liang Shirgua took out a remote and sneered, Mr. Chen, I'll leave you and Peter to deal with Flowing Snake. Yimo being dead, those in Flowing Snake won't be able to escape. Luo Yu is a good money-making machine. We can keep it for ourselves. Liang Shirgua pressed down on the button. Rumble, there was a huge explosion as bricks and dust fell everywhere, making Liang Shirgua and the other two dumbfounded. The explosion was huge, sure, but something didn't seem right. It should be on the streets, but why then was he feeling such a huge shock, and was his wall falling? A metal rod pierced Liang Shirgua's shoulder, making him cry out in pain. Not good, it's our building that exploded. Chen Jue reacted first. He grabbed Liang Shirgua and jumped out of the window. How could that be? The explosion should be in the street. Why is it here? Liang Shirgua murmured. There was another rumble. A waiter charged into the bar and saw Liang Shirgua on Chen Jue's back. He quickly passed the envelope. CEO Liang, a customer called Yimo left this for you. Liang Shirgua opened the letter, but the content made him spit out blood. He cursed, shameless. I've seen shameless people before, but never someone as shameless as this. Chapter 516, Send away immediately. Liang Shirgua threw the letter on the ground, and Chen Jue picked it up. The letter could be said to be very polite. Mr. Liang, ever since I found out that the crystal was your organization's, I wasn't able to sleep for the whole night. Even if there hadn't been a reward, I would have wanted to give the crystal back. Now that I already took your money, that's already embarrassing enough. How can I take such a precious card too? You're making me blush, although I know Mr. Liang genuinely wants me to have the card, but I thought about it and decided that I truly can't take it. I left the card outside the door, please check it. I am an honest man, so I shall not take something that does not belong to me. Mr. Liang also knows that I'm not the sort of person to leech on small benefits, right? If I took Mr. Liang's card, it would really go against who I am. I'm afraid Mr. Liang would still wish to give it to me, so that's why I left this letter downstairs. You must not be too kind, Mr. Liang. Chen Jue looked at Liang Shirgui in confusion. Director Liang, you're saying Emo is shameless because he knew that the card was a bomb and left it there. Liang Shirgui calmed down and frowned. Take me to the hospital first. After they got in the car, Liang Shirgui continued, he's not a god. He probably didn't know there was something wrong with the card. I'm saying that he's shameless because he took the 10 billion without a word. Yet now he's saying that it'd be ruining his good name to take this card, even saying that he had been planning to give the crystal back to us for free. Do you believe that, SHT? Just look at how fast he transferred the money away. This person is too shameless. Liang Shirgui couldn't help himself from cursing. Chen Jue frowned and said, Director Liang, I feel this whole thing is strange. If Emo really didn't know that this was a bomb, why would he give the card with the letter to the waiter? I also think Emo is a very shameless person, so for someone like him, why wouldn't he take a card that's worth a few million? Liang Shirgui calmed down. In his fury, he had ignored such an obvious problem. Yeah, why did Emo do that? But if Emo knew that was a bomb, why not just put it closer to him? Liang Shirgui suddenly felt that he couldn't see through that Emo anymore. Was this an accident? Liang Shirgui didn't believe it was. Mr. Chen and Peter, we shouldn't go to the hospital now but to the airport instead. The crystal is on us. We need to send it away immediately. It's not safe with us. I only have some minor injuries, so some slight treatment will be fine. Liang Shirgui decisively made the car drive straight to the airport. Emo was following behind, but he wasn't planning on tracking those three. He was following the crystal, which he had marked with his spirit sense. He might have traded it away, he wasn't really going to give it to Northern Sand. To Emo, following the three was honestly a relaxing endeavor. They boarded a plane to Hong Kong already half an hour later. From this, one could see their organization's capability. The plane departed quickly, and Emo followed on his flying sword, complaining how slow the plane was. 2 hours later, the plane landed in Hong Kong International Airport. As soon as the three got off, there was a car ready to pick them up. EMO followed them to a rural gas station before finally stopping. Coming there, EMO realized that this had to be a Northern Sand meeting area. The office room upstairs looked very simple. But EMO could easily tell the people working there weren't that simple. 2 of them were yellow level, and most importantly, there was a lavish room underground with the entrance to it being very hidden. EMO worried that Chen Jue would be able to see through his invisibility. Even though he was at the Qi gathering middle stage, Chen Jue was an Earth peak level master. If he noticed his Qi waves, it wouldn't be hard to discover him despite his invisibility. At the moment, Chen Jue and Peter were standing at the door, and it would be impossible to go inside without passing the 2 of them. Just when EMO was feeling troubled, Chen Jue's phone rang. He turned around and carefully whispered something. EMO knew this was a chance. Chen Jue was distracted and Peter was a mutant, so even if he was stronger than Chen Jue, he wouldn't be able to sense his Qi waves. EMO managed to enter the underground room without being caught. 4 fully armored black-clothed men stood there, all near the yellow level. EMO was worried that there would be Earth levels here, but there wasn't even a yellow level. It was pretty reasonable, though. After all, it wasn't easy to cultivate ancient martial arts. It would seem that those 4 black levels he killed last time must have had quite some status in Northern Sand. No wonder Liang Shiguai had decided not to let him go. Director Liang, you're injured? A busty beautiful woman asked. She saw the bandages on Liang Shiguai's shoulder and actually reproached him. Liang Shiguai waved his hand. Sister Ling, now isn't the time to talk about that. I've brought the thing here, and I'll be giving it to you. It's torture to have it on me. Have a look. Then, Liang Shiguai showed the crystal to the woman. The woman didn't ask any further questions. She examined the crystal carefully and nodded. It's right, this is real. Thank you, Director Liang. Elder Chu will be arriving shortly. I will ship it away with Elder Chu tonight. Please sign here. Liang Shiguai signed and rested easy. Director Liang, you seem to have encountered some trouble? Did you get this from EMO? She asked strangely. She had never seen Liang Shiguai with such a face before. Liang Shiguai nodded. Yes, we lost a lot of men this time, which I have already reported. I'm waiting for notice on how to deal with that EMO. Then, 2 more people came inside. It was an old man in his 60s and a man in his 30s, Elder Chu, Liang Shiguai, and the young woman greeted the old man as he came inside. Elder Chu nodded and said, Xiao Liang has done very well this time. He finally got the crystal. Although 10 billion is important to us, it's nothing compared to the crystal. But while knowing that EMO could kill 27 gun masters and 4 black level fighters in an instant and still acting so carelessly, making other mistakes, I can't deal with it. It must be reported. The woman looked at the old man in surprise. Director Liang made other mistakes. The old man nodded and said, after realizing that his first method was wrong, it was a good decision to openly discuss with EMO about the crystal, but he didn't even notice that EMO broke the 3 hidden cameras. Although he found out about it later on, he didn't take it seriously and wanted to use some low means to get rid of EMO, his second mistake. Then Elder Chu glanced coldly at Liang Shiguai and said, Xiao Liang, do you think someone who can sense those hidden cameras in such a short time wouldn't be able to tell there's something up with the card? Looks like you're declining now. These last 2 years have been too successful for you. If you didn't get the crystal, or if EMO had realized the use of the crystal, you would have been dead 100 times over. Northern Sand only has 5 Earth-level tertiary stage masters, and we gave you one of them and also sent Peter. Yet you went and lost 4 black level and 23 elite members. Liang Shiguai looked down and sweated but didn't dare say a word. Elder Chu seemed to feel like he had said too much and eased his tone, but you at least got the crystal back, so you should be able to keep your life. As for EMO, we should stop thinking about attacking him for now. At the moment, we probably don't have anyone who was a match for him in the organization. EMO is that strong? No one in the organization is a match for him, the young woman blurted out with shock. The old man nodded seriously. Although we can't be certain, that should be the case. We can only see whether perhaps Muzhin might be a match for him. If even he can't beat him, our only other option would be to gang up on EMO. Chapter 517, switched under their eyes, gang up on him? Will we attack him now, or should we attack his base first? That young woman asked. Elder Chu shook his head. Now is not the time to take him out. EMO gave us the crystal, meaning that he doesn't know its worth and that he doesn't want to fight us now either. It's not the time to attack his base either. We've investigated Yemo very clearly, and he's a mad dog.
According to our latest news, Hilu sect and Dien Song were almost annihilated due to him.
The number one hidden sect, the Gourd Cave, also seems to have become silent. We suspect that too is related to Yemo.
Although we most likely can't annihilate them just like that, they are probably scared of his crazy retribution. So, now is not the time to completely start war with him.
We don't have the time and effort to waste on him.
In due time, there will be someone to annihilate him. Yemo on the side really wanted to burn this Elder Chu, but he knew he couldn't touch Northern Sand yet. Northern Sand felt threatened by him a lot.
But so did he by them. He didn't have only himself to think about.
If he pissed off Northern Sand, how would he protect the people around him? Liang Shigua, Chen Jue, and Peter will stay here now and come back to HQ with me later on.
You will return immediately and keep track of Yemo and report back. Without any further notice, you must not do something like abducting his family again.
The old man looked at Liang Shigua with a serious face. Yes, Elder Chu. Liang Shigua didn't dare object. Then, Elder Chu looked at the woman and said, "Let me check the stone. If it's the right one, package it and send it away with the other one." "Yes, Elder Chu." The woman put the crystal on the table and also took out a gold case. Yemo noticed that this gold case was exactly the same as the one he had found. It seemed that he would be earning 2 crystals today. Elder Chu checked the crystal and nodded. He opened the case and put the crystal together with the other one, before covering it with a yellow cloth. At this time, Yemo used 2 ordinary stones to swap out the crystals with extremely fast speed. He was so fast that no one saw it with him being in invisibility mode. Yemo rejoiced that Chen Jue didn't come in. If he were here, he might have noticed his actions.
After taking the things, Yemo left immediately. As soon as he got to the entrance, he heard a yell in the underground room. Was it discovered this quickly? Yemo thought and scanned his spirit sense down.
Indeed, the gold case was opened again, and everyone's face was pale. Chen Jue rushed past Yemo and came into the underground room as soon as he could. Good opportunity. Yemo dashed out of the gas station and got on top of his flying sword, quickly heading to Luo Tsang. In order for Liang Shigua to not suspect him, he had to be there. "What is it, Elder Chu?" Chen Jue asked. "The crystal has been switched just now."
Sister Ling's face was also pale.
It was bright as day in there, and the gold case had remained on the table all the time. It could be said that everyone's eyes were on the case, yet from one moment to the next, the crystals turned into 2 useless stones, from the opening to the closing of the case. Only Elder Chu, only he had touched the case, but it's not like Elder Chu would have switched it.
He would be taking it away anyway. And even if he was to do it, he wouldn't do it here.
And even if he did, he wouldn't open the case a second time to check on it, yet the eerie reality was that the 2 crystals had been taken from right under their eyes. No one could shoulder this responsibility, not even Elder Chu. Immediately locked down the underground room. Do not allow anyone to go in or out. Although Elder Chu's face was pale, he was still the first to react. The person who took it must still be in this underground room. As long as the entrance was sealed, they could find out for sure. Although Chen Jue didn't quite understand what was going on, he understood from Sister Ling that the crystals seemed to have been changed. Peter was standing at the door and made sure that no one came in. No one seemed to have gone out either. Chen Jue stopped there. When he came in, he seemed to have felt a subtle chi wave next to him, but he was moving so fast then that he wasn't sure now. "I'll stay at the door over here. Elder Chu, please check inside." Chen Jue thought about that encounter and knew that might have been the thief brushing past him, but he wouldn't say that. If he did, he would be greatly responsible. He wouldn't be that dumb. So, he didn't even enter the passage to the underground room and just stood at the door. People surrounded the place and investigated all over, yet half an hour later, there was still nothing found. Elder Chu suddenly thought of something. He looked at Liang Shigua and said, "Liang Shigua, are you sure no one followed you from Luotsong to Hong Kong?" Liang Shigua was shook. They had taken an impromptu plane, how could they be followed? He knew that Elder Chu was looking for a scapegoat, so he quickly said, "Definitely not. With Mr. Chen and Peter there wouldn't be anyone capable of following us. And coming to Hong Kong was an impromptu decision.
I was in fact going to stay in the hospitable at first, but because I was afraid something would happen, I changed the plan. Liang Shirgui had managed to casually drag Chen Jue and Peter into it. Chen Jue knew what Liang Shirgui was intending, but still had to help him. Yes, Elder Chu, we were certain that no one was following us. The plane was also already full beforehand, and we used special means to get our 3 spots. No one could have known that we were coming to Hong Kong, and even if anyone did, they wouldn't be able to board the same plane as us. Despite all that, Chen Jue was afraid that they really might have been followed. But he couldn't imagine what means their tracker could have used. He thought of the chi wave he noticed before but didn't dare say anything about it. Elder Chu sneered. He knew that if he didn't find the crystal, he would be held responsible. If there was some chance, he would try to blame it on Liang Shirgui, but the crystal had disappeared after he touched it. Liang Shirgui, if that person followed you, would you know? Check Luo Tsang right now. See if Yimo was there. If not, then it was definitely him. I said it would be suicide to underestimate him. Are you still underestimating him even now? Elder Chu's voice went cold. Liang Shirgui's heart went cold too. He knew that this old thing was trying to use him as a scapegoat. Yimo had come to Lu Tsang because he had called him there. This long after the meeting, why would he still be there? Liang Shirgui was sure that if he called his men in Luo Tsang and they didn't find Yimo within 10 minutes, he would be turned into the scapegoat for sure. But if he didn't call, he would become the scapegoat just the same. When Liang Shirgui called, the old man cursed and wanted to kill Liang Shirgui immediately. If it weren't for Liang Shirgui wanting to bring the crystal back there right then, he wouldn't even have been involved in this mess. Sister Ling's face was pale too, but to her, as long as she was fine, she would be thanking God. Chen Jue also looked at Liang Shirgui with sympathy. Liang Shirgui's face was pale as he called. Everyone looked at Liang Shirgui's phone anxiously. To the people in the room, it was better to have a scapegoat than for all of them to die. Chapter 5:18. Why not take advantage when you can? Did you find Yimo? Liang Shirgui sensed his voice being shaky. He was so scared of them saying they didn't find him. The waiter sounded hesitant. CEO Liang, we didn't find Yimo's whereabouts. He did just call, though. He said dash. What did he say? Tell me, quick. Everyone was staring at Liang Shirgui, and he was also very worried himself, but his heart skipped a beat out of happiness already. It was a good sign that Yimo had called. That meant that he might still be in Luo Tsang. Yimo has apparently seen that levels 3 and above of otherworldly entertainment have collapsed and asked if you were still there and what was going on. The waiter relayed. And? Anything else? Liang Shirgui was really worried. The waiter thought, I wanted to tell you everything in one go, but you keep stopping me. But he didn't dare voice his thoughts. He thus continued, Yimo said that you really don't know how to manage a business. A perfectly good place was turned into scrap. Instead of giving him a diamond card, you might as well have given him the business. He would run it better. He even jokingly left a number, saying that if you're interested, you can give him the business, and he would come negotiate with you immediately. He said that he would be leaving Luo Tsang at night and wouldn't have time to come back for at least a week. Hence, if you need to contact him, you must do it before tonight. Give the business to him. Call him immediately, and tell him that if he can get to otherworldly entertainment right now, it's his. Quick, call him now, tell him to go there immediately, and as soon as he gets there, do a video call. Liang Shirgui said desperately. Everyone in the room had heard the phone call, but he still declared, Yimo is still in Luo Tsang, and he'll be coming to otherworldly entertainment in a few minutes. Although Liang Shirgui was giving a business to Yimo, no one laughed at him. Elder Chu's face was very bleak. He didn't expect Liang Shirgui to really be able to find Yimo in just a few minutes. This was too coincidental. The room sunk into silence. A few minutes later, Liang Shirgui's phone sounded indeed. He broadcasted the call on the projector, and the background was indeed clearly otherworldly entertainment. Yimo smiled very happily. Boss Liang, I heard your waiter say that you want to give otherworldly entertainment to me. At first, I thought, how could I possibly accept that? But since you requested it multiple times, won't I seem too fake if I don't take it? So, I'll take it. As for the takeover process, I have someone for that here. You just need to talk to him about it. But really, Boss Liang, you're truly kind. When you come back to Luo Tsang, I will treat you to dinner. As soon as Yimo finished, the manager of the place asked, CEO Liang, Should we process it straight away? Yes, do it now?
Although Liang Shiguai had saved his life, he still didn't feel good about the whole matter and hung up the phone. This place was his private property, and he had been planning on developing it well, yet now, it became someone else's. But at least this place had saved his life. Now, that old man couldn't blame it on him. Elder Chu's face was getting paler and paler. Everyone in the room had been searched, including Sister Ling. Although this room was quite grandiose, it wasn't that big. And even with the detector here, the crystals were still not found. The old man knew he needed a scapegoat, or he would be dead for sure. No matter how high his status was, nothing but death awaited him if he lost 2 crystals in a row. He looked at Sister Ling. Her face was already pale, and now that Elder Chu looked over, her heart went cold.
She knew she was done for. Lu Lin, I might not know how you took the energy stones. This isn't something I can decide on now anyway.
Chen Xue, take Lu Lin away immediately and head to the headquarters with me. He knew there was no point in staying here any longer. If the stone was still here, the detector would have detected it. Since it didn't, that meant that the stone had been taken away. Sister Ling was shaking, but she couldn't even say a word.
She knew anything she said would be useless.
Other than Liang Shiguai. She had been the closest to the stone. She finally understood why Wendong and Feng Tian would risk death to run away from Northern Sand. When Wendong left, she didn't leave for the Space Flower blueprint. Now, she had seen through what sort of a place Northern Sand was. Funny that she only understood now. The old man wasn't happy at all. He knew that even if Lu Ling was somehow confirmed as the culprit, that would at most enable him to barely escape death. Yimo was very happy. He had only gone there to provide himself with an alibi, but Liang Shiguai actually gave the entire business to him. Although he didn't know why Liang Shiguai was being so generous, it would be a waste not to take it. Before Liang Shiguai could get back, he would hurry the manager to do the transfer. After that, Yimo stopped the operations of the business while he went back to Flowing Snake. If Northern Sand knew that he had taken both 2 crystals and the money, they would go crazy. So the first thing he did when he got back to Flowing Snake was to make Shui Weiwa speed up the construction of Flowing Snake, and the second was to see Zhang Jingxia. Sui Weiwa got $10 billion out of nowhere and finally felt relaxed. With this money, it would go much faster to construct Flowing Snake. Although he knew that Yimo was fine, Zhang Jingxia still felt greatly relieved upon seeing Yimo. Brother Zhang. It seems you worry for me a lot, Yimo joked. Zhang Jingxia nodded. Yes, after that day, I felt something wasn't right.
And as expected, Fengwu kept stalling intentionally and headed to the gourd cave only the second day. Yimo immediately understood that Fengwu had indeed known that Xiang Mingwang was setting him up. Seeing Yimo nod, Zhang Jingxia immediately asked, Brother Yi, after I realized this, gourd cave had already sealed their mountain. What's going on? How could Xiang Mingwang seal the sect before going to the spirit well? Did he not attack you? Yimo didn't hide anything and said, Xiang Mingwang indeed tried to kill me, so I didn't hold back. The gourd cave has been annihilated now. So there won't be any gourd cave anymore, what?
Zhang Jingxia thought he had misheard.
He got up abruptly and looked at Yimo in shock. You annihilated the gourd cave?
By yourself, gourd cave was the strongest hidden sect.
No matter how strong Yimo was, he couldn't be that strong, right? Before Yimo could reply, he continued, doesn't the gourd cave have a sect leader that's said to be half-step Great Heaven? Did he not come out? Yimo remembered the battle and still felt some post-traumatic fear?
He nodded, yes, I almost died to Ren Pingxuan's hands.
That old thing was too strong. If it wasn't for a lucky coincidence, I wouldn't have been able to come out. He's the strongest person I've met.
Even Wu Dao probably wasn't a match for him. Zhang Jingxia breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Yi, that was too risky. I didn't expect it at the time, but that Xiang Mingwan was really evil.
You shouldn't spread the news, though.
I'm afraid that Fengwu might use this to act up. Jiuming Academy still has their head principal. It's said that he's on the same level as Ren Pingxuan.
You need to be careful of them.
They are said to be stronger than the gourd cave, but just supposedly don't like stealing the show. Yimo agreed to Zhang Jingxia's words. By the way, Brother Zhang, did you find the spirit well? To Yimo that was the most important matter. Zhang Jingxia nodded and said,
I went there with Fengwu, but there was a problem. Hearing this, Yimo asked worriedly, What happened? Chapter 519. Returning to Sinai, the spirit well's entrance is in the back valley of the gourd cave, but when we got there, we saw the valley had collapsed on a large scale, and we quickly left. When we went there again, that part had been covered. Even if the spirit well is still there, it should be crushed, Zheng Jingxia said with regret. Yi Mo thought that the collapse must be related to Rin Pingchuan. Thinking about this, he asked, "Can't you dig it open?" Zheng Jingxia looked at Yi Mo strangely. The entire valley collapsed. Even if you dig it open, the spirit well should have been crushed. Besides, it's not easy to dig out an entire valley. That valley is on the edge of a cliff, so machines can't even get in. It needs to be dug out by hand. Yi Mo nodded and said, "Then could you draw me the position of that valley?" "If I have the chance, I'd like to go see." Zheng Jingxia did so without hesitation. "Brother Yi, I'm happy that you're fine. I'll be going back now. I'll leave you with a way to contact me, so if you need help, just come find me," Zheng Jingxia said before he left. After that, Yi Mo found Su Ping. Su Ping seemed very busy and worried. As an ancient martial artist, he of course knew too well who Yi Mo had offended. "Second brother, rest assured, give me another year or two, and I'll have greatly increased my own power," Yi Mo said as he noticed Su Ping's worry. "But I heard sect leader Zhang say that you offended the gourd cave. They are a bunch of cruel people," Su Ping said worriedly. "Second brother, don't worry, I've recently got news of Luo Ying's whereabouts, so I'll be going out to look for her. I came to see you, because I want you to build an army in Flowing Snake. As for the gourd cave, they won't be annoying us for sure. I've already annihilated them." The reason why Yi Mo entrusted the safety of Flowing Snake to Su Ping was firstly because he was at the Earth level primary stage, and secondly because Su Ping and him were brothers. "What? You annihilated the gourd cave?" Su Ping's reaction was the same as Zheng Jingxia's. He almost couldn't believe Yi Mo's words. Yi Mo didn't explain any further. Su Ping remembered Yi Mo's first words and asked with even more shock, "You want Flowing Snake to have its own army?" Yi Mo nodded. "Yes, without our own army, Flowing Snake can't protect itself. I only want to build a self-defense army over here. I haven't decided where to build the real army yet. I'm going to check out a place today. If I make up my mind, I'll tell you." In Yi Mo's opinion, the real place to build an army should be Sinai. In fact, he wanted to see if he could build a city there. If it was a place suitable for living, he wouldn't mind moving all of Flowing Snake's facilities there. In the depth of his heart, Yi Mo didn't want to build his city right next to China. Despite his relatives coming from China, he had his worries about living so close to it. He wanted to build a city so that the people he cared about could live well without corruption. If the place got prosperous, all sorts of problems would appear and the big countries would get jealous. Yi Mo didn't want any conflicts with China. After all, Elder Han was on good terms with him. If it was any other place and someone dared scheme for his place, he would destroy the country if he had to, but other than Flowing Snake, he had no better place to go. Earth had been developing for many, many years, and all the good land had been taken. "I don't have a problem with that, leave things here to me. As long as the people from the hidden sects don't come, I believe I can handle anything," Su Ping said seriously. He knew his third brother was no ordinary person, so even if he would try to build a country, he would help him without hesitation. Yi Mo left Flowing Snake and went to Sinai before going to the Taklamakan desert first. He really wanted to know how Lone Wolf's Nan Chang was doing. Had he grasped the power tightly in his hands? Yi Mo came by himself this time. When Yi Mo came the first time, the outskirts of Sinai had formed some simple commercial districts, and many of the families of the soldiers lived quite well there. But now that Yi Mo came again, he almost couldn't believe it to be the same place he came to before. Everything was tattered and in ruins. Yi Mo frowned. What was Lone Wolf doing? It had been this long yet he couldn't even control Nanqing. Who goes there? Stop! Yi Mo noticed the two guards at the broken watchtower. He walked over nonetheless but was stopped. "Tell Lone Wolf to come see me," Yi Mo said. Hearing this, the two guards stared at Yi Mo for a long time before asking, "Where do you come from?" "The airport here has been closed and the ships are controlled." Just when Yi Mo wanted to kick them away, a middle-aged man ran over quickly. He pulled the two guards away and bowed to Yi Mo. "Yi Qianbei, Li Sandao greets you." "Li Sandao?" Yi Mo looked at this man and immediately remembered that he was Chen Longto's trusted follower and the general of his army. Yi Mo didn't expect him to still be alive. He had left him to Lone Wolf, but now, he didn't see Lone Wolf and saw him instead. Where is Lone Wolf? How come I don't see him? Yemo came looking for Lone Wolf. He wanted to know if Sinai was suitable for living. Li Sandao said respectfully. He passed away 2 months ago. Lone Wolf had died? Even though he had injured Lone Wolf, he was still the strongest around. How could he suddenly die? Seeing that Yemo wasn't happy, Li Sandao quickly informed. Lone Wolf fought with the other elders of Nanchang and was injured in a fight. Yemo shook his head. This Lone Wolf was indeed someone with great dreams, but low capabilities. Now that he was killed by someone, Yemo didn't really care. He asked Li Sandao instead, who's managing Nanchang now then. Li Sandao didn't reply directly. He said carefully, Yi Qianbei, please come inside for a talk. Yemo immediately understood that Li Sandao probably wasn't the one in power. Li Sandao brought Yemo into a normal brick house. There were some troops guarding outside. Yemo looked strangely at Li Sandao. Even if Lone Wolf is no more, you must still be at the management level, right? Isn't the meeting room in a luxurious hall? Why are we at this place? Li Sandao sighed. Nanchang is already dead. It's being controlled by some Hungarian called Freddy. He is the one who killed Lone Wolf. If I were able to leave Sinai, I would have. And because I didn't want to join his side, I'd been suppressed heavily. If I didn't have a few trusted brothers, I would have been dead already. But even so, if I don't find a way to leave, I will eventually fall into his hands. Chapter 520. Taking land. Nanchang was being controlled by a Hungarian. Yemo was speechless, but he didn't really care. Yemo didn't seem to notice Li Sandao's expectant look and continued. Sinai is a good place to store an army. You've been here the longest. Tell me, is Sinai suitable for living? How big is it? What are some of its special landmarks? Li Sandao was disappointed that Yemo didn't talk about getting revenge for Lone Wolf, but he knew Yemo's power and didn't dare not reply to his questions. Sinai faces the sea in 3 directions. It has some mountains and plateaus, but mainly consists out of forests. There are some natives. It has rich freshwater sources and distinct seasons. Although there are sometimes hurricanes, all in all, it's not a bad place to live, Li Sandao said. Yemo continued his questioning. How many natives are here? How big is the land area? Which country does it belong to? After these questions, Li Sandao realized that Yemo was thinking about taking Sinai for himself. He had a look of worry but still replied. Including the forests, it has a land area of nearly 20.000 square kilometers. There aren't many natives, and they are very separated. It doesn't belong to any country now, either. If I wanted to take over this place, what ideas would you have for dealing with the natives? Yemo had already decided that Sinai had to become his land after hearing that. After asking all these questions, he would go investigate himself too. It didn't belong to any country? This was just too good, Li Sandao said worriedly. Yi Qianbei, if you want to store your army here, the natives would be easy to deal with, but the problem would be with the Americans. Yemo asked in surprise. It's around 10.000 kilometers away from the US. And it doesn't belong to any country. What has it got to do with the US? Li Sandao explained without having to think. The reason why this good land doesn't belong to anyone yet is because it's in the middle region of Kenya and Ethiopia. Those 2 countries have fought many times over who the land belongs to and negotiated for nearly 10 years. Even still, they couldn't come to a decision, so it dragged on and on. That's when the US intervened and promised something to the 2 countries, even though it seemed as if they weren't doing anything about it anymore. The US people did come a couple of times. I believe they want the place too. Otherwise, why would they come over multiple times? There might be some mines and natural resources here. Yemo nodded and said, wait for me here. I will go out to have a look. Then, Yemo went on his flying sword into the air. He needed to confirm whether this place was like what Li Sandao had said. If it was, then he had to take it. He would kill whoever tried to stop him. In the air of Sinai, it was clear and on 3 sides of it one could see the sea. If one ignored its small connection to the mainland, Sinai was an island. It had more than 10 freshwater sources, and the mountains were lushly green. Yemo immediately came to like the place. He could build a country here, much less a city. If he set up some proper marine defense, this place would be in a good choke point during war. Even though modern warfare involved aerial battle as well, this place still seemed very good to Yemo. It shall be Sinai. From now on, this will be my city, Yemo nodded.
He returned to Lee Sandow and knew it's best to get started early. Since the Americans were already looking into the place, he had to take over before they could. After coming back, Yemo called Su Yuehua, Sister Yuehua, I found a better place to build a city than Flowing Snake.
You should gather the materials at Flowing Snake first, though. Su Yuehua was dazed by Yemo's words and reacted after a long while. She asked, you said that you found a better place to build a city than Flowing Snake? Does that place belong to a country?
Yemo immediately said, it's the original base of Nanqing. There's about 20.000 square kilometers of land, and it doesn't belong to anyone. Su Yuehua almost dropped the phone to the ground.
The first thing she wanted to do was to stop Yemo's crazy idea. President Yi, do you know what you're doing? How can I not know about Sina? Why would this fertile land not belong to anyone? Do you know why two countries have fought over that land for a long time yet still didn't come to a resolution? It's because of another party who wants the place and it's intervening? This intervening country is powerful, and the two countries fighting over it don't want to offend anyone, so they still haven't been able to settle it even after a decade.
Yemo smiled, so we need to take over quickly. If we get it first, then the US would have to find some other excuse.
And if they're really going to fight us, I don't mind.
Sister Yuehua, prepare everything, hire large amounts of planes and ships, send them to Sina and start building this place.
At the same time, we need to transfer our Luoyu corporation here. Change Sina to Luoyu and announce it to the world. Then, Yemo called Su Ping to say that he would be back in Flowing Snake soon. Yemo's call made Flowing Snake bustle again. Lee Sandow watched as Yemo put the phone down and was dumbfounded. He didn't think that Yemo would be this crazy to declare Sina as his place and change its name. Yemo said to Lee Sandow, bring me to see that Freddy. Lee Sandow knew Yemo's power and didn't hesitate to show him the way. Lee, who let you come to my land? As soon as they neared the luxurious hall Chen Longtu had left behind, someone reproached them. It was in Chinese but not very fluently. He's Freddy? Yemo looked at the big bearded guy and asked. Lee Sandow quickly nodded, yes, he's Freddy.
The 30 people behind him are elite troops with their equipment also being first class. Seeing this, Yemo let himself go loose.
He wasn't planning on negotiating with them.
These troops wouldn't cost him much effort at all. After some wind blades, the troops were all killed by the time Freddy could gather himself. Lee Sandow looked at the ground full of blood. He knew that Yemo was very strong and wouldn't be afraid of Freddy, but he didn't expect the battle to be this easy.
It was like stomping on some ants. Yemo patted the dumbfounded Lee Sandow, who woke up and said dazedly, it's over. He thought there would be a huge battle at least. Yes, it's over. I said that this would be my land, so it will be. Lee Sandow, do you wish to work for me? Yemo needed someone who was familiar with the place.
It would save his people a lot of trouble. Lee Sandow considered it.
Yemo was the strongest person he had ever seen, and since Yemo would control this land and he had nowhere to go anyway, why not stay? Yi Chenbei, I'm willing to work for you.
I'll go through fire. Before he could finish his promise, he was stopped by Yemo. Lee Sandow, I don't need you to go through fire. You just need to help my second brother, Su Ping, organize the army.
How many people do you have now? There's about 200 brothers in Sina. Yemo nodded. I'll leave this place to you. I will bring the people here. In the meantime, start organizing the outskirts, especially the airport and seaport.
We will be using it soon. As soon as Yemo had said this, there was a huge rumble in the air. It was a plane, planning to land at Sina's airport. Chapter 521, Building Luoyu. Seeing this, Lee Sandow's face changed, and he said, that's the American prospector.
He came about a week ago too, and now they're back. Does Freddy not care about them?
Yemo asked. Lee Sandow shook his head, he doesn't dare touch them. I'm sure that if they seized Sina, Freddy would be the first to surrender. What do they usually do here?
Yemo nodded and asked, I think they want to build a huge touristic city, a money-making machine.
Last time, they were checking the earth content in the forests. Lee Sandow still had no faith in fighting the Americans. Just as Lee Sandow and Yemo were talking, more than 10 people got off the plane. Other than the first few, most of them were fully armed. They had brought some US troops. Go over and take a look, Yemo said to Lee Sandow.
He didn't want the US to grab a hold of the territory before he occupied it. 30 to 40 men followed behind Li Sandow. When the two parties met, a yellow-skinned man glanced at Li Sandow and asked casually, "You're Li Sandow?" Before Li Sandow could reply, he continued, "We will be prospecting here for a few days.
You have no business here. Make sure your men don't walk around casually and tell Freddy to keep it down." Then, he signaled for the men behind him to move, and they carried all sorts of equipments with them, taking the road to the forest. Guillermo really wanted to throw a wind blade over, but he knew that wouldn't solve the problem. He said to Li Sandow, "These Americans should leave soon.
After they do as I tell you. Our men will arrive in 3 days.
Also, if the Americans ask how their men died, tell them that people happen to suddenly die here and there without warning.
Tell your men to say the same thing.
Furthermore, you need to take control of Freddy's men as quickly as you can. Those who don't surrender, kill them." Although he didn't know why EMO had so much confidence, Li Sandow still did as he was told. Seeing them leave, the Americans didn't care. In their eyes, Li Sandow was just a small-time gangster.
Far from a match for the US government, EMO walked into the forest after these people.
He was thinking, if only I had a ghost, it'd be a breeze to kill them all, but without it, he could only do it himself. After his targets entered the forest, he started conjuring his chi into needles he would kill with. That way, no one be able to explain how they had died. Before fully taking over Sinai, EMO wouldn't openly slaughter. Once he did, though, he would. As the soldiers walked, they were looking around. Meanwhile, a few gunshots sounded, but soon after, everything calmed down. After a while, EMO figured that Li Sandow must have managed to control Freddy's men by then, so he started shooting his needle-shaped chi into the Americans' ears. When the first soldier fell down, people just assumed there had to be some poisonous snakes nearby, hence they started injecting themselves with anti-venom and started watching out for snakes. When the second and third soldier fell down, though, the Americans had to halt their movements. When the fourth, fifth, sixth soldier died, they started to worry and retreated back to the outside. "It's a curse, this is a cursed forest.
Leave immediately and report the news," a gray-clothed American yelled.
A curse was the best explanation.
It didn't seem like anyone was attacking them, at least not that they could see. The dead soldiers didn't even have a wound. What else could it be other than a curse? EMO wouldn't kill them all. He needed someone to report back.
He was sure that the US would send more people, but that would take a couple of days. By that time, he will have declared Sinai to be his. The Americans tried to carry the dead bodies at first, but as more people died, they didn't dare to and just dumped them in the forest. By the time they made it out, only 2 remained. They had been spared by EMO intentionally. They stood outside the forest, still fearing for their lives.
They wouldn't dare enter this forest ever again. To them, this forest was a demon's forest. EMO had predicted correctly.
The first thing the 2 survivors did was to find Li Sandow. Li Sandow kept his people in check as the 2 Americans came over. And they communicated. As Li Sandow heard that they only had 2 men left such a short time after entering the forest, he was shocked. He thought of Emo's words and was sure that he had done this. While silently admiring Emo's power, he said exactly what Emo had told him to say. That occasionally there were strange deaths around the area. Sometimes there would be none, and sometimes it would happen one after the other. When they heard this, their face turned bad. They didn't ask any further questions as they would never imagine that Li Sandow would dare trick them. After their plane left Sinai, Emo thought in contempt, "This was the last time your plane was able to land in Sinai. There won't be a next time." When Emo got to Flowing Snake, everyone was already waiting for him.
Even Luo Yin and Luo Fei had come. They didn't seem to be in any conflict anymore.
Emo didn't know how they had resolved things, but that wasn't what he cared about now. There was a lot of content to discuss in the ensuing meeting, but everything was quickly settled. Su Ping brought his couple of 100 guards to Sinai first. Su Yuehua would go there at the same time. As for the builders, they would all go on a big plane to Sinai together.
The big machines would be shipped, and Emo would leave all dealings with the Chinese government to Yiling. Yiling would contact Yi Zifeng.
And they would take care of everything on that front. Luo Yu rented all necessary transportation vehicles. After all, they might be rich, but they weren't so rich as to casually buy so many planes and ships. Other than that, Flowing Snake started a population tally. Those wanting to live at Sinai would be getting permanent residence, and once Luoyu City was built, they would be citizens of and protected by Luoyu City. Flowing Snake had nearly 150,000 people right now, but most of them were businessmen. There weren't many long-term residents, only about 60,000. As soon as Luoyu made their announcement, it swept through the whole world in a very short time. Some astute tradespeople quickly started making preparations for moving to Sina. But what shocked people the most was Luoyu's announcement to the world that they would be moving to Sina and changing the place's name to Luoyu, building their own city, Luoyu City. They also declared that Luoyu City would not belong to any country, and since it was founded by Chinese nationals, the Chinese would have special advantages when applying for permanent residence. Luoyu had dared seize ownerless land and declare it to the world. This took the US by surprise and shocked the globe. What shocked people even more was that they stated that after the city was built, any armed forces nearing Luoyu without Luoyu's consent would be annihilated. Chapter 522, prepared to reap the benefits. Should we send a document to the Commonwealth? Su Yuehua looked at Yi Mo worriedly. Although the construction had begun, it would take a few years to finish. Yi Mo smiled. Don't worry, all we need to do now is to earn money and build Luoyu. We don't need to worry about anything else. Even if we gave them a document, do you think they would just accept us? Of course not. Since the US wants this place, they won't let us stay forever no matter what. I'm also afraid that the US would find an excuse to solve the matter through war, Su Yuehua said with concern. Yi Mo hesitated for a while before nodding. Although documents like that are useless, maybe send one over after all. So that we have an excuse. Yi Mo was preparing to go to the desert to find Luoyu when he was free. If he could, that would be great, but if he couldn't, he would go find those 4 crystals and try to reach stage 5. Once he did, then even radars wouldn't be able to detect him. The US Navy and Air Force would be nothing to him. Although they were tight on money, Su Yuehua still bought 10 ships through all sorts of channels, buying a bunch of weapons as well. She couldn't rely on Yi Mo to solve everything. She also started expanding Luoyu's airport. Other than that, they started building a port. That would be the foundation of Luoyu's wealth. Li Sandao brought his men over. And they also joined the construction of Luoyu City. Food, supplies, machinery were all being shipped incessantly to Luoyu. Yi Mo just realized that even with a money-printing business like Luoyu, it still wouldn't be enough. Yi Mo felt like he was going through really tough times. He either needed to borrow money or earn money. Otherwise, his Luoyu would become the biggest joke on earth. At this time though, Mo Kong brought his Hong Kong Mo Corporation over and joined Luoyu, providing them with $5 billion worth of funds, but that still wasn't enough. Thus, Luoyu made a third notice. Luoyu formed the Luoyu Immortal Treatment Hospital and promised they could cure any disease at all. Scaring the world, however, their price was also scary. The starting price was $100 million. They wouldn't cure for anything below that. They also had 3 rules. First, as long as the person wasn't dead and you had the money, you can regain your health at Luoyu. Second, if you're close to death, you can also ask to live longer, $100 million a year for at most 10 years. Third, if you want to keep your looks forever, you can also come and get the face-preserving pill for $1 billion. Yi Mo knew this was practically robbing money, but he couldn't help but invent such stringent requirements. If everyone went to the hospital for treatment, he wouldn't have enough time to treat them. He was planning on going to find Luoying after prospecting Sina, but because of the Americans, he had to stay there until he officially owned the place. The route to Luoyu from Sri Lanka's airport was opened once more, but the conditions had changed. Back in Qian Longto's time, the planes were rented, but now the planes belonged to Luoyu. There was only one flight a day, which was for the people seeking help at Luoyu's hospital. The news was like falling bombshells, catching the attention of the world as it caused much more astonishment than the beauty pill. Yi Mo stayed in Sina, fearing the Americans would do something, or perhaps Kenya and Ethiopia, but even after a month had passed, there was nothing at all. Even other countries thought it strange too. However, the Americans had indeed handed a document to the Commonwealth as soon as they could, rejecting the seizure of Sina by Luoyu. Meanwhile, Yi Mo got his first patient. In the White House, the president and congressmen of the 2 parties, as well as other institute members, had all gathered here. They were taken by surprise how fast Luoyu had taken over Sina. Now, they needed to find a good solution to the problem. Luoyu had taken a hold of over Sina before they could react and changed its name to Luoyu, declaring independence. If the Americans just let that happen, they wouldn't be Americans. Without US intervention, Sina would have long been taken over. No one dared take food from the US's mouth, yet Luoyu had slapped their face.
we should drop the matter of the ghostly death of the prospector team and take back Sina first, the head of the NSA, Johnston, spoke. When he heard that a small corporation took over Sina, disregarding subtle international game rules, he was quite unhappy. If he were the Navy general, he would have ordered an attack already. No one answered his words. Although everyone agreed to his opinion, Sina was no one's property. If they attacked now, they would have no justifiable reason. Luoyu was different from Nanchang. Nanchang were like natives to the US. When the US needed to excavate Nanchang, they would send an army to get rid of them. But now Luoyu had declared independence. Everyone knew that Luoyu would eventually leave under the pressure of the US, but it was a matter of how they applied that pressure. They couldn't just send their army over. After all, the US had to care about their reputation. The president looked at Congressman Bills, and Bills walked over to a large map and pointed at Luoyu. I believe everyone knows where this is. We wanted this place because we found a uranium mine there in the first place. But even without that, it would be a good touristic area. Bills paused and then continued, this is a great port location and a good place for export. But no matter what we build there, it would still be quite far from the US. Luoyu is different. Once they build their factories there and export their products, wouldn't it be like printing dollars? So you mean to say that Luoyu suits the place more than us, and we should just let them take it? Johnston sneered. Bills ignored him and continued, a few days ago, our prospector team encountered an eerie event. More than 10 men died for no reason. I think God is just. Since Luoyu took over Sina, why not let them find out what that thing was? Congressman Bills, if that's your conclusion after saying that much, we might as well have asked a random citizen on the road. Perhaps they could provide some more constructive ideas. Johnston said. After no one spoke up for a while, someone got up and said, I agree to Congressman Bill's words. Let them stay and build their factories. After they prepare everything and start shipping their products, we can go have our holiday there. But before that, we should send something to the Commonwealth for our future plans. His words woke everyone up. They could just let Luoyu build everything and then take it all. What could earn more money in the world than Luoyu? Chapter 523, Treating Patients. Meanwhile, Yemo was unaware of the American's intentions. He was treating his first patient, an oil tycoon from Kuwait called Amor. His condition was very serious and he was about to die. If he had had somewhere else to go treat his disease, he wouldn't have come to Luoyu. Amor's disease was that he couldn't stop sleeping. He had been all over the world to see specialists, but they couldn't cure him. His disease sounded simple, but his condition was very serious. He could stay awake for at most 10 minutes, and then he would fall asleep again. Moreover, when he was asleep, his organs deteriorated at a rapid rate. A famous doctor in Canada injected him a serum, but it had a side effect, made him age very quickly. Now, he grew older even faster, because his family was too big and he had to deal with a lot of things. He had to keep injecting the serum and now, he was on the brink of death. If Luoyu's beauty pill wasn't absurdly potent, he wouldn't have trusted going to that new city for his disease. His older son Jesse, his wife Anna and a few bodyguards came with him. Other than this, the famous CBS News channel also came to Luoyu. Jesse invited them. They had given that hospital a huge amount of money to have their dad treated, so they invited CBS in case of anything went wrong. CBS was very happy to join them. They wanted first-hand news about Luoyu, but Luoyu didn't welcome anyone and there were more than 10 ships patrolling. Emo had seen Amor's disease before, but it was at a really advanced stage in his case. After cultivating, he had learned that it was due to the meridian's withering. The only way to cure him was to inject chi into the meridian, allowing it to recover life force, but before curing him, Emo asked how much Amor had. He knew that not all rich people could take out 100 million just like that. Of course, the real rich people didn't appear on Forbes. At any place in time, the real wealthy people hid under the ground. Everyone was used to measuring someone's wealth through their assets, but this couldn't include everyone. Amor was like that. Through Su Yuehua, he had found out that Amor's assets didn't rank very high in the world rankings. He had around 10 billion. But Yemo knew that this figure wasn't accurate, seeing Yemo not talk for a long time. Jesse frowned. If it hadn't been for the constant fighting about the distribution of his wealth, he wouldn't bring his father there. But of course, if his father could really be cured, it wouldn't be bad for him. Doctor, can you cure my father's disease? Jesse said. Yemo nodded. I can, but the medicine for it will be expensive. I need 1 billion. Yemo had thought about this, he couldn't stay there to treat people. In the past month, there really hadn't been patience. He might as well do it, leave Luo Yu and focus on getting stronger. 1 billion? Jesse fell silent. That sum was no small deal, even for their family, but it didn't matter that much. Yemo looked at Jesse and said, "You don't need to worry about me cheating you. CBS is here. If I wanted to avoid public outrage, I wouldn't cheat you. Of course, you can also pay after I cure your father." Jesse nodded and agreed. Although 1 billion was a bit much, it was worth it if it could save his father. Yemo was very straightforward. Since he got into an agreement with Jesse, he immediately started treating his father. Of course, he didn't let anyone see the process. He sent everyone out before using his chi to help Amor recover his meridians. Although Yemo was at stage 4 middle level, he still spent 2 entire hours on him. After recovering his meridians, Amor fell asleep. Yemo then took out a small piece of the 1,000-year snow lotus and made a serum with that, which he fed it to Amor. After this, Yemo woke Amor up with acupuncture and then opened the door. It had been 3 consecutive hours. If Guo Chi's squad hadn't looked that ferocious, Jesse would have charged inside. Amor had just woken up and looked confused as his wife and son charged in. He clearly didn't know what had happened. Anna and Jesse looked at Amor in disbelief. His face looked 10 years. They knew that Amor was better than ever. The family chatted and finally understood what was going on. When Amor knew of the situation, he immediately crawled up to thank Yemo. Although 1 billion was a bit much, to him it wasn't. Even if it had costed 10 billion, he would have still paid it if it saved him. Without any hesitation, Amor made Jesse transfer the money to Luo Yu. He could tell how good his condition was. He felt very energetic and hungry. There was no way he wasn't healthy again. CBS recorded the entire family's conversation and their gratitude to Yemo. Although CBS requested Yemo to take off his mask over and over, he refused. He still had a lot of enemies, and other than Northern Sand, there was America now. Su Yuehua didn't stay around with the family, and they didn't want to stay there either. Amor had too many things to take care of. If he hadn't woken up, his family and his whole business would have been completely devoured. This money was too easy to earn. Su Yuehua got the 1 billion inside. Yemo shook his head. There won't be a lot of opportunities like this. After all, there are very few people who can spend 100 million US dollars just like that. Sister Yuehua, you need to speed up the construction of Luo Yu. Also, give a portion of the money to Su Ping in order to build the army. We need the soldiers to swear loyalty to Luo Yu. Also, we need to be able to protect ourselves. I know, I've already discussed this with Su Ping. The project for building the army has been progressing very well. Many people are willing to stay here. Modern warfare doesn't need a lot of soldiers, but rather money and scientists. We've been inviting all sorts of people from all over the world. In a few years' time, it will all have changed. I'm just afraid that the US might suddenly attack, Su Yuehua said worriedly. Yemo also frowned. He didn't understand why the US had done nothing after he had killed their soldiers. This didn't seem like them. Why hasn't the US come already? Yemo subconsciously asked. He stayed there so that if any US soldiers came, he could kill them all, but they hadn't sent anyone. What were they doing? Will they wait until Luo Yu almost finishes its constructions and then look for trouble? Su Yuehua asked. Yemo smiled. Do you think this is a children's game? After we finish building everything, they plan to just come and ruin it all? They would never do anything that didn't profit them. Suddenly, Yemo stopped. He finally understood why the US wasn't attacking Luo Yu for now, so that's it. Yemo breathed it easy instead. Chapter 524, The Stone Pond That Disappeared. What is it? Su Yuehua quickly asked. Yemo sneered and said, they probably want us to finish moving all of Flowing Snake's factories first and then take over the place. Before that, they won't say anything, and other countries would never do anything either. In fact, they might even offer to help us. Su Yuehua soon understood what Yemo meant. Luo Yu was in Flowing Snake, and even if the US wanted it, they wouldn't dare take it. At Luo Yu City though, it was different. They had an excuse to come at any time. Yemo didn't mind at all and said, as long as they give us time, it will be easy for us. You should hurry the construction of the city.
but don't worry about bringing the factories over yet. When Luoyu City is about to finish, only then will we build the factories.
Drag out the time, make it big and grandiose and build lots. Just make sure that the Americans don't suspect that we've seen through their plan.
But first, you need to tell Yang Jiao and Fong Nan to increase security around the factories. After guessing the US's intentions, Mo actually calmed down.
This wasn't a bad thing for him. He would use the time to cultivate and try to initiate a breakthrough. If the US invaded them, the real fighting power would be him, after all. It would be a joke to depend solely on the Luoyu army to stop them. Sister Yuewa, I'll leave this to you. I need to go out now, but I'll keep my phone on me, so if anything's up, just call me.
Mo wanted to find those 4 stones. He also told Su Yuehua to try and keep the scientists that might come, if they come at all.
Mo finally understood why the Black Sun Empire wanted to kidnap scientists. At the same time as Mo left, heated debate on Luoyu City was held all over the world. Amor was a world-class wealthy man and many people knew about the gravity of his disease. Many elite hospitals and doctors had declared his imminent death inevitable. Yet after he spent a mere billion, he actually got cured in 3 hours. He was even 10 years younger. This was a miracle. If anyone still felt suspicious about the matter, CBS's on-the-spot interview was the best evidence. According to the journalist, Amor had called the expenditure the most worthy $1 billion he had ever spent. There were even reporters sent out to interview Luoyu's CEO, Yu Miaodan. Yu Miaodan's words were very simple: "This is the power of Luoyu. As long as you believe in us, we will be able to show you miracles." Many sick, wealthy people went to Luoyu to look for a way to be treated at its immortal hospital, but the prices were simply too exorbitant. Average wealthy people couldn't afford it. Although there were very few people who could go for the treatment, that didn't mean there were none. Luoyu City was seen more and more as a metaphysical and magical place. Many people even went to their website to check out the rules for becoming a resident. How did you become a permanent resident? There were some requirements. For example, experts in special fields were welcomed especially. And there was one rule above all. Luoyu City was not a haven for crime. Any criminals would be executed upon identification. Despite the already severe requirements for joining Luoyu, many people knew that it would only get more and more difficult in the future. It would be much easier to go at this time than later on. What was the biggest news in the world? Luoyu building a city, of course. What was the biggest name in the world? Luoyu Immortal Hospital, of course. What was the biggest trend in the world? Joining Luoyu City, of course. All sorts of news about Luoyu spread out. Eventually the name Luoyu City was ignored, and instead, many people called it Luo Immortal City. Mo didn't go to the Mayanyai Snow Mountains right away. He went to the desert first. Since he had that photo, if he didn't go check it out, he wouldn't be able to sleep well. Due to Luoyu City, he was 1 month behind schedule. The Taklamakan Desert was still the same as before. But Mo's mood while being there was much different. Last time, he had been only stage 2 and surrounded by Qian Lunto's men. He was almost devoured by the desert, barely not dying of thirst. Mo landed inside a cave corroded by wind. He remembered this place clearly. It was in this cave that he reached stage 3 as he was nearing death. Mo had returned, and the cave was still there, but the yellow-dressed girl was not. Mo stood in the cave for a long time and felt disappointed. Mo sighed and investigated the back of the cave. It was near the huge rock and pool of water that were there that he had given Luo Ying her birthday present. Although he didn't know that Susu was Luo Ying at the time. He had fallen in love with her nonetheless. Now that he had come again, he was dazed. That huge rock was still there, but the rocky pond was gone. Who could possibly take away a stone pond in the desert? He had given the stone pond to Luo Ying, yet now it had been taken away. Mo stood there, dazed and feeling empty, as though he had lost the most precious thing in the world. Mo suddenly thought, who could have taken it away? Other than Luo Ying knowing about it, who on earth could have found it? Susu. Mo whispered subconsciously. His master must have been here and taken the gift he had given her. It was definitely Luo Ying. Did she miss him? Why didn't she come looking for him? Even though she was yellow level middle stage, he knew how hard it would have been to bring the stone pond from the desert. She wouldn't have found anyone to help her either. He really wondered how she had taken it away. Mo's heart ached.
It was as if he could imagine his master in her pale yellow dress, underneath the blazing sun in the endless desert, arduously pulling the stone pond, so Luo Ying must have been there to take away the stone pond. Yemo felt as if his heart was struck by something hard. Luo Ying had also missed him a lot, but probably she thought that he was her brother and therefore didn't dare to see him. This was all caused by Jingxi, that old woman. Yemo's heart was filled with anger. Although he had already killed her, he didn't resent her any less. After staying there for an entire day, Yemo left in sadness. No matter where she was, he would find Luo Ying. Yemo didn't get on his flying sword. He just walked slowly across the endless desert. The autumn desert wasn't as hot as before, but it was more barren. As the dusk sun shone on the desert, Yemo's shadow was stretched out very long. Nothing but his footsteps were left behind in the desert, emphasizing his loneliness. Yemo stopped. He looked back at his lonely footsteps and suddenly understood that his was a path that only he dared walk in this world. Yemo howled and was prepared to get on his flying sword. When suddenly, a familiar back appeared before his eyes. Chapter 525, Genius Scientist. Yemo was too familiar with this figure. He had seen him on many pictures. This was the person Northern Sand wanted to capture. The designer of the space flower, but all of a sudden, that person disappeared. Yemo immediately appeared at where the figure had disappeared from and let out a breath of relief. There were so many unexplainable things about the desert that even he didn't dare to be careless now, but that place right there he knew all too well. The area was just a barren, plain landscape, but he did find a large patch of purple heartvine and a dried-up spirit well. That figure had disappeared right here. So it had probably gone underground. This guy really knew how to hide. No wonder the Northern Sand people hadn't been able to find him. Yemo kicked the fine sand away, which revealed a stone board. Yemo opened it, and it in turn revealed a stone staircase. As soon as he went down, there was a gunshot. Yemo caught the bullet and looked at the man who had fired. He looked very young, younger than 30, but was very skinny. His face was also very pale, and he had messy hair, but his eyes were very calm. He didn't seem shocked by Yemo catching a bullet with his hands at all. What truly surprised Yemo was that there was a monkey-like animal next to the man, but upon further scrutiny, it appeared to be quite different from a monkey. Yemo soon recognized it. The reason why the man had been able to find this place was most likely this creature. This thing must have ambushed him, and he probably chased it underground. This man had actually trained it. Both the monkey and the man were looking at Yemo vigilantly at the moment. Though, if I'm not wrong, then you're the man wanted by Northern Sand? Yemo said plainly, "Who are you? Did Northern Sand send you here to capture me?" The man didn't seem worried at all. Yemo shook his head. "I'm Yemo. I'm not from Northern Sand. In fact, I have a feud with them, because I stole something of theirs, although they don't have any evidence. However, I believe they will realize soon enough. So no, Northern Sand and I don't really mix. Oh, in that case, there's no conflict between us. Why are you on my land?" The man's pale face had a sliver of surprise on it. He imagined Yemo had to be quite capable, being able to take things from Northern Sand. Yemo smiled. "You're a bit mistaken. First of all, we do have conflict. Secondly, this place isn't yours. I've been here before, but when I last came, there was a lot of purple heartvine, and I used that spirit well behind you. You've been here before?" The man looked shocked. He hadn't expected someone could have been to such a hidden place. If it weren't for his small ball leading the way, he would never have been able to enter the place. Yemo waved his hand. "You don't need to be that anxious. I'm not here to kill you. If I were to change my mind, though, I could attack you in no time. But since fate let us meet and we have a common enemy, I believe we can work together." "How about it?" The inventor shook his hand. "No need. You're no match for Northern Sand. I won't work with you. If you really fought with Northern Sand, you'd stand no chance at all." "Why?" Yemo asked. This man came from North Sand, so he probably knew a lot. The man seemed to know that his gun couldn't threaten Yemo, so he put it away and said, "Northern Sand is a very strict organization. They have the most advanced weapons in the world and the most excellent engineers. They even have their own land. They can easily annihilate a country. Do you think you're a match for them?" "You would only make me die faster." Yemo thought for a bit and asked with confusion, "Northern Sand has the most advanced weapons in the world?"
That's not necessarily true. How can a private organization have the most advanced weapons in the world? Are their arms even better than the US's? The man sneered. The US is nothing. I designed many weapons and battle equipment for Northern Sand, how could I not know? You know the space flower the entire world is fighting over, right? That's not even the strongest thing I designed. The US truly is nothing. Guillermo frowned and looked at the man. Who are you? How can you know technology so much more advanced than the world's standards? The man's face went more pale as he shook his head and said, I don't remember who I am. I do have some recollection of coming from some country, but I can't even remember which one. I forgot a lot of the technology too. I can only remember 10 to 20%. How did you join Northern Sand then?
Guillermo continued, apparently, I was unconscious in a valley when a Northern Sand member saved me. I then quickly became their #1 designer, but I felt like I was working too hard and our ideals were different. They wished for worldwide domination and to enslave the human race. So, I signed a contract with them that I would leave after finishing the space flower. But before I finished it, I noticed they regretted their decision, so I secretly made a flying device and escaped. The man then sat down, not wanting to discuss any further about it. Guillermo thought, did this person also come from a different world like me? But this guy was really lacking in EQ. If Northern Sand actually let a genius like him go, they wouldn't be Northern Sand, but you can't just keep staying here, right? Are you going to stay here for the rest of your life? Guillermo asked with other intentions. The man scanned Guillermo. Although it's harsh here, but with small ball, I can still live. I'm sure that as soon as I leave this desert, I'll be caught by them. Then, he patted the monkey, I can take you to my territory. I want you to help me with some things, but you'll be completely free. How about it? Guillermo decided to just voice his idea. He couldn't let a genius like this pass. Your territory? You can promise me freedom, but can you promise me my life? I trust you won't kill me, but can you stop Northern Sand? Also, don't you understand that as soon as I step out of this desert, they will know? The man looked at Guillermo in confusion. Guillermo smiled. Since I said it, I can do it. I made a company called Luoyu, and I moved it to a place where I'm building a city. But there are some people scheming for my land, so I need a technological expert to help me. Hearing the name Luoyu, the man suddenly got up. I've heard of this company, they are very powerful. Even I can't imagine the recipe for the beauty pill. Its designer is very good. Did you make it? Guillermo didn't answer directly but kept enticing the engineer. My place is different from Northern Sand. They just want to dominate the world, but I simply want the people around me to live peacefully with no one oppressing them. I want my place to be a place where everyone can live happily without corruption or crime. So you can rest assured that I don't have those ambitions. Where did you move your company? The man seemed interested not because of Guillermo's ideals, but because of Luoyu. That beauty pill was too absurdly powerful. Of course, he did also want to live the sort of life Guillermo described, a place with the ocean on 3 sides and one part connecting to forest. It has an area of about 20.000 square kilometers, and we just moved there. We're still building the city. Hence, I'm on the weaker side now. If you can join us and help us design more advanced battle machines, I believe I can help you leave this desert and assure your safety, Guillermo said. The man smiled pridefully. If this land of yours is really as you say, then let me design it. I'm sure that even if the US were to send all their warships, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Chapter 526, Yi Xing, you can design a city? Can you design the defense mechanism of a city? Guillermo was overjoyed. He looked at the man with desperate eyes. The man said with contempt, I'm not the best at designing weapons. I'm better at designing cities and some other things. I don't like designing war machines, and making them doesn't come naturally. It's as if I have the ideas in my brain already. Guillermo made up his mind to take that person to Luoyu. He felt he was the most suitable person to develop the new city of Luoyu. I'm genuinely asking you to join Luoyu City. You will also have a part of the city. This city belongs to everyone, and I know you're very capable, so I hope you will agree. I'm certain that you can only live the life you want at Luoyu City, Guillermo said pleadingly. The man could hear how serious Guillermo was. He sunk into silence. He didn't want to jump into another pit after just getting out of one, but he also knew there was no point in staying in the desert. Although he didn't know how Guillermo was going to get him out of there, since he believed his words, he was sure Yemo had a way.
Moreover, he felt Yemo's tone was genuine and he didn't seem to be trying to trick him in any way. Yemo saw this and quickly said, I won't force you, but even if you don't join Luoyu City, I have my ways to go against Northern Sand.
I know you must keep secrets in order to be able to design the space flower and run away from Northern Sand. Of course, I also keep some secrets since I can make the beauty pill and face Northern Sand.
As long as you join Luoyu City, I don't mind letting know some of my capabilities. Your capabilities? The man asked with confusion. Yemo nodded. If this man agreed to join Luoyu City, he would have to take him with him away, which meant going on his flying sword. This would expose his secret, but for Luoyu City, Yemo didn't mind. Also, Yemo felt that although he was really good at technology, his EQ was really low. He wasn't afraid of that man betraying him. They call me Xing Worker. I don't know what my real name is. If Luoyu is really as you say, then I will join you.
I don't like hiding for my life. I want to be able to live openly, and my only condition is that I can leave whenever I want, the man said slowly. Yemo rejoiced. He knew that if Xing Worker said this, he had decided on joining Luoyu City. Of course, his last condition would only be possible if he worked with Yemo. Yemo was sure that with any other country, his last condition wouldn't work. He nodded to Xing Worker and said, if you don't mind, you can have the surname Yi, like me. I'll call you Yixing from now on. That's perfect, I'll be called Yixing from now on.
Even if I remembered my name, I wouldn't change it. Should I call you Yemo or City Lord?
Yixing said. Yemo thought for a moment and said, we are all working for the same goal. I'm a step ahead of you, so you can call me Big Martial Brother. Okay, Yixing agreed immediately. Yixing felt the monkey beside him moving and said, this is my friend Small Ball. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have been able to live in the desert these last few months. I want to bring him with me, no problem at all. I also knew about this place because of it. It's very fast.
Yemo agreed.
Although he talked a lot, Yixing was too useful to Luoyu City. Yemo took out a bracelet and gave it to Yixing. This is my greeting gift, it can protect you. Take it. Yemo didn't want Yixing to die easily. Yixing took the bracelet, and he stared at it for a while before wearing it. Do you think I'm lying to you? Seeing that Yixing wasn't asking him how it could protect him, Yemo asked. Yixing shook his head. No, from my perspective anything is possible. Many people are limited by their thoughts, so their potential is also limited. Then, Yixing gave a bag to Yemo and said, this is my gift to you. Northern Sand are trying to capture me mostly because of this. Yemo opened the bag and saw 2 extreme energy stones.
He immediately asked, extreme energy stones? You actually have this, you know about it too?
Yixing was surprised. Yemo also took out 2 crystals and said, this is the thing I stole from Northern Sand, but I don't know where it comes from.
You actually managed to take this from them?
Yixing looked at the crystal in shock. He finally understood what the problem between Yemo and Northern Sand was, but before Yemo said anything, he said, they are the same as mine, I brought them with me. I don't know where they come from either, I've forgotten a lot of things, but I do know they are very important. They are a very powerful energy source. Since Martial Brother have 2 of these, things will be much easier in the future, you can keep them.
After all, you are the designer of Luoyu City. Yemo gave them to Yixing. Yixing took the crystals and said after a moment, Martial Brother, you are indeed different to the people in Northern Sand. Don't worry, as long as you give me time and money, I will be able to build a city never seen before. Okay, in that case, we'll go to Luoyu City now. Yemo was in a much better mood. Although he hadn't found Luoying, he had found an otherworldly genius. How will we go there? Yixing followed Yemo to the surface of the desert and asked. Yemo said, my secret is that I can fly on a sword. Since you told me your secret, I will also tell you mine. Then, Yemo picked up Small Ball and Yixing, and they all flew on the sword into the clouds, flying? No wonder you don't fear Northern Sand. Yixing looked into the clouds below Yemo and said that one simple sentence, after which he didn't speak for a long time. But Yemo could tell, Yixing was surprised that he could fly, but not as surprised as Ning Qingxue or Luo Xian. Martial Brother, what were you doing in the desert? Yixing soon calmed down and started chatting. Yemo's eyes were full of despair. I came to find my master, Luoying. She's also my wife. A few months ago, she came here but now she's gone. Are you talking about a woman in a pale yellow dress?
Yi Xing asked. Yimo replied excitedly, "Martial brother, have you seen her?" Yi Xing nodded. "Yes, a few months ago I saw a woman dragging a huge rock. She was leaving the desert." "So she was your wife?" "I wondered why she was carrying such a huge rock in the middle of desert." Yimo sunk into silence. It was Luo Ying who had taken the stone pond indeed. As if he could feel Yimo's sadness, Yi Xing didn't say anything. By the time they got to Luo Yi, Ning Qingxue, Luo Fei, and Luo Yin had already returned from Flowing Snake. There was no need to go to Flowing Snake much anymore. Yu Miaodan would be handling things there. Yiling didn't come back. She had gone to Beijing. Yimo didn't announce to everyone about Yi Xing's arrival. He just told Su Ping, Su Yuehua, and Ning Qingxue. He assigned him as the head designer of Luoyu City, who would help Su Yuehua build the city. Although Yi Xing was very capable, he wasn't good at socializing, so he needed to discuss some matters with Su Yuehua. Now that Yi Xing had joined them, Yimo could relax knowing that Luoyu City was in good hands. He was sure that with enough time, even if Luoyu City didn't have him present, they could protect themselves. After leaving Ning Qingxue with a qi-increasing pill, Yimo decided to go to the Mei'anyai Snow Mountain to find a chance to ascend. Yimo didn't call Zhang Zihangsha. If he could find the crystals, he would give one to Zhang Jingsha. If not, it would be a waste of time to make him go there. With the map Zhang Jingsha had left behind, Yimo soon found the cliff. It was indeed where the gourd cave had been before, a place similar to where Yimo had been trapped. Just when Yimo was about to jump into the valley and start digging, a white figure dashed across his eyes. It was that small fox. It was the third time Yimo saw the small thing. The small fox saw Yimo and also stopped to stare at him closely. Chapter 527. Stage 5 Chi Gathering. Yimo really liked the pure white animal. It was very cute. Although Yimo didn't know why it was staring at him instead of running away, he wanted to catch it, but just as Yimo was about to move, it suddenly dashed and disappeared into the rocks in the valley. It was many times faster than when he had last seen it, such a strange spirited animal. Yimo's spirit sense locked onto the fox and saw it pass through the crevices in the rocks and disappear into a hole. The hole was very deep and Yimo's spirit sense couldn't reach its inside. Was the spirit well Zhang Jingsha had talked about in there? It would have been very hard for ancient martial artists to dig open that place, but for an immortal cultivator like Yimo it really wasn't hard. An ancient martial artist would have had to clear all of those rocks, but Yimo only had to scan with his spirit sense and find the nearest tunnel. He could even move the earth and stones with his spirit sense and chi. It was much easier and time-saving than using inner chi. Moreover, Yimo had a lot of sharp tools. He still had a lot of good weapons those earth-level men had used. Yimo took out his collection and started digging. Despite this, Yimo still spent an entire day to dig out the tunnel and broke almost 10 earth-level weapons. No wonder Feng Wu and Zhang Jingsha had given up. If they hadn't managed to dig out anything, it would have been a big waste of time. And even if they actually started to dig, it would have taken half a month. The main thing was that if the spirit well was completely covered by rocks, then it would be useless even if they dug it out. And taking into account how much the mountain had collapsed, it was highly possible that the spirit well had been crushed. Yimo stood at the entrance of the cave, from where he could see a huge stone wall of tens of meters. Yimo approached it and immediately knew that it wasn't natural. It was man-made. No wonder Zhang Jingsha said it would take 4 people to open it. If he simply destroyed the stone door, without the protection of the stone door the things inside might get damaged. The spirit well might not even work next time someone needed it. However, the stone wall already had a huge crack on it due to the explosion. From the crevice, Yimo's spirit sense could scan a thin water creek. Was that the spirit well they talked about? Yimo scanned around confused, and he saw 4 milky white crystals on the wall. He was immediately shook. They were spirit stones indeed. Although they were just a few especially low-grade spirit stones, they brought hope to Yimo. It motivated him. If spirit stones could form there should be a spirit well. It was very precious in the cultivation realm for chi-gathering cultivators. One couldn't imagine how valuable it would be on Earth. Yimo's heart started beating very fast, but he finally calmed down. He felt he had gotten too excited. It wasn't good for his cultivation. He just couldn't control his joy of finally seeing spirit stones. Yimo calmed down for a while and then watched the inside with his spirit sense, after which he was dazed. He saw the small white fox, which was hiding inside the spirit well, staring anxiously at the door. Clearly, he knew someone was here and that the place wouldn't be its from now on. No wonder it had gotten so fast. It had been drinking spirit well water every day.
Not even G got that luxury. Yemo took out his flying sword, hacked an opening on the stone door and went in. The white fox was obviously wary of Yemo and stared at him closely, but it had no intentions of leaving. Naturally, it liked the place. Yemo went to grab the 4 spirit stones immediately. The long-awaited feeling of spirit chi almost made him cry out of comfort. "This is what I need," Yemo sighed. He then took out a small jade box and carefully placed them in it. If this had happened in the cultivation realm, people would have been laughing their asses off. Yemo started looking at the place carefully. It seemed like a volcanic cave, and there was water seeping from the stone wall. There were 3 stones bulging out. It was probably the place where the top 3 could cultivate it. The 4 spirit stones had been formed by the water that seeped out of the wall. Yemo understood what was going on. He had suspected that there might have been a small spirit stone mine behind the stone wall, but when he scanned his spirit sense he realized there wasn't. If it had been a spirit stone mine, then Yemo would dig the wall open immediately, but it wasn't. If he dug the wall open, it would destroy the source of the spirit well. Yemo took out an egg-sized spirit stone, held it in his hand and sat in the middle of the spirit well. It was almost a luxury for Yemo, who had been accustomed to the deprivation of spirit chi. The small fox saw that Yemo didn't touch the well and relaxed. It went to sleep in a corner of the cave and didn't disturb Yemo's cultivation. Time flew by during cultivation. It was as though he was back in Luoyu continent and he was cultivating with his master. Yemo just kept absorbing spirit chi, and he had to change to the next spirit stone after the first had been depleted. His already achieved stage 4 middle level soon became stage 4 ladder stage, but Yemo didn't stop at all. He just enjoyed the satisfaction of rapidly devouring spirit chi. His meridians were being nourished by spirit chi. They quickly became stronger and wider. The powerful chi formed cycles in Yemo's body, and when the 3rd stone was almost used up, he reached the peak of stage 4. Yemo still didn't wake up. He subconsciously took out the 4th spirit stone and felt more and more spirit chi filling his meridians. He knew that the opportunity to break through had come, so he increased his speed of taking in spirit chi. Rumble dash. As his chi charged at the limit of his meridians in an attempt to break through, it finally broke through the dam and bursted out. Right when the 4th spirit stone was about to run out, impurities seeped out of Yemo's body, and that long river of chi made Yemo acquire a new sense of power. He was at least twice as strong as before and also felt lighter. Yemo wanted to howl. He knew he had reached stage 5. When Yemo subconsciously wanted to take out another spirit stone to consolidate his power, he found that he had used them all up. Yemo opened his eyes and saw that the spirit chi in the spirit well was much more diluted. He had used up almost everything there. He had only reached stage 5. How could have he used up so many resources? Yemo subconsciously looked for the fox, but it had already left. Yemo quickly consolidated his power and stood up. It was too hard cultivating there. He had such good conditions, but he had only reached 1 stage higher. Yemo casually threw a wind blade and it silently cut a huge hole on the rock. It was much stronger than a regular stage 5 attack. Chapter 528, Luoyu under attack. Yemo was sure that if he were to fight Wang Lenchan again, he would be able to crush him head-on with just a wind blade. His wind blade was still lacking for great heaven masters like Rin Pingchuan, though. Looking back at the spirit well, Yemo didn't touch it. Perhaps in a few more years, he would be able to get a few more spirit stones. He had much more confidence in cultivation now. If he had found spirit stones once, who could say he wouldn't find them a second time? When the blue flower blue leaf grass had fully matured, then even without spirit stones he would be capable of concocting chi increasing pills and reaching the tertiary stage of chi gathering with them. Yemo was sure that even though he was still no match for great heaven now, once he reached the chi gathering tertiary stage, he would be able to slaughter them. Yemo cleaned himself and left the stone hole. He let that small fox live here for now. It didn't damage the spirit well at all. It didn't know how to cultivate after all and only drank some water. When Yemo blocked up the tunnel he dug out, Yemo felt a fit of hunger. He didn't know how long he had been in the cave. His phone was long since out of battery. Yemo desperately wanted to know how Luoyu City was, so he didn't even take the time to eat and just boarded his flying sword and flew to Luoyu desperately. At this moment, in a newly built crescent moon-shaped building, Su Yuehua, Ning Qingxue, Su Ping, Yi Xing, Zhang Jiayan and Li Sandao sat by a round table with serious expressions on their faces. Something had happened at Luoyu City. Zhang Jiayan was supposed to be responsible for things at Flowing Snake, yet even he had also come to Luoyu for this. Luoyu was under attack. There were many masters in Luoyu who were good at individual fights, but no one knew how to fight a war, so Zhang Jiayan had moved here. We lost 3 of our 10 ships. If this continues, we will lose all of our ships soon, Li Sandao said worriedly. Yi Xing raised his eyebrow. If I had another year, or even half a year. The new warships I could design would beat their pirate asses, Li Sandao frowned. There's no use talking about that now. We're too close to the yachting pirates, and none of us are good at maritime warfare. It's natural that we're no match for them. We can only wait for the city lord to come back. I'm very curious why these pirates only destroy our port and warships. Why do they not charge on land? What good does this do them? Ning Qingxue really wanted Yimo to come back too, but she knew that Yimo had gone out to make a breakthrough. Once he succeeded, he would come back for sure. Su Ping immediately said, "Sister-in-law, you don't understand. These pirates might be dominant at sea. But once they're on land, they're timid. So they don't dare come on land, because if they did, even if I didn't do anything, Sandao alone could finish them off." Su Yuehua shook her head. Second brother Su, I don't think you answered Ning Qingshue's question. These pirates would only do things for their benefit. Destroying our ports and ships holds no benefits for them. They would only get those benefits if they tried to reach land, yet they didn't. I think second brother Su was partially right, but there's another possibility too. They might have come to an agreement with someone and agreed to stop the construction of our city. Then there's yet another possibility. They might be waiting for backup. Once that backup arrives, that's when they would come on land and raid our city. Then what do we do, Sister Yuehua? Luo Fei quickly asked. Su Yuehua sighed. We can only hope Guiqi and company can stop them for a while and wait for the city lord to come back. We can't stop the pirates' attack in any other way. We had too little time. If we had a year or two more, Yi Xing could design a Luo Yu that's like a metal bucket. Besides, do you really think they're mere pirates? I don't think it's that simple. Guiqi and Feng Wei stood on the deck of a ship as they looked at the pirate ships through their telescopes. They had never experienced a sea battle before. Although they had been in the special forces, they had usually fought in forests and knew nothing about sea battles. Brother Gua, when do you think their next attack will come? Feng Wei walked over with red eyes. Guiqi shook his head seriously. I don't know, but I'm sure that these pirates didn't use their full power yet. Their ships are better than ours. Where do you think they got such good ships? We've seen reports of the Somali pirates. They're just a bunch of criminals driving jet skis with a couple of rocket launchers. Since when do pirates have such fierce weapons? I'm sure some country is behind this. We're not good at sea battles, so we can only wait for Brother Yi to come back. You're saying that they haven't used their full power yet? Feng Wei cried in surprise. Guiqi nodded. Yes, if they had attacked with full power, we wouldn't even have lasted till today. We're lacking a commander for sea battles, and we have very few battleships. We don't have submarines nor planes. Without air support, doing sea battles is like being a bird without wings. Luckily, the pirates don't have airplanes either, or we would only be able to run. Captain, the radar shows signs of attack again. A soldier ran up quickly and reported. Most of these Marines were Li Sandao's men. Li Sandao knew sea battles better than the people from Flowing Snake after all. Cannons ready. Guiqi's face didn't look too good. He wasn't afraid of war, but he sure didn't like this feeling of being suppressed. After Yimo broke through to stage 5, he shot into the sky on his flying sword and appeared above Luoyu only 20 minutes later. The scene he witnessed, though, made him furious. A fleet of ships was charging towards Luoyu fearlessly. It obviously had very strong ships. Appearing weak meant getting beaten. He had only been out for a few days, yet people were already acting cocky at his doorstep. Although Yimo didn't know who would be commanding his side's fleet, he knew that no matter who was commanding it, they would be no match for the enemy. The main ship of this black fleet looked around 100 meters long. Although Yimo didn't know maritime warfare, he could guess that this ship had to be the commanding ship, so without thinking any further, he charged down towards that ship. At the same time, in that ship's command center, a short-haired man stared deadly at the radar screen and kept frowning. What's going on, David? An officer came in and asked. General Lewis, I just saw a target on the radar, but it disappeared immediately. I'm sure that I didn't see wrong, though. This place is very eerie, David replied. At this moment, Yimo had landed outside the command center and considered that if he went invisible, the radar might not detect him. David, has your head been stuffed by women too much? This battle is very simple. When Commander Sean comes, we will be able to attack on land. I heard that there's quite a lot of beautiful women in Luoyu. So at that time, you can enjoy as much as you want, huh? Lewis's joke didn't make David feel assured as he still looked at the radar carefully. EMO passed by many Marines before entering the command center. Then he appeared and said, "No need to be attacking any land." "You're called Lewis? Why do you look like a pig?" Yemo's sudden appearance sent the command center into chaos. Lewis might be fat, but he reacted immediately and yelled, "Kill him!" Two Marines pulled out their guns, but before they could even raise it, they were sliced up by Yemo's wind blade. Lewis looked at the bloodied bodies and didn't know what to say. He was shocked. Chapter 529, One-Man Army. The sound of more desperate footsteps sounded as a few more Marines charged in. Yemo didn't have any mercy and cut them all with his wind blades. He was stage 5 now, and he wouldn't feel pressured even if he used 100 or so wind blades at the same time. Lewis saw that Yemo had just waved his hand and his fully armed soldiers fell down one by one, and he couldn't even stand up. He lied collapsed on the floor. David and the two other technical engineers inside the room also witnessed this eerie scene in shock. Yemo hadn't killed the commanding officers in there yet, though. The command center was bloodied, but no one dared make a sound. "Does any of you here understand Chinese?" Yemo scanned the rest and asked. A half-Chinese man stood up and said hesitantly, "I'm from China." "I understand Chinese." Yemo looked at the man in contempt and said, "Who's the commanding officer here?" "Make him make all your ships stop." The man conveyed the message to the other two. Then the fat man understood what was up and spoke in something that was obviously not English. Yemo frowned and asked the translator, "What did that pig say?" The man quickly answered, "He asked who you are and why you came here, killing so many of our men." "There's no way he would surrender." Yemo waved his hand and a wind blade sliced that Lewis in half. Then, he turned back to the half-blood and said, "Ask who else doesn't want to surrender." The man translated and the remaining two quickly said they would surrender. Yemo gave them a few black pills and said, "I'm going to keep killing those who don't surrender for now. After you eat that, put up a white flag. This is poison. If you truly surrender, I will give you the antidote, otherwise you can go die." The three all ate it and promised they would truly surrender. Before they finished talking, though, Yemo had already dashed out of the command center. "Who is he?" "God, he's a demon," the tall skinny white man said after Yemo left. David sneered, "Didn't I say there's a lot of people with magical powers in China?" "See, I was right. This person is definitely a mutant." I'm sure that it was him that the radar had scanned at first, but he could even hide from the radar. "Lilan, is he a mutant?" Lilan, who was the half-blooded man, shook his head and didn't reply. Just as the three were getting anxious, Yemo came back and asked David, "Who's the commanding officer here?" The highest was Lewis before. "David is the second in command," Lilan said. "I see, you and David can come with me, then." Yemo pointed at the two. The two didn't dare resist at all and followed Yemo to the deck, notifying all crew members to gather. "David, announce your surrender and make them put down their weapons," Yemo said coldly. The couple of 100 people present heard that and exploded in fury. They clearly had the advantage, and with one charge, Luoyu would be theirs. "Why surrender?" Many officers charged out and yelled, "Why are we surrendering? We want to see General Lewis dash." Yemo wouldn't give them the chance to keep talking, so before they finished, Yemo sent out tens of wind blades, and they were all sliced in half. The sea wind spread the smell of blood, and the atmosphere on deck got quite ghastly. The boisterous scene from before turned extremely silent with the tens of bodies sliced in half laying around. This wasn't an era where war was common after all. This bloody scene was too much for a lot of Marines to handle. Some even started puking. This time Lilan knew what he needed to do. He felt that Yemo didn't really like him, so he quickly called out. This decision to surrender was made by Vice Commander David. "Who dares not surrender, come forward." Yemo nodded in satisfaction. He thought that it was lucky for this Lilan that he had some eyes, or he would be the first Yemo would kill. "David, I'll leave this place to you. Make them understand the situation. You and Lilan, come to the second ship." Then, Yemo went to the second ship, as though sensing the anomaly on the commanding ship. The other ships were all ready for battle, but Yemo controlled the captains just like before and killed all those who resisted. Just tens of minutes later, Yemo had controlled the entire fleet. An hour later, Yemo had acquired a patrol ship, 2 chasing ships, 2 normal ships and 4 guard ships. 2 nuclear-powered submarines had escaped, though. We'll go back and fire at him. He's just one man by himself.
When one ship's crew realized that Yemo was just by himself, they wanted to turn back to him. Yemo sneered and turned invisible before appearing on that ship. The people aboard saw how Yemo was clearly on the other ship just a moment before, far away from them.
How had he suddenly appeared on their ship? No one could even react. Yemo knew that if he didn't keep killing, more people would rebel. Yemo had only killed 13 men before and there were still about 300 remaining. So now, Yemo flung out wind blades as the Marines were like balls, either killed or kicked into the water. A few people who reacted quickly had opened fire, but they still couldn't avoid their fate. The other ship's captain, who had also been planning to rebel, subconsciously ducked his head and put away the gun in his hands. He had the feeling that the moment he opened fire, he would just be the first to die. He was screaming in his heart, "Is this guy still human?" This was out of everyone's comprehension. Seeing Yemo's ferocity, many Marines who had still been struggling before didn't dare move anymore. One Marine saw that one of his colleagues was swimming to a ship and wanted to throw out a rope, but as soon as he did, he was sliced in half and fell into the sea. Seeing this, no one dared move again at all. Yemo had decided that if any other ship rebelled, he would immediately kill them all. Guochi suddenly saw that the incoming black ship had raised a white flag. Just as he thought his sight was getting blurry, his troops reported the same thing as well. Guochi now realized that he had seen right. Was this a scheme? But what would raising a white flag do? Let's go over and check. Guochi waved his hand. It's Brother Yi, I can see him. Fang Wei put down the telescope in excitement. Guochi also saw Yemo and became excited. So their big boss had attacked. No wonder those fearsome pirates had surrendered. Go over as fast as possible. Guochi no longer felt stressed and waved his hand in excitement. It seemed that Yemo had controlled all of their ships, and if this fleet joined Luoyu, their maritime power would increase many folds. Yemo waved his hand. All these ships belong to us now. Take care of the surrendered Marines and kill those who resist. We'll talk about other things once we get back to shore. Chapter 530, The Masterminds. Brother Yi, a Chinese man says that he has something very important to tell you. After all the ships had been controlled, Fang Wei rushed inside and reported this. Something very important? Yemo thought. The ships were his and all the rebellious pirates had been killed. What was the matter then? Tell him to come over. Although he didn't know what it was about, he might as well hear the person. If it was some absurd request, he would kick him into the sea. Soon Fang Wei brought a man that seemed to be in his 50s. Yemo estimated that he was only in his 40s, but due to staying in the sea for a long time he seemed older. His eyebrows were thick. I'm Huang Yinian, city leader Yi. The man saluted with his fist. Yemo nodded. Huang Yinian, you don't belong with the rest of the men that were on board, right? Tell me, what is the important matter you need to tell me? If you don't talk, then you'll be joining the others at the bottom of the sea. The main members of the Black Fleet aren't pirates. Although there are some, there are very few of them like me, Huang Yinian said. Yemo nodded. He didn't doubt that. Seeing this, Huang Yinian continued, ever since I heard of Luoyu City, I always wanted to join, but I didn't have the chance. I had no means of coming here, so I couldn't leave my life behind. Although we do welcome all sorts of people to help build Luoyu, not everyone can come. We don't welcome pirates like you, Yemo said plainly. He could tell that Huang Yinian was capable. The reason Yemo captured the 2,000 Marines wasn't because he was merciful, but because he really needed a lot of people to build Luoyu. These people were free labor. For those who truly and wholeheartedly surrendered, he could arrange for them to join the Luoyu Navy. Huang Yinian wasn't discouraged. He took a deep breath and said, I know. Allow me to introduce myself. I was born in Dalian, China, and I went with my parents to the US when I was 11. I joined the naval school at the age of 17. I started to serve in the 7th Fleet when I was 21. 2 years later, I went to war and gathered enough laurels to be appointed sergeant. Within the next 8 years, I went to secret wars for the US and became brigadier general, but because I was Chinese, the Americans had their concerns. Then, the next year I received an order to take a fleet to China for a mission. When I received the mission, I refused. I was still Chinese, despite serving in the US military. Yemo smiled. You managed to reach brigadier general in less than 20 years. I believe in your naval skills. The reason the Americans gave you such sensitive order at a time like this was probably because they recognize your skills and wanted to do more with you. They sent you on this mission to test you. Huang Yinian looked at Yemo in shock. He had only realized that afterwards. At the time he had just refused that order, he nodded in despair. Regardless, I wouldn't lead a US fleet to attack China. After I rejected that mission, I wasn't given any more missions. The next year, my parents died in a strange shooting. I suspected that it had something to do with the government, but I had no evidence. I was tired of the country. I was prepared to sell all my assets and go back to China, but then I realized that my bank account had been frozen. They said that my parents had been involved in money laundering and needed to be investigated. That year, my wife took my daughter and divorced with me. I was full of despair and I was prepared to give up my wealth to leave the US, but I was denied my leave. Guillermo sneered. They somehow held you prisoner. In the case of someone like Huang Yinian, even if the US couldn't use him, they wouldn't just let him go to another country, much less China. Huang Yinian nodded. Yes, I realized that when I was denied to leave the country, but I wasn't going to give up just like that. There months later I escaped the US on a cargo ship. This ship happened to be attacked by pirates, so I decided in that time to join the pirates. I didn't go back to China. I knew that even if I went back, I might be sent back to the US. So, you stayed a pirate for almost a decade? Guillermo asked. Huang Yinian said, yes, however, I've been wanting to rejoin an actual fleet, the naval army I so passionately love all this time. I saw that Luo Yu didn't know anything about naval battles at all from this campaign, so I wished to join Luo Yu and contribute to the naval army. Then, Huang Yinian looked at Guillermo and said again, don't ask me why, I'm simply Chinese and so are you. You said that Chinese would have special considerations when moving to Luo Yu. I know of your ideals, and they're the same as mine. I don't want to stay a pirate forever. Guillermo thought for a moment and said, I can let you join Luo Yu, but I still need to test you to see if you can become a part of our navy. If you're willing to be tested by me, close your eyes and let go of the control over your mind. Huang Yinian did as Guillermo said without hesitation. Guillermo nodded and used his means to ask Huang Yinian a few questions. Everything was just as he had told him before. Guillermo woke Huang Yinian up and said, okay, Huang Yinian, since you're genuine, I will allow you to join Luo Yu City. You will be the commander of our navy, responsible for Luo Yu's power at sea. I hope you will do as well as you promise. Yes, City Lord. Huang Yinian saluted. Although he had managed to join Luo Yu, he still felt fear towards Guillermo for his means. Luckily, he had spoken the truth. If he had been a spy, he would be dead already. Guillermo called Guoqi and told him that Huang Yinian would be the commander of their navy. Guoqi was to return to land. Guoqi was very happy. He knew he wasn't made for navy battles and immediately handed Huang Yinian full control over the navy. Huang Yinian, do you know if it's the US who attacked Luo Yu this time? Guillermo voiced his suspicions. Huang Yinian shook his head. This wasn't the US's fleet. I don't know which country sent them, though. I was only a small boss among pirates, so I wasn't let in on a lot of matters. Guillermo waved his hand. Then, he called David and Lilan. Which country do you come from? Guillermo asked. David and Lilan looked at each other. Then David used his broken Chinese to reply, Indonesia. Guillermo frowned. Why were they attacking Luo Yu? He hadn't offended them, had he? You're Indonesian. Why are you attacking us? Guillermo's face sunk. No, Lilan explained. We're not an Indonesian force, only a part of us are. We hail from the Blue Ray Corporation in Africa. We were hired. The Indonesians hate the Chinese. So since they heard that some Chinese had taken over Sina, they dash. Guillermo was speechless. Lilan glanced at Guillermo carefully and then said, us and the pirates were all just hired by Indonesia, except for Captain Lewis and some Indonesian troops. They wanted to attack Luo Yu and then suck up to the US, Guillermo sneered. That would never have ended well. The US wanted nothing more but for Luo Yu to build faster. How could they appreciate these guys attacking Luo Yu? The decision maker for Indonesia was an idiot. Chapter 531, A Friend Visiting. Okay, Fong Wei, get the Indonesian soldiers to start working at the construction sites. If they don't do enough work, don't give them food. If they feel like starting a riot, kill them. Guillermo had no mercy for these people. Yes, Brother Yi, just as Guillermo walked onto the dock, he received news that Su Yuehua and company were waiting for him near the docks. No one expected that such a disastrous predicament would be solved the moment Guillermo appeared. After hearing what Guillermo did, Guillermo became someone who could do anything in their minds. Guillermo. Ning Qingshue's eyes were red. She walked over and held Yemo's hand but didn't say anything. She knew that if those pirates had succeeded at entering land, she would only have been able to commit suicide. Otherwise, with her appearance, her outcome would have been horrendous. We'll talk when we're back home. Yemo patted Ning Qingshua's hand and felt guilty. He couldn't even let the people around him live in safety. Sandow, bring these captives to the construction sites. Guo Qi, organize the ships and report back. Commander Huang, come with me to the meeting room. Yemo was angry, but he knew now wasn't the time for revenge. He would visit those who tried to reap benefits from Luoyu one by one later on. The meeting room was full once again, but unlike before, Yemo had returned. I present to you the man who will be the commander of Luoyu's navy from now on. Mr. Huang Yinian, Yemo introduced. This time's perpetrators were the Blue Ray Corporation from South Africa and some pirates, but the real mastermind was Indonesia. I took a closer look at the map, and Indonesia is indeed very close to us. Then, Yemo looked at everyone and said, if anyone has any ideas on how to react, please speak up. Suyuewa knew what Yemo meant. She knew that Yemo looked calm on the surface but was planning on mercilessly killing all the people who had offended him. I suggest we simply announce that we shall investigate the party responsible for the attack and proclaim that we will react with military action. Right now, our main goal is to build Luoyu and not to fight. Suyuewa said. Yemo nodded. I agree, we don't have that power now anyways. Then, everyone voiced their opinions, and Yixing insisted on building an aerial defense system first. Yemo knew that would cost money, large amounts of it. Eventually, everyone agreed on their respective main jobs and left. Yemo would also be getting busy, because people had come for the Luoyu Immortal Hospital again. After the meeting, Yemo and Ning Qingxue wanted to talk, but then Luo Fei and Luoyin came. Yemo, we're leaving Luoyu. We're here to say goodbye, Luoyin said. You're going? Why? Is it because of the inner chi restriction inside of you? I can now remove it for you if you want. Yemo was confident he would be able to do it. Luoyin shook her head. Thank you, but I must go back. The 3 years' time is about to be up. I'm worried about Luo Shua. Also, our master will be very sad if we don't go back. Yemo didn't try to dissuade them. With the announcement of Luoyu preparing to use military means, the world's gaze was once again focused on Luoyu. The media felt astonished that Luoyu had the power to defend against a fleet of ships and to even take them all down. No one knew how Luoyu had done it. America was the angriest. When they found out that it was Indonesia who had attacked Luoyu, they were furious. The US cared even more about Luoyu than about the Black Sun Empire or the UFO on the Pacific. They just wanted the recipe for the health pill. With it, their soldiers' power would increase many times over without any side effects. They wouldn't have the money to purchase the pills on a large scale, so they were determined to take Luoyu. But just as their foreign affairs minister arrived at Indonesia to warn them, he got the news that Indonesia's ships had been completely defeated. Although this was what the US had hoped for, they became suspicious again. How did some newcomer company beat a fleet of ships? They had to investigate this matter up to the most minuscule of details of the battle. Yemo was waiting to destroy Indonesia's fighter jets as soon as they came, but contrary to his expectations, Indonesia didn't do anything for a whole week. However, there were spies and journalists from all over the world rushing over. As to these people, Yemo only had one order: capture them to help with the construction. Those who resisted were to be killed. Yemo's decision made many people stop their tracks. However, a certain famous news channel reported that Luoyu abused people like slaves and disregarded human rights. They even managed to get some photos of the construction sites, but Yemo ignored this. The US government had to stand up for this, though, so they requested Luoyu to release the slaves, but they were also annoyed by the news channel being so nosy. To them, the more slaves the better. So, the US government only reproached a little and didn't say that much of it. Some people were unhappy with the US's response, and soon, news of US soldiers abusing Iraqi captives were released as well. Yemo didn't care about these verbal battles. He just kept on doing what he needed to do. Yemo was busy these couple of days, because although Yixing was designing the city and Suyuehua was responsible for building it, he still needed to go around and check if there were areas that needed to be modified for laying down formations in the future. One day, just as Yemo got to the naval training grounds, Fong Wei rushed over. Brother Yi, someone says she's your friend, and she's waiting for you in the guest hall. Chapter 532, People from South Africa, why are you here? Yemo went to the meeting room and saw it was Han Yan. She sat there anxiously. She was at black level stage now and should be with her sect. Although he didn't know why she had come, he realized she must have something important to say. Seeing Yemo walk in, Han Yan got up immediately. Her expression was uneasy and said, "Brother Yi, my grandpa sent me here to ask you if you need help. If you do, you can just call him. Whether it's military or financial support, he can provide you some help with handling the country." Although he knew that Elder Han meant weapons and not sending armies, Yemo was still grateful to be willing to offer help. It meant that he really considered him a friend. Although Elder Han had an important status in the Chinese military, it would still be a lot of pressure for him to say this. Yemo told Han Yan to sit down and said, "Thank Elder Han for me, I don't need any help. However, if I do, I won't hesitate to ask for help. But why are you so uneasy?" "I haven't asked Elder Han for help yet." Han Yan waved her hand. "It's not because of this that I'm here, that was just my grandpa asking me to bring you that message. I want you to help me with something else." Then, Han Yan said hesitantly, "My sect no longer has the appropriate conditions to train due to pollution. My master is very troubled. It's very hard to switch locations, especially among the hidden sections. Pollution?" Yemo felt it was odd. He had been to many hidden sects, such as Serenity or Jinsung, and these places were very hidden and very far away. Pollution wouldn't even be able to reach there. Han Yan nodded. It's because there's a silver mine near our place, it's being dug up now and pollution is flowing upstream. There's some foreign paper-making factory which is releasing large amounts of waste and hacking down a lot of trees nearby. Because of that, our environment is getting worse and worse." Han Yan looked up and said, "Brother Yi, this place is yours now and it is so pretty. Can we move here?" "You want to move to Luoyu?" Yemo looked strange. Hidden sects usually needed to remain hidden. Although Luoyu had a quite nice natural environment, as time went by there would be more people. Then it wouldn't be hidden anymore. Han Yan nodded and then said, "I still haven't told my master, but seeing how my master's worries, I came to ask you first. If you agree, then I will go back and tell my master. Also, my master just wants a quiet place, he doesn't really care if it's hidden. I fell in love with this place as soon as I came and I think my master will love it here." Yemo smiled. "Luoyu has a very small population at the moment, but it has a lot of land. Of course. I welcome you to stay, I will find someone to show you around. If you like it here then, find a quiet place and settle. I will ask Sister Yuehua to help." Seeing this, Han Yan stood up excitedly. "Thank you, Brother Yi. I still have some money from the tournament from last time, I can build our own place with it. I will go back and discuss this with my master. Afterwards, I'll come talk to you about it. By the way, Brother Yi, my grandpa also said that he found where the rest of the blueprints of the space flower are. They are said to be at a base in Taiwan. The Americans also know of its whereabouts and are actively trying to get it." Han Yan said. "Did your grandpa send people to get it?" Yemo asked with a frown. Han Yan shook her head. "Not yet, but he will soon. My grandpa said that if you're interested you can go together, but if you're too busy then never mind." Yemo got up and looked at Han Yan and said, "Han Yan, I won't lie to you nor take my words back. If your grandpa trusts me, then tell him not to go find that blueprint. Even if he finds it, it would be useless. Moreover, that blueprint can't be found that easily. People would only be hurt if they went, there's no need." "Why?" Han Yan asked in confusion. Before Yemo had agreed to go help find the blueprint, so why was he saying now that it was useless? Yemo shook his head and didn't answer. Seeing this made Han Yan a bit disappointed, but she knew that if Yemo could answer, he would. Since he didn't, it meant that he had his concerns. She only had to take his words back. Although he couldn't reply to that, Yemo still found San Kai and told him to accompany Han Yan. San Kai had been Lang Ji's man in the past and he followed Li Sandao after Lang Ji died. After Han Yan left, Yemo sunk into contemplation. Since Han Yan's sect was willing to come to Luoyu, what about the other hidden sects? Luoyu had very large pieces of land, and the more people the better. Yemo wouldn't reject those sects who wanted to come to Luoyu. Yemo was quite grateful for Elder Han's goodwill. There were so many news about Luoyu recently, he would have heard of it for sure. And he still offered his help. Yemo wasn't going to intervene with the blueprint anymore for sure. Yi Xing had designed it and he was already there. If he had enough time, he could design it again. Furthermore, the critical flaw of the blueprint was the need of an extreme energy stone. Without it, it couldn't be operated, no matter how advanced it was. If it couldn't be operated, it would be waste of time. Even in the case of Han Zixin, if Yimo told him that Yi Xing had designed the space flower and that he was in Luoyu, it would harm both Yi Xing and Luoyu. Also, he already warned Han Zixin. If he didn't believe him, then there was nothing he could do about it, with Sansai's guidance. Han Yin found a place she liked after a few days and named it the Guanghan Mountain after her sect, the Guanghan sect. As soon as she left, new people arrived. This time it was the Blue Ray Corporation from South Africa. They were a renowned mercenary company. Yi Mo saw two people entering the guest hall. One was a white-faced man that was less than 40 years old. He was dressed very well, but his eyes made GMO uncomfortable. They were dodgy. The second one was a young woman in her 20s. She had blonde hair and blue eyes, and her skin was very good. Mr. Yi, hello, I'm Dongfang Tang and this is my assistant Shauna. I've heard of you and your power before, but I didn't expect you to be so young. It's my honor to be able to see you. The man spoke fluent Chinese. Yi Mo could tell he was Chinese. Dongfang Tang? Yi Mo immediately thought of Dongfang Shi. He felt that the two men had something in common. Mr. Yi, greetings, I'm Shauna. It's a pleasure to meet you. Her Chinese wasn't fluent and she had a Western accent. Please have a seat. Yi Mo pointed at one of the chairs but didn't shake hands with them. Seeing this, Dongfang Tang's face went stale, but he quickly managed to keep a straight face and sat down as thought nothing had happened. Shauna was dazed for a moment. She thought Yi Mo was very impolite, but she wasn't the person in charge of negotiation and so she didn't say anything. Yi Mo had seen the change in Dongfang Tang's expression. It had just been a moment, but it couldn't escape his spirit sense. Yi Mo wasn't sure if he was related to Dongfang Shi, but he was sure he wasn't someone easy to deal with. Seeing that Yi Mo just sat down without saying anything, Dongfang Shi grinned and said again, Mr.Ye, I'm representing Blue Ray Corporation to discuss some business with you. Yi Mo said plainly, Blue Ray Corporation? Never heard of it. Chapter 533, I will turn the South African Bay into a bloodbath. Dongfang Tang's expression finally looked angry. Blue Ray Corporation was a renowned mercenary company all over the world, but Yi Mo had claimed he'd never heard of it. This was a slap in the face. Moreover, a lot of people from their company were being kept by Luoyu. Even if he hadn't heard of it before, he would have heard of it by now, Yi Mo sneered. Although Dongfang Tang was not bad, he still seemed a bit immature. Why would the corporation send someone who couldn't control his facial expressions? Yi Mo subconsciously looked at Shauna and thought that perhaps he had showed that face for Shauna to see. If that was the case, then Dongfang Tang was craftier than Dongfang Shi. Dongfang Tang took a little longer to recover his composure this time. He felt Yi Mo was no easy target for negotiation. Mr. Yi, then we'll be straightforward. Due to a recent minor conflict with you? Some of the people from our corporation are being held here. Although this is a misunderstanding, it's still our fault. We're willing to compensate you for your losses as long as you let us bring back our people, Dongfang Tang said. Yi Mo frowned. Your people had conflict with us? How come I don't know? I think you're mistaken. If it's just this, please leave. Seeing that Shauna still sat there without saying anything, Dongfang Tang could only add, of course, our company wouldn't get into a conflict with you. It is well known that we're just a security company. Sometimes we get paid in order to help our clients get some things done. The reason why our people were sent here was due to others hiring us. Yi Mo disapproved quietly. Calling a mercenary corporation a security company was truly shameless. Yi Mo said casually, Oh, can you explain the situation to me meticulously? You're the first one I'm hearing this from. Dongfang Tang didn't expect that Yi Mo would force him to admit things. He sunk into silence indecisively. One thing was recognizing that they were involved, another thing was admitting who had led the attack. All the world was reporting about the pirate fleet attacks on Luoyu, but anyone who wasn't an idiot would know that it wasn't a regular pirate attack. Since when did they have their own fleets? A country was attacking Luoyu for sure. As long as Luoyu didn't point fingers, other people wouldn't. Even the most audacious news channel wouldn't dare to guess which country did it without definite evidence. If it got exposed, it would become an international conflict. The fact that Yi Mo had asked this meant that he wanted Dongfang Tang to reveal who was the mastermind behind it. Luoyu had the power to annihilate a fleet. who knows if they would use it as an excuse to start a war. Although he knew that Luoyu City didn't have the power or the guts to do it, Dongfang Tang still didn't dare say it. It happened like this: we saw news reports about your city being attacked by a fleet, so we later on realized that it had been low-level people from our company that contacted the pirates to invade Luoyu. We express our deep apologies for this and we would like to show our genuine contrite. Dongfang Tang talked about it, but still managed not to involve Indonesia. Slap Emo stood up and said coldly, "So, you're saying it was Blue Ray Corporation that attacked Luoyu City? Don't you dare put the blame on some pirates. I will go to your corporation and, since you dared try to invade Luoyu, don't blame me for attacking your bay." Dongfang Tang was shook. He hadn't expected Emo to suddenly change his expression so drastically. Moreover, he had spoke of the bay, which meant that he had investigated where their corporation stored their mercenaries. In that case, there's nothing to discuss between us. Goodbye. Dongfang Tang stood up and turned away to leave. Emo added coldly, "Tell your General Kuyu that in a week I will turn the South African bay into a bloodbath. Tell him to prepare himself." Dongfang Tang almost stumbled on these words. A bloodbath in their bay? Did he not think their thousands of mercenaries were humans? But from his words it was more than clear that he had thoroughly investigated them and that he even knew who the general was. He still wanted to add something, but Dongfang Tang knew that he couldn't negotiate with Emo anymore. He had nothing to negotiate with. Seeing the two visitors leave in a hurry, Emo sneered. He was sure that Kuyu would come to Luoyu. Although it was partially a threat, if Kuyu didn't come, he would actually annihilate his corporation. As for the Indonesian Navy, he wouldn't do anything about it yet. Emo wanted to wait until Luoyu's defenses were perfected before he crippling their navy. He had never been someone who would suck it up after getting attacked. This was his principle in the cultivation realm. A peaceful life couldn't be attained by being timid, it was one with power. Emo walked out of the guest hall and saw Huang Yinian and Guo Qi approaching him hurriedly with 30 or 40 people. Yet, they didn't seem worried, they were excited instead. "Brother Yi, these people are mercenaries from the Blue Ray Corporation. They wish to join Luoyu, so I brought them over. Many of them are good soldiers." Guo Qi pointed at the people behind him. "Yes, City Lord, some of their naval capabilities are no lesser than mine. They were hired for a high price and some of them are also Air Force and on-land special soldiers. They joined the mercenary corporation for money," Huang Yinian said quickly. He saw Emo studying these people, so Huang Yinian after a moment quickly pointed at a black man and said, "He's Mike's son, originally a captain of the 6th U.S. Fleet but got sacked due to a critical error. He came to the mercenary company to earn some money. The thin tall one behind him is called Tony. He was a lieutenant in the British Air Force. His wife had an affair with one of his higher-ups and he caught them, so he killed them and escaped to the mercenary corporation to get rich." Huang Yinian pointed at the men one by one and Emo soon found out that each and every one of them had their own story. All of them had been elite members in the army. Emo now realized why the Blue Ray Corporation wanted them back. They had been hired for a hefty price. "Okay, Commander Huang, Captain Guo, you can assign them to their respective roles. We don't have planes nor an air force for now, but it's only a matter of time. Let Tony be responsible for the Air Force establishment. And if any of these people wish to live in Luoyu long-term, they can have their own piece of land and bring their families here." Emo called the shot. Not even Blue Ray Corporation wanted to give these people up. Emo paused for a moment and commented, "If there are still people like them that wish to stay in Luoyu, we will welcome them greatly. Their treatment will be at the very least as good as the corporation they worked on before. We are the most profitable business in the world." Yes, Huang Yinian took these people and left. Emo was very happy that Luoyu's military was beginning to take form. He was sure that once Luoyu could protect itself, with him and Yi Xing all the money in the world would flow to Luoyu. Meanwhile, Kuyu was walking around in circles. He regretted taking that mission from Indonesia. They had earned many times hundreds of millions by settling conflicts within countries, but this time they had lost their entire army. Chapter 534. I am threatening you. Kuyu had thought a city newly established by some company would have no battle power to worry about, but unexpectedly reality was this different from what he had anticipated. He might have only sent 500 people, but they were all elites of the corporation. And now they were all captured. The most they had ever lost in the past was a little over 10. Although he didn't want to send people to negotiate with Luoyu, their loss was simply too great. Indonesia wasn't doing anything either. Instead, they told them to negotiate with Luoyu to win back the fleet and captured soldiers. This made Kuyu very annoyed.
He didn't want to listen to those Indonesian officials, but he had to. If he didn't get his people back, his squadron's battle power would decrease greatly. Soldiers were always found easily but not elite fighters. Dongfang Tang and Shana's expressions weren't too good.
Kuyu didn't have to ask anything to be able to tell the result from their face. Sit down and tell me how it went.
Have they already rejected? Kuyu poured 2 cups of water for them. At that moment, Dongfang Tang realized that he hadn't even gotten a cup of water from Luo Yu. He reported Yimo's arrogant attitude in words exactly. Slam. Kuyu slammed the table.
Yimo was that rude and was supposedly going to turn his bay into a bloodbath. Such arrogance.
Kuyu's face was full of killing intent. Ever since their corporation was established, they had been through countless conflicts and wars. Other than one mission in 2001, they had never failed before.
Even small countries didn't dare utter such words to them, yet a mere pharmaceutical company dared to imagine turning them into bloodbaths and whatnot?
They were too cocky. Fine, Edward, I will turn his Luo Yu into a bloodbath before he can even try it with us.
Kuyu was furious. No need, I'm here.
A robust white man walked in. He was very sturdy and had curly hair. He had the typical soldier look. Edward was the advisor of Blue Ray Corporation, a very experienced soldier. He walked in and sat down. After Kuyu also sat down, he said slowly, General Kuyu, I heard Dongfang Tang's words just now.
Although I'm also very angry, we can't deal with things like you said.
First of all, it's unsure whether we can even turn Luo Yu into a bloodbath, but besides that our corporation was built for making money.
Bathing Luo Yu in blood will only make us a target for international persecution.
It won't benefit us in any way. Edward looked at Dongfang Tang and said again, we mercenaries live for one purpose only, money.
None of our soldiers want to do something that won't bring any profit.
Mr. Dongfang, you come from China, and so does Luo Yu. How do you think we should deal with matters? Dongfang Tang didn't expect Edward would ask him, but he quickly said, although I like General Kuyu's idea, I believe that if we act like that, our corporation will be destroyed. If Luo Yu is able to annihilate the Indonesian fleet with so many of our elites on it, then I don't think their military power is any less than ours. Thus, there's no benefit for us in solving things with fighting. Edward nodded. Yes, we lost very strangely. The news I received was that a few days before the battle, we managed to sink 3 of their patrol boats. Yet on the 5th day of the battle, our fleet suddenly surrendered.
The report I got was that they captured both General Lewis and Commander David. These people then made everyone surrender. But I know things weren't as simple as that, you're saying?
Kuyu knew it was impossible to solve things with war, but he was just angry. Edward said carefully, I don't think that Yimo is lying, he really does have the power to massacre us. Kuyu frowned. Edward, aren't you exaggerating things a bit too much out of anxiousness? He still believed that it was nothing but a joke that Luo Yu would be capable of eradicating them. Edward shook his head. No, I'm not being overly anxious at all.
We're not far from the ocean, and we have neither navy nor air force.
At most, we're a strong land force.
Luo Ying managed to beat an entire fleet. No matter what means they used, that means that their naval power has to be rather strong.
So, they could just barrage us with cannons and not care about the consequences. Kuyu sunk into silence.
After hearing Edward and Dongfang Tang's words, he felt that things might really be as Yimo said. Isn't Yimo the president of Luo Yu?
Kuyu suddenly asked.
Dongfang Tang nodded. Yes, we've investigated him.
He seems to be very famous among the Chinese higher-ups. I've also heard that Northern San had negotiations with him.
I don't know why exactly. But even Northern San seemed to be concerned about him. What? Northern San feels concerned about Yimo?
Kuyu was shocked and subconsciously looked at Edward. He knew that a mercenary corporation like his was nothing but an insect in front of Northern San. Edward nodded. That is the case. This Yimo isn't simple at all, and his origins are pretty odd.
It seems he was just some young master in Beijing in the past.
Of course, for now, I don't think we need to keep investigating him. Since we know of his power, the first thing we need to do is to keep negotiating with him at Luo Yu, but he clearly doesn't want to negotiate with us, Kuyu said with frustration. Dongfang Tang shook his head.
This Kuyu was a brainless idiot.
He was a far cry from his father. In the past, under the lead of his father, Blue Ray Corporation had dominated wherever they went. If it wasn't for his dad dying in that mission in 2001,
How would they ever be led by a brainless idiot like Kuyu? Not only was he impetuous, but he had even leaked secrets to women many times. Edward didn't mind Kuyu's reaction and continued, I believe the reason why Emo didn't agree is because we didn't satisfy his needs. It's not as simple as getting our men back now. We need to think of how we can make him happy. Mr. Dongfang, what is it he wants? He wants us to admit that the real mastermind was Indonesia.
Since I didn't, we couldn't continue our negotiations, Dongfang Tang replied. Edward said nonchalantly, there's nothing wrong with doing that, though.
We're mercenaries, not assassins.
So with our safety being at stake, we should negotiate with him again. Luo Yu apparently has strong naval power and is different from other countries, so perhaps we might even work together with them in the future.
It's best to build up good relations with Emo now. Why would he make us admit who the mastermind is? Shauna asked subconsciously. Edward glanced at Shauna and Kuyu.
There was no reply, but as they looked at each other's faces, they realized the answer.
Even Kuyu knew what was going on. In all likelihood, Luo Yu probably didn't even consider them a threat. They just wanted evidence. This evidence was necessary so they would be able to deal with Indonesia with reason on their side. If they admitted it, Luo Yu would have that evidence. They were even planning on getting revenge on the Indonesian Navy. How could they consider a small corporation like them a threat? This also meant that Emo wasn't joking when he said he would turn their bay into a bloodbath. If they went to Luo Yu again, it would remain nothing but a threat, but if they didn't, it wouldn't stop at being a mere threat. Kuyu finally realized the severity of the matter and stood up, nodding, okay. In that case, let's go to Luo Yu as soon as we can. We'll go all together. Emo was very happy at the moment. Not only had he recruited a lot of talented military personnel, Yi Xing had also designed their first automatic targeting radar system. It had been named by Yi Xing as the Space Shield Defense and Offense System. It could not only scan a 30 kilometers area of sea and air, but was also capable of target locking and even automatic attacking. Each set of parts within the system could chase up to 50 targets at the same time, and multiple systems wouldn't overlap on targets. The radar could also detect any missiles within 3 kilometers. It might not be more advanced than the US's radars. But this was only the first generation defense and attack system. Chapter 535, Rapid Development. As soon as the system is put into action, cover all of Luo Yu with it immediately, Emo said. He knew from the moment that he moved there that he would have to fight the US. He couldn't do that without an advanced aerial defense system. The US intercontinental missiles could easily reach Luo Yu and their accuracy was insane. Moreover, even if they didn't send missiles, they still had nuclear bombs. Luo Yu was nothing but a weakling to them. Emo didn't know if his invisibility could go undetected from all radar systems. If it couldn't, then airstrikes would be a problem for him. Furthermore, although he could easily take down jets, he couldn't deal with such a large air force. If they ganged up against him and managed to drop a bomb onto Luo Yu, he would suffer heavy losses. Although Emo had other means to get revenge on the US, Emo wanted to avoid suffering losses and then having to go annihilate his enemies. The system Yi Xing had designed combined defense and attack and no one needed to operate it. This was one of Emo's ideals, attack as defense. Emo left Zhang Jiayan and Yi Xing behind to continue discussing the radar system, and he took Su Yuehua to the guest hall again. As he expected, Blue Ray had sent 4 people to negotiate this time. Even the General Kuyu was there. Emo wasn't planning on ignoring them, he came as soon as he heard of it. He knew that this corporation meant no threat to him, but he still had to solve things. Mr. Yi, hello, I'm Edward, the advisor for Blue Ray Corporation. This is our General Kuyu. As soon as Emo entered the room, Edward immediately approached him hospitably to shake hands and introduce himself. Emo nodded and pointed at Su Yuehua. She's the current person responsible for the city, Su Yuehua. Please have a seat, everyone. Edward had heard from Dongfang Tang about how straightforward he was, so he said, I believe Mr. Yi and Ms. Su already know why we're here. Please accept Blue Ray Corporation's deepest apology. We would like give you any compensation you consider necessary. Edward hadn't mentioned he wanted his men back at all he had said was that he would pay for a compensation. Instead of Emo, it was Su Yuehua who spoke. We don't need an apology, we just want to know why you attacked Luo Yu, Edward said without hesitation. We're mercenaries. We would only do something that's stupid because of the orders of the people who hired us. Miss Su, you must know we don't have fleets. Then, Edward continued without Su Yuehua asking, we were hired by the Indonesian Navy.
Their naval commander, Xiao Luqiu, negotiated with us personally.
They said they didn't have enough military power.
So they hired us to attack Luoyu together. Oh, so that's it.
General Kuyu, what is your verdict?
Su Yuehua looked at Kuyu. Kuyu was indeed impetuous, but it was already too late.
His men had already admitted it, why would he deny it?
He quickly replied, "That's right, Commander Xiao Luqiu found us and asked us to send men over. They offered us $300 million US. Su Yuehua smiled. In that case, sign here, just in case you change your mind." Su Yuehua took out a document and put in front of Kuyu and Edward. Although they knew they were probably being recorded, they didn't dare not to sign. The two men looked at the document and smiled bitterly.
It had already been printed.
They had been waiting for their signature. Su Yuehua put the document away and Yemo stood up. He believed the negotiation was over. Edward smiled bitterly at Yemo and also stood up. He finally said after some hesitation, "Mr. Yi, some of our men are still dash." Yemo smiled and waved his hand. "Even if you hadn't said anything, I was going to mention it.
Your squadron's men like Luoyu and decided to stay. They are working on building Luoyu right now.
I was going to make you give some compensation, but seeing their passion for their work, I might as well satisfy their needs and let them stay.
What do you think, Mr. Edward?" Edward was full of bitterness. But after Yemo's expression sunk, he didn't dare complain. He was afraid of pissing Yemo off and in the end having to give him a compensation.
Although the corporation had lost some elite members, it was a good thing that they hadn't gotten annihilated. As for getting the fleet back, like Indonesian officials had requested, Edward decided not to mention it. If he dared say that now, he would truly be done. "Dongfang Tang, do you know someone called Dongfang Shi?" Yemo suddenly asked. Dongfang Tang had been thinking about something else and wasn't very focused, but after Yemo asked, he was shook. He immediately calmed himself down and quickly said, "I don't know. I don't know who Dongfang Shi is." Dongfang Tang's expression was uneasy.
But Yemo still wasn't sure if they were related.
He detested Dongfang Shi to the bones and he had the feeling that Dongfang Tang's reply wasn't truthful. However, he couldn't grasp where the problem was. Dongfang Tang lied, Su Yuehua suddenly said after they left. "How do you know?"
Yemo asked. Su Yuehua said, "Dongfang Tang is a mercenary, and what do mercenaries do?
They either help other fight wars, or kill. They need to understand the international conflicts and also know about people in the same profession." Nanqing's boss, Qianlong Tu, also had a few thousand mercenaries who took on jobs like the Blue Ray Corporation does. They are competition. Dongfang Shi is the head advisor of Qianlong Tu and Dongfang Tang is clearly an advisor too in Blue Ray Corporation.
How could he not know of Dongfang Shi's existence? He wasn't able to think clearly when he replied, and he will realize the problem once he gets back. Yemo nodded.
There definitely was something wrong, but now it wasn't the time to find him. Dongfang Tang wouldn't be able to escape from him, since Blue Ray Corporation hadn't been able to take any of their men back. After these mercenaries found out they had been abandoned, they all decided to serve Luoyu. But also Huang Yinian and Guoqi brought up their standards a lot. Nearly a month later, the Indonesians hadn't sent anyone over to negotiate yet.
It seemed as though they hadn't even been involved in the attack. This made Yemo think something was off. After receiving news from Su Yuehwa's connections, he found out that there was an internal conflict going on in Indonesia. Some people were unhappy about the fact that they had attacked Luoyu, which pleased Yemo. While everybody else was busy building Luoyu, Yemo started cultivating and searching around for spirit herbs and special ores. He wanted to make a bigger storage ring and find a bunch of 100-year-old yellow essences. He was going to use them to make chi-increasing pills. Thus, he had to leave Luoyu. However, he would come back at most 2 days later as Luoyu was still vulnerable. Chapter 536, Small Town Case. The reason why Yemo was going out in search of herbs and materials was because even though Luoyu had published a list to the world, it hadn't been very effective. Some materials which he needed had been found, but not a single true spirit herb. Yemo knew that spirit herbs usually grew in dangerous places and were hard to get. Spirit herbs also had the instinct to protect themselves like humans. They wouldn't grow in normal places, so Yemo could only try his luck himself. After Yemo left Luoyu, he first went to Ninghai. Tang Beiwei was willing to move to Luoyu now and would be helping Yemo manage the spirit herb garden he planned on growing.
But the purple heartvine was at a critical stage of its growth. and it wasn't good to move it, so Tang Beiwei couldn't leave Ninghai just yet. Although he wanted to go see Ting Ting too, Yemo gave up on the thought upon remembering Yun Bing's affection for him. Yemo was scared that if he let something happen again, he really wouldn't be able to face Ning Qingxue and Luoying anymore. Yemo also wanted to go to America after he found some more herbs and was ready. His target was simple: acquiring weapons and information. Yemo wanted to take back all of America's most advanced blueprints and some prototypes of theirs. Another thing was that he wanted to go back to Chinatown and ask Pang Yueji and Shi Kaijian whether they had found Sister Yin yet. And if there were people willing to go to Luoyu with him, he would bring them back. He needed large numbers of people right now. Wuyang Town. This was the second time Yemo came to this town. The first time he hadn't even known the name of the town. After he and Ning Qingxue left Shenongjia, they came here to buy some clothes before Yemo sent her back. The reason he had returned here was because he had found large amounts of herbs at the Chiotua Peak. Yemo was low on herbs, so this place was his first choice. He was just passing by the town as it was the closest town to Shenongjia, and he was also short on supplies, so he was going to buy some food for his storage ring. As Yemo walked up to a shop, he saw many people around it and a crying girl. Yemo sent his spirit sense in there subconsciously, and it turned out he actually knew that girl and had seen her more than once. Although he had never talked to her, he knew that she was called Xiaoyu and that she was a nun from Lian Hangjing Temple. Luo Xian had said that her sect originated from their sect. He quickly figured out why the girl was crying. A nun laid next to her. It was the nun who had accompanied her to the auction, and she was dead now. She seemed to have been killed due to a fatal injury to her neck. As seen by the needle-sized wound on it, Yemo knew that this martial artist next to Xiaoyu had to have been at least at the peak of the yellow stage. Someone like her had been killed in an ordinary town? This was too suspicious. Move aside, don't ruin the crime scene. The police arrived and all the bystanders moved aside. Yemo shook his head and was about to leave when he heard Xiaoyu call out, "Yi Qianbei." When the police arrived, everyone moved aside, and so Xiaoyu happened to see Yemo and call out to him. People around her started whispering amongst themselves, "This nun seems crazy." Qianbei, what era was this? Yemo didn't mind. Although he had no connections with this Xiaoyu, but she was an ancient martial arts cultivator, and since she had recognized him, he might as well help her. What happened? Yemo walked in and asked. Since she had realized that it wasn't too appropriate to call Yemo Qianbei here, Xiaoyu rubbed her sore eyes and said, "Brother Yi, my martial sister was killed. I know the police wouldn't be able to catch the culprit." Yemo thought this little nun was really straightforward, saying that the police wouldn't be able to catch the culprit in front of their face. Although Yemo knew she was telling the truth, she was too inexperienced in this society. As soon as Xiaoyu said that, the police at the scene became unhappy. Xiaoyu was the victim's family, so they couldn't reproach her, but they immediately grew unhappy with Yemo, this outsider. A middle-build police stopped Yemo and said, "Go out first, this is a crime scene, do not destroy it." Xiaoyu stood up and rubbed her eyes before telling that police, "That you all, but I know you wouldn't be able to get the culprit. He's very strong, little girl. We understand your feelings right now, but please don't ruin the crime scene." "And, you, what's your name? Show me your ID." A young police said unhappily. They didn't want to be too mean since Xiaoyu was the victim and was an innocent and pretty-looking nun. Xiaoyu said desperately, "I'm Yenyu, Brother Yi, please help me." She knew that Yemo's status was very high, even higher than her master's. Yemo sighed. If he let Yenyu continue like this, the scene would only get worse. So he could only take out the ID Han Zixin had given him and said to the police, "This is not an ordinary case, leave it to me." "You guys can go back now, leave it to you?" A policeman of average build wanted to rage away immediately but was stopped by a middle-aged police officer. He took Yemo's document, looked at it and then gave it back to Yemo carefully. "Yes, Instructor Yi." Then, he waved his hand, "Retreat." Despite the others not knowing what was going on, the captain had said to retreat, so no one dared to ask a thing. Yemo picked up the nun and left the scene under the public's shocked gazes. Then he asked, "What's going on?" "Your martial sister was already a yellow peak cultivator. How could she have gotten killed? Also, what are you doing at Shenongjia?" Yenyu sniffed. 2 months ago, our sect was suddenly attacked. The attacker was cruel and killed many of my martial uncles and sect members and even our sect leader before leaving. My master was wearing soft armor and was able to survive. She was just heavily injured. Martial sister Mei and I came to Shenongjia to pick the Tiandan flower dash. Wait dash Yemo stopped her. The Tiandan flower you're talking about,
is it a plant that has 3 flowers and each flower has a different color? Yes, Yen Yu replied, that means you have found it? Yemo couldn't help his tone from getting excited. Yen Yu didn't mind Yemo's tone and nodded. We found it, and after we picked it, it was already dark, so we stayed in town for the night, planning to go back this morning. But Yemo understood. Someone who wanted the flower had killed the marshal's sister. The Tian Dan flower could cure extremely serious internal injuries and was one of the 3 main ingredients for the qi increasing pill. It was a low-level spirit herb. It was fine if the person just took the flower, but taking the flower and killing the owner, this was too over the line. Why was your sect attacked? And since it was such a complete attack, how come you and your sister were fine? Yemo asked. Chapter 537, came here on your own, my martial sister. A few martial uncles, and I went to the hidden sects tournament. By the time we came back, it had already happened, Yen Yu said. Yemo asked in shock, you're saying your sect was annihilated? Yen Yu shook her head, not entirely, as there was only one enemy that night. When he came, though, those who fought him all died. Only my master lived and the remaining low-powered members who couldn't even face the enemy. Yemo immediately understood. He nodded and asked again, so that means, those who saw the enemy's face were all killed, right? Yen Yu nodded and started crying on her martial sister's body again. Yemo figured that the enemy hadn't been planning on annihilating the sect. If he had, those weaker sect members would have been killed too. It might be someone the sect knew personally, or maybe he was afraid of other people knowing his identity. How strong was that attacker? Yemo really wanted to know who had such courage. Their sect wasn't weak, yet it had been practically annihilated by a single person. Yen Yu wiped her eyes and sniffed. My 2 martial uncles were Earth-level primary stage. My master and the sect leader were Earth-level middle stage, and there were 4 black-level martial uncles. Yemo was shocked. Such an ensemble attacking one person, yet they all died. This enemy was too strong. Thinking among the people Yemo knew, someone as strong as that was at least at Wang Lenshan's level. Other than him, there were Feng Wu, Wu Dao, Xiang Mingwan, and that sect leader of Jiuming Academy. But Xiang Mingwan was dead. Wu Dao seemed very benevolent and wouldn't do such a thing. The only possibilities were Feng Wu and that Jiuming Academy sect leader, but why would they do such a thing? Did your master see who it was? Yemo asked again. Yen Yu shook her head. No, she had her face covered. My master only knows that it was a woman and that she was a half-step Great Heaven Master. Yen Yu immediately removed Jiuming Academy's sect leader from his suspect list. Yemo didn't expect there to be such a strong woman in the world. Did you see the person who attacked your martial sister, Mei? Yemo asked. Yen Yu hesitated for a moment before saying, when I came out of Shinongjia with my martial sister yesterday, it was already dark. But as we went into the hotel, I turned around and saw a gray-clothed person standing not far from us under the streetlights. When I wanted to take a better look, the person had already disappeared. I don't know if that wasn't him, gray-clothed person? Not good. Yemo realized that the hotel would of course have security cameras, but he hadn't cared a bit before, so he didn't think of checking the recordings. What's wrong? Yen Yu asked immediately. I think we should go back and check the footage to see who it was. Yemo voiced his idea. Yen Yu was dazed. Yeah, her martial sister had been killed in that hotel. How could they not check the surveillance footage? Bury your martial sister first. Yemo pointed at the foot of a mountain not far away. Yen Yu was completely muddle-headed right now and just did as Yemo told her. Yemo took out a thin needle from the martial sister's neck and then helped Yen Yu bury her. Then, he took her back to the town. Meanwhile, the owner of the hotel was scared. A customer had died in his place. He had the highest probability of being held responsible somehow, but the family of the victim didn't look for trouble that much. This made him breathe easy, but before he could finish his sigh of relief, someone else came. A male relative this time. Seeing the hotel owner's fright, Yen Yu didn't have the mood to ask questions. She saw it couldn't have had anything to do with the hotel owner. Please show me your surveillance recording, Yemo asked. Soon, it was replayed, and luckily, it wasn't destroyed. There were no cameras inside the rooms, only cameras at the front and back of the building. The time was shown clearly, and in the very early morning, a gray-clothed man had indeed been circulating outside the hotel. The man hadn't covered his face, so from the recording, Yemo could see the man had a long face and had to be in his 40s to 50s. When he left, he was carrying a blue bag on him. Yen Yu recognized the bag. It was the bag her martial sister had used to put the Tian Dan flower in.
She started crying again. Emo hurried away from the town. He knew that this man wasn't a part of modern society, or he would have tried to delete the footage. The guy probably came from the hidden sex too or lived at a place somewhere away from society. Are there any of these flowers left where you found them? Emo asked. Yu shook her head. No, but there are many other herbs. We were planning to go back after our master had recovered. I want to pick some herbs. Can you take me there? After I find them, I will try to come back and save your master, Emo said awkwardly. His main goal now wasn't to get revenge for Xiao Yu's martial sister. He knew that it wasn't easy. Who could guess where that guy had gone? He had only looked at the footage in order to remember the person's face, just in case he could kill him if he saw him. Luckily, Yu understood that it was impossible for Emo to find the culprit now. She didn't complain and just said, I'll take you there. All I'm asking is for you to save my master. As though he realized he had overdone it, Emo asked casually, Xiao Yu, you said your sect was almost annihilated by a woman. Do you know why she caused a carnage at your sect? Yu shook her head. I don't know. We didn't lose anything from our sect. However, our library was a mess. Perhaps she was trying to find a book or some sort of cultivation method. Emo was sure that she wasn't trying to find ancient martial arts cultivation methods. She was already at halfway great heaven stage. Her cultivation method must be top-notch. How could she be interested in their cultivation method? After they walked together for a while, Yu felt a little better. She had been lucky to meet Emo. Although she was taking Emo to pick herbs, she trusted that he would keep his word and treat her master afterwards. Yu was a yellow-level primary stage martial artist after all, so she could walk very fast. It only took her half a day to take Emo there. The place was similar to where Emo had found the face-preserving fruit. It was a very steep cliff. Yu explained that her martial sister and she had found the herb in the middle of the cliff. Since it was too high, they had to use ropes, but after her martial sister died, the ropes were gone. Isn't this a piece of a long rope? Emo had just gotten there when he saw a custom-made rope. It was like the ones martial artists used when he first came to Shinongjia. This is my martial sister's rope. Why would it be here? Yu ran to him to touch the rope. She was about to cry again. Emo analyzed the situation and scanned his spirit sense down. He was at stage 5 now and his spirit sense could reach almost 800 meters. There was a place very different to its surroundings in the middle of the cliff. It was lush and green, much better than the barren land around it. Just when Emo was about to mention it, he saw the grey-clothed man with a bag of herbs carefully picking them out. Emo sneered and he thought, so you came to me on your own, Xiao Yu, have you thought about why the rope could be here? Emo suddenly asked. Chapter 538, Big Harvest. Yu subconsciously nodded her head. That man is coming up. Emo saw the man crawl up the rope. He was very fast, huh? Yu stood up worriedly, but she soon calmed down. She had witnessed Emo's power with her own eyes. It should be no problem for him to beat the person who killed her martial sister. That grey-clothed man's herb basket was full. He seemed to have picked quite a lot. When the man jumped on top of the cliff, he found Emo and Yu staring at him. He was shaken but reacted rapidly and took out a long sword. Why did you kill my martial sister? Yu's eyes were red. She wanted to kill this person, but she knew she was no match for him. Little girl, I had mercy on you and let you go, yet you dared come back here. Don't blame me, you're seeking death yourself. The man smiled viciously and glanced at Emo. He thought that Emo was probably some help the little nun had called for. Emo glanced at the herb basket. It was actually full of precious herbs. He scanned the platform at the cliff. And it seemed most of the good herbs had already been picked by this guy. It seemed he was quite skilled in medicine. The guy was only at the black-level tertiary stage, but his skin was quite pale. Perhaps due to long periods of staying in darkness? It seemed he was preparing to reach the earth level. The Tiandan flower is a good thing, everyone wants it. But since you were able to take it anyway, why kill? Emo shook his head. Who are you? What's that got to do with you, huh? The man shouted. He wasn't sure about Emo's identity yet, but he wasn't afraid of him. Emo was young. No matter how strong he was only in his 20s, what could he do? What he was afraid of was that there might be other people nearby. So as he spoke, he scanned around with his eyes. Emo knew what the guy was thinking and sneered. No need to look around, there's no one else here. I don't need people to help me with some black level trash like you. You can see my power level?
Who are you?
The gray-robed man became hesitant to attack now. Emo slowly walked up to the man, not minding the long sword at all.
Yen Yu wanted the guy dead, but seeing Emo walk towards him without a weapon, she began to worry. Seeing this, the man rejoiced. No matter how strong you are, if I suddenly swing, how are you going to dodge? When Emo was only 2 meters from the man, he suddenly took a step forward as his long sword turned into a ray.
Slicing at Emo's waist with lightning-fast speed, Yen Yu subconsciously covered her eyes. She knew that Emo wouldn't be killed like that, but she was still scared. Emo saw this and quickly reached out his hand. Before the sword ray reached him, he took the sword from the man, and the sword ray suddenly changed positions. By the time the gray-clothed man could react, he found that his sword had appeared in Emo's hand, and he felt pain from his body. Slump, the man fell to the ground as he howled in pain. His legs had been cleanly sliced off. You. The man stared at Emo in horror.
He had never met a master like Emo.
He had always thought himself as part of the strongest group of people on earth. Yet he hadn't even been able to last a breath in front of Emo. Emo reached out and took over the herb basket. He looked around and saw that there was a tian flower indeed. He rejoiced. Once he made an essence-increasing pill, he would be able to reach the chi-gathering tertiary stage. There was only a one-word difference between essence-increasing pill and chi-increasing pill, but their difference in potency was truly undeniable. One was for reaching the chi-gathering primary stage, while the other was for the chi-gathering middle and even tertiary stages. Emo looked at the dumbfounded Yen Yu and called out, "This person killed your martial sister, aren't you going to get revenge?
What are you standing there for?
You just need to kick him off the cliff." Yen Yu reacted, and her eyes became firm, but before she walked up to him, the man called out, "Don't kill me, I have a lot of ancient martial arts treasures. If you let me go, they're all yours." "Oh, where do you keep your things then?" Emo suddenly asked. The man actually didn't consider how to use it in exchange for his life and subconsciously replied, "At Nanlu Peak Dash." Emo stopped the man's words and sighed. "I think you've been a primitive man of Shinnongjia for too long.
In that case, you can die."
Yen Yu, hurry up and kick him off. The man really didn't know how to interact with people. Emo wouldn't care about his threats anyway, but from this one could really see how low this man's EQ was. Hearing Emo's words, Yen Yu went up and sent out a kick. The man cried out and fell off the cliff. "Wait for me here. I'll be going down to see if there are any other herbs." Then, Emo went down the rope and landed on the platform. After landing, Emo assorted the herbs in the basket and put them in his ring. Then, he collected all the remaining useful herbs into his ring as well. 2 hours later, even Emo felt like he had harvested quite a lot.
Good people got good fortune indeed.
If he hadn't helped that nun, he wouldn't have gotten this many herbs. At the same time, Emo was also suspicious about why so many herbs would be gathered in areas of Shinnongjia. He wondered whether they hadn't perhaps been grown by people a very long time ago. After all, in the cultivation realm, it was normal to find herb gardens left behind by Qianbais. Although Emo wanted to go check out the other peaks and that Nanlu Peak, he knew that Yen Yu was worried for her master. Just as Yen Yu was getting desperate, Emo came back. "Brother Yi, no, Yi Jinbei, may I ask when we will go back to treat my master's wounds?" Yen Yu was scared of Emo, but this concerned her master's health. "Where is your sect?" Emo asked. "At Wui Mountain's Hidden Tone Valley," Yen Yu said. Emo had heard of Wui Mountain before. In fact, he had gone there once to search for Luoying, but it wasn't close to where they were at all.
Emo didn't have the time to take a plane with Yen Yu. Yen Yu understood that as well and thought that Emo might not want to go because it was too far, so she immediately said, "Yi Chenbei, it's actually not that far by plane, we can dash." Emo waved to stop her from talking. "I didn't say it's far or anything, dash." Before he finished explaining, he knocked her out from an angle she couldn't see. It would be too troublesome to go by plane, so he might as well fly over on his flying sword. After that, Emo took the rope and carried Yen Yu onto the flying sword. Tens of minutes later, Emo appeared at Wui Mountain. He found a quiet place and dropped Yen Yu. Then, he started making pills. He was sure that with his means, Yen Yu would keep sleeping for a while. That was a good thing for her. Her sect had almost been annihilated, and her martial sister was killed. It wouldn't be good to stay emotionally tense like that. Almost 10 hours later, Emo had finished making 2 cauldrons of lotus life pills as well as some normal pills. Yen Yu opened her eyes and just assumed that she had fallen asleep. She was shook and quickly crawled up. "You're awake. Let's go see your sect." Yemo walked over to her. Chapter 539, Yemo in the eyes of others, We're already at Wuyi Mountain. Yen Yu looked at the surroundings and suddenly realized. How could she wake up in Wuyi Mountain? Although she had too many questions to ask, she knew that even if she asked, Yemo probably wouldn't answer her. It was strange that she suddenly fell asleep last night too. Although she wasn't experienced in this world, she knew some people had special powers, and they didn't like others asking them everything about it, so when Yen Yu woke up, she didn't ask anything. She just thanked Yemo and took him to Inyun Valley. The valley was very far off. Yemo was sure that he wouldn't have been able to find it if Yen Yu wasn't showing the way. The two walked for a long time across Wuyi Mountain and finally Yen Yu took Yemo into a place covered in mist. As Yemo arrived at Lianhang Jingzhai, he felt that this place was worse off than Serenity's. This sect was much more famous than Serenity. But their territory was too bad. Yemo looked around. The place looked tattered indeed, and there were few sect members. It could be seen that the incident 2 months ago had had a great impact on the sect. Yen Yu's master was an old woman in her 60s. She laid on a bed looking old and fatigued. After hearing that Marshall's sister May had died, she didn't say anything, but her sadness was evident on her face. Master, this is Yichinbei. I invited him here to treat you. Yen Yu carefully wiped the old nun's eyes and explained, Yemo? It was actually Yemo. Some rays of hope appeared in the master's eyes. Although she strugglingly tried to sit up by herself, her physical state didn't allow her to. Yen Yu quickly helped her up. She had heard of Yemo's name. To the people of the outer hidden sects, he was an infamous existence. Young hero Yi, Xiaoyu is immature and actually annoyed you to come here, my apologies. The old nun was different from Yen Yu. She had actually dared invite Yemo to come treat her condition? If someone like Yemo got angry, he could easily annihilate their sect. She didn't want to mess with someone like Yemo. After all, they were a far cry from the big six among the outer hidden sections. Yemo was speechless. Yemo had been in the city for too long and now felt quite unfamiliar with names like Young Hero and Shenbei. Yemo could tell that this old nun was wary of him. At the same time, his spirit sense noticed that the nun was very seriously injured. If he didn't use a lotus life pill, it would cost large amounts of qi to cure her. Yemo didn't like troublesome things, and besides, he had gotten so many herbs thanks to Yen Yu, he might as well give her a lotus life pill. I don't dare take the name of Young Hero, and it sounds a bit strange too. If you approve of me, then just call me Yemo. Yemo waved his hand. The elder persisted, you mustn't say that, Young Hero Yi. My Buddhist name is Qing Yen. Marshall's sister Qing Hui, hurry up and greet Young Hero Yi. Yemo knew that in Qing Yan's mind he was someone who took care of things with only force. So he shut his mouth and didn't bother explaining. The reason she was like this was not because she was afraid of him, but because she was afraid that he would cause trouble in their sect. She was probably blaming Yen Yu for being immature, daring to take back someone like Yemo. Yemo sighed. He knew that the longer he stayed there, the more uneasy they would be. He looked at Yen Yu, who was at a loss, and said, I came because Xiaoyu also helped me with something. So I'm simply helping with treating Qing Yan's wound in return, nothing else. Young Hero Yi, I know my wounds, and I know there's no hope of curing them. But Xiaoyu and Xiao Mei insisted on finding the Tiandan flower to cure me. But even that wouldn't fully cure me either. Young Hero Yi is destined to do big things. On account of your relations with Xiaoyu, please help look after our sect instead, Xing Yan said. Yemo was speechless. Was his name that bad within these hidden sects? He could tell that the nun didn't really mean for him to take care of their sect. What she really meant was, since you're someone who will do big things, all will be good as long as you don't look for trouble with our mere small sect. Am I some big bad wolf? Though it wasn't like he had to care with this nun who was about to die, Yen Yu was also getting uneasy. She wasn't an idiot. Her master and her martial uncle's expressions meant that she shouldn't have brought Yemo here. Yemo didn't want to say anything anymore and so just took out a lotus life pill, and said to Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu, this pill should be enough to cure your master. Give it to her. Young Hero Yi-Qing Yan didn't want to owe Yemo even if it meant her condition not improving, but before she could finish, Yemo stopped her. Half of your meridians are broken and your dantian has signs of cracking too. If not me, then no one will be able to save your life. Hearing this, Qing Yan forced down her words in shock. Emo hadn't even touched her, yet he knew how heavily injured she was. And then he had still dared to say he could cure her. This was too magical. What immortal pill was this pill of his? Anyway, Yan Yu was worried about her master and quickly put the pill in her master's mouth. Xing Yan felt the pill immediately melt in her mouth and get absorbed by her body. Right away, she started to feel a certain cool sensation as her broken meridians started to heal. Even while she was still in shock, Emo said, "Xing Yan, perform some meridian cycles now, and I believe you will be able to recover up to 80% within the hour." Xing Yan did as told by Emo. Half an hour later, even Yin Yu noticed how her master had recovered greatly. 1 hour later, Xing Yan let out a breath of relief. She had thought she was dead for sure, yet in this legendary Emo's hands, she recovered in but an hour. All she needed now was a couple days of rest. Xing Yan was shocked. Emo was a mighty killer but also a mighty savior. She owed Emo now and quickly said, "Thank you, young hero Yi, you saved my life. It was my mistake to have prejudice against you." Yan Yu and Xing Hui also went up to thank Emo. Emo waved his hand. "Since Xing Yan is fine now, I need to go. We'll meet again if fate brings us together." Seeing Emo about to leave, Xing Yan and Xing Hui felt embarrassed. They had both been very vigilant against Emo, but he had really just come to help. "Young hero Yi, if you don't mind, please leave after lunch. We're really thankful for your help but have nothing valuable and are about to move away. It will be hard for us to thank you in the future," Xing Hui said. Emo smiled. "I came because I got Yan Yu's Tiandang flower. I don't care about payment. But this place looks pretty nice and hidden. Why would you be moving away? Sai, we were almost annihilated 2 months ago and that time, my disciple also got killed. I don't think this place is suitable for us anymore." Xing Yan sighed. Emo thought, "My Luoyu city needs large amounts of people living there anyhow. Wouldn't Xing Yan be interested in bringing her sect there?" However, Emo didn't know how to invite them. If these scared nuns thought he was scheming for something, that wouldn't be good. Considering this, he casually asked, "Who did you offend 2 months ago for such a calamity to have been brought upon you?" Chapter 540, One Leaf One World. Xing Yan sighed, "We don't know either. Ever since our sect was formed, we only ever minded our own business and were always respectful to everyone. We never offended anyone, yet that night, a woman came to our sect and suddenly killed a martial sister in the library without saying anything. And then, she went on to kill many, many more. She was so cruel." This nun seemed very timid, so Emo asked, "Do you know if any important sutra was taken away?" Xing Yan shook her head. "No, we didn't lose any cultivation methods, but we did lose the couple of Tao De Sutra volumes we had in the library." The Tao De Sutra? Emo's face changed. He was more than familiar with that book. At the Hua family, he had gone with Luo Xian to look for the Ni Luo Sutra, and it was hidden inside the Tao De Sutra. Had that woman come for the Ni Luo Sutra? He had also found that gold leaf inside but up till now hadn't been able to find out anything about it. "What's wrong, young hero Yi?" Xing Yan looked strangely at Emo. His reaction didn't seem too normal, did it? "Oh, nothing, I was just wondering why that person would want the Tao De Sutra volumes. Are they important heritage items of your sect?" Emo quickly asked, "Heritage items?" Xing Yan shook her head in a bitter smile, as though deciding that there was nothing to hide anymore. She paused for a moment before saying, "We only have a heritage left behind by our first ancestor, but after a couple hundred of years, we don't even know whether it's real or fake. We've just been passing it down, but those couple of Tao De Sutra volumes aren't part of our heritage items." "Master, what is our heritage then?" A young nun asked the question Emo couldn't really ask. Xing Yan sighed and replied, "It's just one sentence, one leaf, one world, 3,000 leaves. We still don't know what it means even now." Their heritage item was just a sentence? Not only was Emo surprised, but so were the other sect members. Emo had only ever heard of one flower, one world, one leaf, one tree. He had never heard of that one leaf, one world stuff. Also, one leaf, one world, 3,000 leaves was a self-contradicting sentence. When the ancestor passed it down, she said that if a disciple ever understood what it meant, that would be the time our sect really reformed. But no one has been able to figure out what it means. Xing Yan shook her head and sighed. Emo knew it was time for him to go, so he got up. "Xing Yan, if your sect isn't able to find a good place, I have a good suggestion. Luoyu Corporation is in fact my company. I believe many of you know about it, and it has been moved to Luoyu City now.
Luoyu City's land is vast and has good mountains as well as lush green forests.
If you don't mind, you can settle at Luoyu City, Luoyu City? I know, a nun immediately said. Liangheng Jing Temple needed to find a new place to move to, so the members had been out and about a lot recently. Xing Yan had also heard of it, but she wouldn't have guessed GMO would invite them to go there. This was a good opportunity. Luoyu was bordered by sea on 3 sides. It was a great place to live a hidden life. If you wish to go, you might as well contact Guanghan sect, because they will be moving to our city soon as well. Yemo said this, fearing that these nuns might still have some concerns. Yemo quite welcomed these hidden sects as long as they didn't promote some evil occult practices. Xing Yan was obviously surprised about that fact. Yemo gave them Han Yan's contact details and left the sect, but he knew that Xing Yan was interested. Yemo went to Shinong Jia again. He still needed some supplementary materials for the Essence Chi pill. Yemo was also thinking about the Tao Te Sutra. He already had the 2 golden leaves from the Ni Luo Sutra, so why would someone still be looking for the Tao Te Sutra? Not every Tao Te Sutra would have such a golden leaf, 1 world, 3,000 leaves. Yemo kept muttering these words. He soon realized that he was back at Wuliang Mountain, though. He had been thinking about it so much that he didn't realize the passage of time. Now that he was there, he needed to focus on looking for herbs. The supplementary materials for the Essence Chi pill didn't necessarily need to be spirit herbs. Some normal herbs would do the job too, of course. The older they were, the better. The ones sold in shops had either been planted by humans or had lost the spiritual aspect of them. They were no different than grass to him. Hence, Guillemot needed to find herbs in the wild on his own. Finally, he had gathered most of the materials and just needed to find a lansu. Lansu grew in bleak places. Its body was blue, and it had no flowers. Its leaf was sharp like a blade, and it carried a faint aroma. The oldest ones could grow up to 20 years old. All this time, Yemo had been looking for herbs while going towards Nanlu Peak. Although he wasn't too interested in the treasure of that guy from the other day, he might as well go check it out. Who knows if he wouldn't have some surprising findings. Shinong Jiao was a good place indeed. Yemo had found tens of types of good herbs, and some were very old. However, there were no spirit herbs. Nanlu Peak and Shou Tua Peak were both rather steep. It would be almost impossible for other people to find the cave in the middle of the cliff, but for Yemo it was very easy. He only had to go on his flying sword and search for less than half an hour to find the hidden cave. It seemed like that was the place where the grey-clothed man had hidden his treasure and where he had usually cultivated. Yemo was about to enter the cave when he heard a sudden cry. Yemo stopped at the cliff and looked in the direction of the cry. It had come from outside the range of his spirit sense and his view was blocked by trees, so he couldn't see the origin of that sound. He had found the cave already, so there was no rush to go in. He would go take a look what was happening first. Yemo jumped onto his flying sword and headed in the direction of the cry. There in the forest, a man laid on the ground. He had lost his arms, and the ground was covered in blood with a few pistols laying around. Yemo scanned the place with his spirit sense and found that the pistols were all out of bullets. The man was long dead, but he was probably the one who had made the cry. Soon, he found another man laying in the bushes. That man was also dead. They had probably killed each other. Just as Yemo was prepared to continue searching elsewhere, he heard the sound of weapons clashing. It was outside his spirit sense range again. This time though, Yemo flew over immediately and landed next to a fight with a couple of people involved. Chapter 541, Important Information. There were 3 people fighting. Yemo didn't know any of them. Although they were all ancient martial artists, they were really weak. The highest leveled fighter among them was at the yellow level primary stage. The other 2 were a man and a woman. The man was at most barely at the yellow level. The woman wasn't even at a proper ancient martial arts level. Those 2 fought against that yellow level primary stage fighter. The 3 were all covered in injuries. The reason those 2 could fight with the yellow level primary stage martial artist was because he was more injured. Despite that, they were still on the losing side. Yemo walked over. The 3 saw Yemo as he suddenly appeared and all stopped fighting and looked at Yemo. They were all injured, and now that Yemo just came waltzing over, in the middle of nowhere in Shinongjia, there was no way they wouldn't feel threatened by Yemo. No ordinary person dared venture here. Plus, this young man didn't even have a speck of grass on him. Who are you?
We are resolving private matters, please don't intervene, the yellow-level primary stage man said. Yemo wasn't interested in who was right or wrong.
He was interested in what they were fighting for. It was very easy to think of spirit items in the area of Shinongjia.
If it was something that could be of interest to him, he wouldn't mind interfering. Yemo wasn't leaving, and so the three just stood there. No one wanted to attack first and let Yemo reap all the benefits in the end. Seeing this, Yemo asked, I don't care about your private matters.
Why are the three of you fighting, though?
Did you find something good here in Shinongjia? The three heard Yemo's words and knew he wanted to watch them fight it out and reap all the benefits afterwards. They immediately felt contempt towards Yemo. The yellow-level primary stage man saluted with his fist and said, Friend, we're not fighting for something we found here.
It's because these two are going against everyone's interests that I must capture them. This is a gang matter, gang fights?
Yemo immediately lost his interest and waved his hand. Clearly about to leave, please wait a moment, the woman suddenly called out. Seeing this, the yellow-level primary stage guy immediately tensed up.
He feared that Yemo would stay and help them attack him. If Yemo was an ordinary person, it wouldn't matter, but if Yemo was an ancient martial artist, things would get troublesome. Even he didn't really believe Yemo would be an ordinary person. However, what is it?
If this woman was going to ask for his help with some gang affairs, he would leave without hesitation. The woman didn't seem to see Yemo's impatient face and took out a bag from her waist, throwing it at Yemo. This is a new element I discovered, Chang 265. It has strong nuclear fission capabilities. It can definitely be used for nuclear bombs, but for now my information is still incomplete. If you give it to the Chinese government, they will give you a large sum of reward money for sure. Luna, how dare you give this to some random stranger? That yellow-level primary stage fighter's face changed drastically as he witnessed this. He then looked at Yemo and said, Friend, please give me this thing, it belongs to our organization.
If you take it, it will be a disaster for your family. A new element for making nuclear bombs? Yemo was shocked. What gang was this powerful?
Even all the countries together had only discovered uranium and plutonium to make nuclear bombs with. This organization was actually able to discover a new one. Seeing how Yemo didn't say anything, the yellow-level primary stage man got more and more worried.
He tried to persuade Yemo again. Friend, what is in your hand is the result of many years of work by tens of scientists. If you give it back to me, I will definitely give you a satisfying price for it. Li Dei, you're so shameless. This is the research result of my teacher and his colleague. How dare you say you want it back as if you invented it? Bullshit. Luna cursed. Yemo looked at Li Dei and suddenly asked, which organization are you from? How come you have the power to research such things? Li Dei knew that if he didn't name his organization, this young man wouldn't give a SHT about him, so he said, I'm Li Dei, and my organization is called Northern Sand. These two are traitors of Northern Sand. Please don't intervene in our matters, friend. We will pay you back for this. Northern Sand again? Yemo shook his head. Although Northern Sand was powerful and full of resources, wasn't this organization's management a bit too chaotic? There were always people running away left and right. Even if he didn't do anything, this organization wouldn't last long. A truly good organization wouldn't have people deserting it all the time. High-level personnel at that. Friend Li Dei still wanted to say something. Yemo stopped him and said, No need for your bullcrap. If you were from some other gang I wouldn't care, but you're actually from Northern Sand. I happen to have some small conflicts with Northern Sand, and this thing happens to be of some use to me too. Hearing this, Li Dei was shook. Who are you? Why are you going against us? I'm Yemo. I believe you wouldn't be unfamiliar with my name being from Northern Sand, right? Yemo smiled. You're Yemo? The three cried out in shock almost at the same time. Yemo's name was too big in Northern Sand. He had used an extreme energy stone to get $10 billion, yet that energy stone had disappeared in Northern Sand had then lost another one as well. Li Dei woke up. Although he hadn't seen Yemo, he knew clearly about how Yemo had killed 27 of their elites and 4 black levels in Luotsang. Chen Jue and Peter had been there at the time as well, but even they hadn't been able to stop him. Then he moved his corporation to Sina and changed its name to Luoyu, declaring independence. Who wouldn't know about him? Li Dei took a step back subconsciously. He didn't dare ask for anything from Yemo at all. You're Yemo? Yemo from Luoyu City? Luna asked in excitement. Yemo looked at her in confusion and nodded. Yes, I am, Yi Jinbei. I apologize for being rude before. I will leave now. Li Dei wanted to run. He didn't dare try to capture people in front of Yemo. As for the bag in Yemo's hands, it was out of his capabilities to take it. First and foremost, he had to report back, Yi Jinbei, you can't spare him. He knows the information is in your hands, and he will report back to Northern Sand, the other man suddenly said. I won't dash. Before Li Dei could finish talking, a wind blade was flying over already. Chapter 542, 3000 Worlds, 3000 Dao. Thank you for saving us, Brother Yi. My boyfriend and I appreciate it greatly, Luna said as she saw Yemo kill Li Dei. So why did Northern Sand start hunting the two of you? Yemo studied the two and asked. Luna rubbed her eyes. My sister Lulin and I were working for Northern Sand when suddenly they wanted my sister to be the scapegoat for someone else, and she was taken away. It's unlikely that she's still alive. What a catastrophe. My sister did so many things for Northern Sand yet had to take the blame for someone else. I wanted to get revenge, but since I didn't have the ability to, we ran away from Northern Sand, Lulin? Yemo suddenly thought of the woman called Sisterling. Could it be her? If it was, then Yemo could partially be blamed for her death. Yemo studied Luna and found that she actually looked like Lulin. To be fair, Yemo wasn't guilty at all. Everyone had simply acted out of their own interest. Yemo raised the bag with the element. This is your newly discovered element. Chang 265, Luna shook her head and said, I was just an assistant. The main researchers were my teacher and two other chemistry professors. 2 months ago, the research was pretty much over, and my teacher fell ill due to overworking himself, and the two other chemistry professors went to the US and by Lindsay respectively. That's when I found an opportunity to escape. What is the professor at the Bai Lin Sea doing there? Yemo wondered and asked. Luna didn't mind Yemo's question and replied casually, I heard people say that Northern Sand's biggest base and research lab are somewhere in the Bai Lin Sea. That base also seems to be called Yangwan Base. Yemo rejoiced. This was good news for him. He had been planning to go find the Black Sun Empire when Luoyu City was stabilized, but he didn't expect some Yangwan base would also be there. Chang, huh? This name is good. I truly hope it's Chang, strong, indeed. Yemo looked at the bag and said. Since cultivation alone wasn't enough to destroy a country, he would use both technology and cultivation. Hearing this, Luna suddenly said, my teacher named it that way. If he hadn't died, he might have received the Nobel Prize for Chemistry for this fission element. As Yemo heard Luna's sorrow, he was sent into a daze. He felt as if he was very close to grasping something. Suddenly, the word fission flashed across his mind. And he thought of one leaf, 1 world, 3000 leaves. He had gotten 2 pages of gold paper. If the word leaf was changed a bit, the sentence would be 1 page, 1 world. Leaf and page in Chinese were homonyms. Could it be that the Lian Hangjing sect had passed down 1 page, 1 world, but because so much time had passed, the inheritance was wrong? Or perhaps that ancestor had been wrong. Buddhists also like to use flowers, grass, and things like that to represent sophisticated things all the time. He had just never heard of pages being represented by something. Yemo felt his guess was right. If he was right, then his 2 gold pages represented 2 worlds. So 2 pages, 2 worlds. But the numbers of Tao were either 3 or multiples thereof, like 6 or 9, so that meant that he couldn't see the full secret of the gold pages because the set was still incomplete. There was probably a 3rd page left. Yemo was shocked. If his conjecture was right, then the woman who went to Lian Hangjing sect must have taken the middle one out of the 3 pages. If he was right, then wouldn't these pages be absurdly powerful? Such huge treasure wouldn't easily be found even in the cultivation realm. The objects that could form small worlds all surpassed spirit artifacts in level. Since when did Earth have such a thing? 1 leaf, 1 world, 1 world. 3000 leaves. Usually, everyone who cultivated the Tao knew that there were 3000 great Taos which corresponded to the 3000 great worlds. If it was 1 leaf, 1 world, 3000 leaves, then if he had 3 pages, that could be 3 worlds, each having 3000 Taos. Together that would be 9000 Taos is God. Yemo was getting more and more confused. He rubbed his head. He felt that there was so much meaning to these words that he couldn't digest it all now. No matter what secret it involved, these golden leaves were definitely significant.
He might be missing only one, and it was probably taken by the woman who slaughtered Lian Hangjing's sect, thinking about 3 worlds being contained within that paper.
Yi Mo's heart was burning with intensity. He had to get that 3rd page no matter what, a woman, and she was half-step great heaven? Yi Mo rubbed his head. Since when was there such a strong female cultivator? He thought of Luo Yin's martial aunt. Could it be her? The more Yi Mo thought about it, the more he thought it had to be her. If it was, then everything would be explained. However, now, she might have been able to find the gold page in the Tao Te Sutra, but she wouldn't find it in the ones Luo Xian gave her. What would she think then? She would suspect Luo Xian and go interrogate her. Yi Mo immediately began to worry for Luo Xian. Yi Qianbei? Luna's boyfriend saw Yi Mo's face change constantly and called out. Yi Mo came back to his senses and realized those two were still there. He smiled awkwardly. Sorry, I was thinking about something just now. Thank you for this research, it is very useful to me. What are you planning on doing now? Yi Mo wanted to invite Luna to Luoyu City after finding out that she had been involved in the research for the new element, Yi Qianbei. After I graduated from the University of California, I joined Northern Sand and met Luna afterwards. We were planning on going to Luoyu City after running away to join Qianbei but were chased here instead. We also had one more martial brother who escaped, but he died by the Northern Sand people's hands. The man's tone was still careful and sad as well. Yi Mo wouldn't have expected that they had wanted to join Luoyu all along. But it seemed obvious, if you were being hunted by Northern Sand, there was no better place to go than Luoyu. You're welcomed greatly. What is your name? Also, don't call me Qianbei anymore, we're about the same age, right? Your martial arts are also quite good for a technical guy, by the way. Yi Mo wouldn't reject such talent coming to Luoyu. My name is Liang Jun, and my martial arts were passed down by my ancestors. After my father left, I was all by myself, so I sold everything I had and went to the US. Other than that, if I hadn't met Luna, I would probably still be in Northern Sand, Liang Jun replied. Yi Mo nodded. Okay, go to Flowing Snake for now, that is Luoyu's land too. After you go there, find CEO Yu. She will get people to send you to Luoyu. I will call her later. After Liang Jun and Luna left, Yi Mo immediately called Yu Miaodan so she would send the two to Luoyu as soon as they arrived. As for the data, it was better to keep it on himself. After the two left, Yi Mo sunk into worry. He was worried for Luo Xian, of course. With that old woman's means, she wouldn't give Luo Xian an easy time. But he couldn't leave Luoyu now, either, as Luoyu was still under construction. What if something happened during his leave? Chapter 543, Blue Diamond Ring. Although he was worried, there was nothing Yi Mo could do. He couldn't just put Luoyu aside and go to the small world. Who knows what could happen while he was gone. Leaving before Luoyu could protect itself would put in danger those who followed him in the case something happened. The gold leaf was also very important to him. If his guess was right, finding the 3 gold pages might lead to a miracle. Furthermore, Yi Mo was sure that the old woman wouldn't kill Luo Xian before making sure she had the right information. If she did find out the truth, he had no need to go find her, she would just go to Luo Yi and look for him. It all depended on whether she would find out the secret of the blank page. Yi Mo was sure that she wouldn't be willing to burn it like he did. Casting these thoughts aside, Yi Mo had just arrived to the cave at Nanlu Peak. It smelled bad and there was a huge stone blocking the door. There were 2 rooms inside, one seemed to be meant for cultivation and sleep and the other was probably used for cooking. It seemed like the grey-clothed man had really lived like a primitive, hiding in a cave and cultivating by himself. He had been quite perseverant. Yi Mo didn't go to the kitchen, the smell of meat in there was unbearable. Yi Mo's spirit sense scanned and soon found a lot of herbs, but they were all dried. Some of them were valuable, yet still useless for concocting pills. Yi Mo went into the man's cultivation room and just saw a simple bed lying in there. Yi Mo picked up the book beside the bed. It was written in ancient characters and it showed the use and effects of different herbs. Yi Mo finally understood why the man knew herbs that well. The book was useless to Yi Mo, so he threw it away casually. Yi Mo soon realized that there was nothing he wanted in there. He shook his head in disappointment. He really wondered how anyone could call these things a treasured. Just when Yi Mo was about to leave, his spirit sense found a wooden box covered in dust under the bed. Yi Mo opened it and saw something familiar, a yin-yang fish and an 8 trigrams shard.
While holding these objects, he thought of the jade box he got from Gui Timing, in which there was a purple coral inside and a map. He had used that map to find the upside-down gourd island, and in there he had found a shard too. He put the two pieces together, but it still wasn't complete. A few other shards were missing. Emo couldn't find out what that thing was anyway, so he threw out the wooden box and placed the two shards into the same jade box. He left the place and continued searching in Shinnongjia. That night, he managed to find a few lan su. After that, he returned to Luoyu immediately. After giving the Qing data to Yixing, he started making pills. Because his yellow essence was limited, he only made one cauldron of essence qi pill. The pill was no use for foundation establishment levels in qi recovery, but for qi gathering middle stage and primary stage it was quite good. In a way, he had saved plenty of lives thanks to these two pills. Thinking about the things he did, Emo walked out of the cultivation room full of satisfaction. Suddenly, he felt qi pulses from next door. Emo scanned his spirit sense in and found that Ning Qingxue had just reached stage 3. While feeling happy for her, Emo sighed. He couldn't help thinking that his talent really wasn't such big of a deal. Ning Qingxue definitely didn't cultivate as hard as he did, nor did she have the resources he did. But she still had reached stage 3. It was time to make a flying sword for her, but he was short on materials. He wanted to go congratulate her, but he changed his mind after realizing that she was still reinforcing her state. Hence, he decided to immediately return to the cultivation room. He wanted to help Ning Qingxue and Tang Beiwei by making 2 storage rings for them. Luckily, he had only used a third of the space abyssal rock last time and had gotten more at the auction. However, he didn't have enough supplementary materials, so he could only make 1. Because he still needed to go to the US, he chose to make a larger storage ring and give his to Ning Qingxue. Emo made up his mind and started working. He was at stage 5 by then, so he could set more stable space formation. With more stable space formation, he could make storage rings with greater capacity. 3 days later, Emo breathed at ease. He had used 3 essence qi pills and 3 times the space abyssal rock to make this new ring. The new storage ring had around 15 meters of circumference. Emo knew it was still too small, but his power was too low. If he was at foundation establishment level, he would be able to make a storage ring with 120 meters of circumference. Emo also improved his old ring. He made it a little bigger and added a blue diamond to it. He didn't care about the aesthetics, but Ning Qingxue was a girl and the ring couldn't look too ugly. After finishing it, Emo got up. Just when he was about to go out, Ning Qingxue pushed the doors open and came in. "I've been waiting for you outside for 3 days, but you were cultivating, so I didn't dare to come in." I reached stage 3, she had bruised inside to tell Emo that she had broken through because she knew that Emo would be very happy to hear that. Emo looked at Ning Qingxue's face. It was getting prettier and more exquisite. She looked a little skinny. He knew she had been recently very busy because of Luoyu and his heart ached for her. "Qingxue, you've been very busy. Why don't you hire some people to help you with your work?" Emo didn't want Ning Qingxue to work that hard. Ning Qingxue shook her head. "No, I like my days busy and full of stuff to do. Moreover, I'm not the only one who's busy. Luo Fei and Yi Ling are both helping me." Mu Mei also came. "Did Zifeng come too?" Emo was only worried about those few people. If they were all in Luoyu, he could be at ease. Ning Qingxue nodded. "She came 3 days ago. Yi Ling came by a few times, but she didn't want to disturb you since you were cultivating." Yi Ling doesn't seem to be able to cultivate. Although I tried to teach her, she can't gather qi. Emo sighed. The thing he was worried about happened indeed. Not everyone has a spirit root. If Yi Ling couldn't cultivate, it meant she didn't have a spiritual root. There was nothing he could about that. In the cultivation realm, people without a spirit root could use unique spirit treasures to develop it, but on Earth that was impossible. Ning Qingxue tried to comfort him. "Once Luoyu City is built, this will be a very safe place. Even if she can't cultivate, she'll be fine." Emo didn't bother explaining. Ning Qingxue didn't know about the purpose of cultivation. She thought it was just to stay healthy. He took out a ring and gave it to Ning Qingxue. "Qingxue, this is for you. Do you like it? Such a pretty ring." Ning Qingxue grabbed it immediately. Her eyes were already filled with sparkles. No woman could resist such a beautiful diamond ring. Much less when it was given to her by the man she loved. After Emo helped her put it on, she could no longer resist the love in her heart and embraced Emo tightly. It was the first time Emo gave her a ring, and it was such a pretty blue diamond ring.
Was he proposing to her? Chapter 544, How to Earn Money. Yemo held Ning Qingxue, sensing the faint aroma on her body as the fire in his heart burned. He kissed Ning Qingxue's lips and even forgot to tell her that it was a storage ring. As Ning Qingxue wore the ring she thought to be an engagement ring, she was already beginning to lose herself. She was getting more and more lost in Yemo's arms. How could she resist it when Yemo kissed her? She forgot that the door wasn't closed and deeply kissed him back. She felt as if her body were soft like jelly. One of Yemo's hands reached inside her clothes and grabbed the proud bulge at her chest. Suddenly, a desperate trot of footsteps woke the two up. Yiling saw that the room was unlocked and knew that her brother must have stopped cultivating. She charged in without hesitation, but what she saw was her brother embracing Qingxue, and when she saw where Yemo's hand was, she blushed and said, "Brother, you're really bad, aren't you? You didn't even close the door." Ning Qingxue also recovered from the fire in her heart and remembered where they were. She quickly left Yemo's arms and sorted out her clothes, but she was too embarrassed to talk to Yiling. Yemo smiled awkwardly. "Yiling, you're back. How is Beijing?" Yiling immediately forgot about what had just happened and started rambling on about Beijing. Yemo found out from her that although Yi Zifeng had settled in the Yi family, he was still too inexperienced. Within the convoluted power factions of Beijing, the Yi family was off far worse than before. Many people didn't dare do anything over the top for Yemo's sake, but if it wasn't for Yemo's reputation, perhaps the Yi family under Yi Zifeng's lead would have been left out of the center of power. Second brother said that the Yi family is far from what it was before. He plans on coming to Luoyu, but Grandpa said he can't come yet. Grandpa said that the Americans are interested in Luoyu and told you to be careful, brother. And even if Luoyu stabilized, it would be best not to move away the factories in Flowing Snake, Yiling said. Yemo nodded. What they said about Old Ginger being the spiciest was true indeed. Yi Beirong always looked very far ahead. Many people knew what the Americans had planned for Luoyu. It wasn't hard to tell, since even though they wanted the place, they still hadn't made a move. Yemo frowned. Since other people could see the problem, if he dragged on for too long, the Americans would also understand that he knew what they wanted. If that happened, would they try to completely destroy Luoyu? Yemo looked at Ning Qingxue and Yiling and smiled. What did he have to be scared about? He would deal with the situation accordingly. Why be afraid up front? Thinking about the current situation, Yemo gathered everyone again to discuss their countermeasures. Because they were short on time, Yemo couldn't drag things on. He needed to think of a plan quick. After everyone heard Yemo's words, they knew that they couldn't rush things too much, though. Luoyu had only just been built. Even a normal country wouldn't be able to become a militarily strong power in such short time. Marshal brother, I looked at the data you brought back. I'm confident that I can invent the new type of intercontinental nuclear bomb within a year. But we have too little technical people staff. If we had some more, I'm sure we'd be able to research different projects faster. Yixing stood up and said, then, let's start hiring people from all over the world. If we offer more money, I'm sure people will be willing to come work, Yiling said without thinking. Su Yuehua shook her head. Although we earn a lot of money, facing the increasingly huge military expenses in construction, we're actually only barely making it. We already hired large amounts of people when we first came here. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to build our defensive system that rapidly. If we hire more people, I'm afraid we will go bankrupt. Su Yuehua didn't say that if Yemo hadn't made $10 billion recently, Luoyu would have perhaps gone bankrupt already. Yemo sunk into silence. His immortal hospital made a lot for every patient it had, but there were too little patients. And on Earth, he couldn't even sell his face-preserving pill properly. Hearing Su Yuehua's words, Yixing also nodded. Yes, Sister Yuehua is right. And if we get some money, I suggest investing in our naval power, including motherships. We also need to build ship factories and large docks. Luoyu faces the sea on three sides. We absolutely must have naval power. It all came down to money, huh? Yemo sighed. How could he earn large amounts of wealth in a short time? If only we had something like that largest diamond mine in Russia. There's about 1 trillion carats worth of diamonds there. If you changed that into USD, it would be enough to fill this entire island, Yiling said. Ning Qingxue subconsciously looked at her ring and wondered when Yemo would marry her, how much money would that be? Yemo asked subconsciously, if they were all decent quality then about 10.000 trillion US dollars,
but that's impossible. If diamond was that easily excavated, then it would have all been dug out already, Suyuehua said. Emo thought, it might be hard for others, but it's not hard for me. Now that he was stage 5, he could move through Earth. He could even use his spirit sense in the Earth to look for diamonds. As for the toughness of diamonds, that would spell no problems for his flying sword. Emo believed that everything would be like dust beneath the sharpness of his flying sword. Besides, he knew the hardness of diamond already. He had just made one for Ning Qingxue. There was no problem at all. The only challenge was that because he had only just reached stage 5, it would be hard to use his spirit sense to search for diamonds while he moved through the Earth. After all, Earth that could form diamond would be rather hard. He couldn't just rely on his own chi. No one spoke, seeing that Emo was considering something in silence. After quite a while, Emo slammed the table and said, Sister Yuwa, immediately spread the message across the world that we're recruiting technical staff. As long as they come, their salary will be multiple times their original salary. Especially military technological staff. Yixing, as soon as they come, immediately get them to join your research on the military products we need. Also, buy large amounts of weapons, be it cannons, bullets, planes, or construction lines. As for money, I will handle it. Emo figured that since he couldn't just rely on his own chi, he would just make charms. He would make large amounts of earth travel runes and traverse the earth without a problem. Emo didn't expect himself to find 200 million kilograms of diamonds randomly, but it would be a huge harvest already if he found just 1 ton. With all those mechanical beds and production lines, Yixing's inventions would come out much faster. Although most countries kept their most talented scientists under control, some didn't. If he couldn't get enough scientists, he would just abduct them like the Black Sun Empire did. At the moment, the US hadn't found the Black Sun's base yet, but when they did, wouldn't all those abducted scientists come under their control? That would be dangerous. He couldn't let that happen. He had to go to the Bai Lin Sea immediately. He had to find the Black Sun Empire before the US, so Emo quickly left Luoyu. He even put the Earth mobility charms and diamonds aside. Chapter 545, High-Tech Fishing Boat. An hour later, Emo got to the island he had gone to find Ning Qingxue in the past. Last time he had been there was a wooden house in the middle, but now that wooden house was gone and so were the 4 dead bodies, it seemed that people had been here. He had marked the Black Sun logo last time, but that mark had to be within range to be detected. Emo walked around and didn't find anything. Emo gave up on the island and kept searching. Although his spirit sense had a radius of 800 m, it was still hard to find a hidden place in the vast ocean. Emo didn't want to give up, though. The Black Sun Empire had been established many years ago, and who knows how many scientists the Japanese pirates had taken. Moreover, who knows how many scientific discoveries had they found. To Emo, this was more valuable than diamonds. If he got hold of those research findings, it would take 10 years less from Luoyu's development process. For Luoyu City's sake, Emo searched the seas day and night, but he didn't find anything for 3 consecutive days. On the 4th day, when Emo was about to approach a small group of islands, he felt he was being locked by something. Emo knew it wasn't good, so he switched places and turned invisible. Soon, Emo saw a small patrol ship on the sea. Looking at the flag, he knew they were Americans. Emo didn't do anything to it and looked around first. It was quite odd to see a single patrol boat there, much less such a small one. When he got closer to them, around 100 kilometers away from the patrol boat, he saw a ship without any flags. There were a few Japanese men on it and he immediately could tell that they were the Black Sun Empire's men. Emo rejoiced, and at the same time also realized why the US ship was following them. They hadn't found the Black Sun Empire's base either. No matter how long the US ship had been following it, Emo decided to end the ship's chasing game and take for him the results. With this in mind, Emo flew above the US ship and got ready to attack. At the same time, a few officers in the command center looked at the radar with confusion. They had clearly found an unidentified object a moment ago. But why had it suddenly disappeared? It appeared again. It's 1,000 meters above the ship, a small bearded man claimed. Lock on immediate dash before the captain could finish. The small beard screamed again. Everyone looked at the direction he was pointing at. A white flash crossed the radar screen. What kind of attack was that? Return fire, the captain ordered. He had reacted much faster than the Indonesian Navy. Emo stopped being invisible. The flying sword in his hand turned into a white ray and sliced the ship below. After reaching stage 5,
His flying sword could turn into a 10-meter long and 3-meter wide sword ray. Rumbly Emo's flying sword had cut the ship right in the middle from top to bottom. "What's going on?" Everyone felt the ship shake. It seemed to be slanted. "Water is coming inside," a marine yelled. Their ship hadn't even had time to attack and it was sinking already. This was too absurd. Emo took back his flying sword and stared at the ship sinking slowly. He shook his head. He was still too weak. If he had been stronger, he could have sliced the ship in half. That would have been more shocking. However, it was impossible to remedy the cut and the ship was falling apart. Life rafts had gotten released already. Emo was angry. He had attacked already, but he couldn't these people escape. Before they got onto the life rafts, he changed directions and sliced the boat again. This way, the ship sunk fast and it soon disappeared into the endless sea. After making sure that no one could survive, Emo chased after the small boat. The Japanese boat had sped up a lot. Because they had known they were being followed, they moved slowly in order to think of a countermeasure. But the ship that was following them suddenly disappeared for some reason, so they sped up quickly. More US ships soon appeared where their patrol boat had sunk, but nothing was left there. After following the Japanese boat for 5 days, it stopped on an island. It was a coral island, smaller than the one before. Emo really didn't know what the Japanese were doing at the island. Neither did he know why so many of their bases were located on these islands. The island also had a small wooden house, but this time there were 2 of them. 8 Japanese Marines got off the boat carrying large wooden cases. After the men got off, one of them stayed outside and the remaining 7 went inside. They all had a black sun necklace on them. Emo scanned his spirit sense in the wooden box and suddenly realized that they were all full of gold. Looking at the size of the box, each weighed about 150 kilograms, which meant that there were more than 500 kilograms of gold there. That would be about $20 million US. Although it wasn't a small amount, it wasn't much for Emo. Emo scanned the island carefully with his spirit sense. From his previous experiences, he knew that there were large amounts of alarms and a few radar systems. After the Japanese men went into the wooden house, they started talking, but Emo couldn't understand anything, so he could only stay invisible and mark the island with multiple spirit sense marks. After this, Emo left the island. He knew that they had poison for committing suicide. And even if he could subjugate them before they did it, he didn't understand Japanese, so he couldn't interrogate them. He might as well wait on the side. He didn't believe they wouldn't go back. After leaving, Emo went to another coral island 10 kilometers away. He believed that as long as he wasn't in the air, the radar wouldn't notice a person in the ocean. The 10 kilometers distance was just the distance he needed to still sense the spirit sense marks. For a moment, it seemed like the Black Sun men had decided to stay there long term. They hadn't left in many days nor given any signs of going somewhere. Just when he was getting impatient, Emo's spirit sense mark moved. He flew above the island and found a fishing boat parked next to it. He didn't even know where it came from. It had made no sound at all. Emo carefully landed behind a rock and scanned his spirit sense. He was dazed with what he found. A few days ago there had been only 4 boxes of gold, but now there were 40. How did so many suddenly appear? Emo scanned his spirit sense out and immediately found that there was an underground bunker behind the wooden house. The Japanese men had gotten the gold from somewhere and stored it underground. He hadn't even noticed it last time. It seemed that they were preparing to leave after loading the boat with the gold. As Emo expected, the 40 boxes were soon carried onto the fishing boat. Then, the fishing boat's engine started and left the island. What shocked Emo was that the fishing boat was much faster than their previous ship. It almost made no sound at all. What kind of engine was that? It was clearly a high-tech boat. Chapter 546, Laser Tunnel, Gold Safe. Emo really wanted to kill the 8 guys that were staying on the island but eventually didn't do anything. He didn't want to alarm the enemy, so he chose to follow the ship instead. By the time it was dark, Emo understood that this ship was almost faster than normal cars. Even though it looked heavy and wasn't something that could be compared with jet skis, Emo landed on one corner of the fishing boat and found that it was armed with cannons and missiles. What shocked Emo the most was how little sound the engine made. One could only hear the waves and barely the engine. Emo was interested in this. This definitely had to be the latest product of the Black Sun Empire. This wasn't even a battleship, so perhaps their actual warships were much stronger than the US's already. If he could move all of that to Luoyu, Emo was deep in thought as this boat kept going for the entire night. The next day, it entered a narrow port. Yemo scanned the surroundings with his spirit sense. This was an island, a private island. There were guards around the island. Yemo couldn't sense how big the island was with his spirit sense, but he saw it very clearly. It had large groups of buildings, green mountains and lakes, and there were all sorts of entertainment facilities on the beach. This was clearly a luxury private holiday resort. Yemo refocused his gaze as the ship went into the island. Stopping at a simplistic port, there were 4 Japanese men guarding at the pier. 2 of them out in the open, and 2 hidden out of sight. Of course, to Yemo's spirit sense, there was no difference. Then there was also a cargo truck waiting by the port. Seeing the fishing boat arrive, 2 Japanese got off the cargo truck. They quickly brought the gold onto the cargo truck, and it started driving immediately. During the whole process, Yemo didn't hear a single word. Clearly, this wasn't their first time doing this. After the cargo ship left, Yemo immediately killed the 4 people remaining on it, as well as the 4 guards. Then, he followed the truck further into the island. Soon, the truck entered a valley. In it, Yemo practically found another world. There were large amounts of expensive mansions and a comb of large laboratories, blocked by all the trees. Yemo checked the place with his spirit sense. The security around the valley was very tight. This was one of the Black Sun Empire's bases indeed. He wondered if all their scientists were here. The truck stopped outside what seemed to be a vault, and so did Yemo. There were cameras and automatic trigger response weapons everywhere. In order to prevent himself from being spotted, Yemo put an essence chi pill inside his mouth to maintain the chi level needed for his invisibility mode. There were 4 armed guards inside the vault. After checking the truck driver's documents and the contents of the car, the 4 guards retreated. Yemo's spirit sense found that behind the door of the vault was a long tunnel. There were constantly lasers crossing around the whole area, so thorough. Yemo was astonished. With such serious security, Yemo was sure that even he wouldn't be able to break in through there. Who knew if he could stop these lasers? With his current power, it would be very hard. But of course, even if the vault was heavily guarded, it wouldn't stop Yemo from going in if he really wanted to. After all, he didn't have to go through the tunnel. Other places may have many meters of steel protection, but that was no problem for Yemo. After the guards retreated and the door to the vault was opened, Yemo saw the lasers disappear. The truck drove into the vault. Upon gazing at the vault filled with wooden crates, Yemo was dazed. How many wooden crates were here? There had to be at least 3,000 to 4,000. That meant that there was around 500 to 600 tons of gold. He didn't expect the Black Sun Empire to be this rich. Why would they keep this much gold? Why would they not turn it into money? Why store it and guard it so heavily instead? Although gold was worth money, the gold here would only amount to a couple tens of billions of USD. That might be quite a lot, but for modern scientific research, it wasn't that huge. After the truck was unloaded, Yemo didn't follow it out but stayed in this vault instead. The vault walls were made of steel boards and were indeed rather thick. Yemo's spirit sense couldn't penetrate it. Yemo found one steel board and started digging into it with his flying sword. After digging for about 30 centimeters, some sparks appeared, but that was nothing to the flying sword. Soon, it dug through the sparky layer and after digging for another meter, a hole appeared. Yemo immediately knew that the sparks must have been caused by an electrified layer in the wall. If someone tried to pierce the steel layer with tools and touched the electricity, they would die for sure. But Yemo's flying sword could be called a super resistor. If his flying sword were conductive, then when he fought with lightning cultivators, he'd be in for some suffering. Yemo kept digging the hole until he had dug through. He thought that when he reached the electrified layer, he would trigger the alarm, but even after waiting for a while, nothing happened. Soon, Yemo understood that his flying sword was not only non-conductive, it was also so sharp that there were no metal shillings touching the electrified layer. There was no loss of electric current, and thus the alarm wasn't triggered. After leaving the vault, Yemo found himself standing in a small room with a man staring at him in daze. He was shocked seeing where Yemo came out from. He didn't know what was inside the metal wall, but he knew that he couldn't touch it. Yet now, a person came out of it. The man reacted rapidly, though, but just as he wanted to press the alarm, Yemo burned him to a crisp with a fireball. After killing this man, Yemo looked around the room carefully. It was full of surveillance equipment. Yemo suddenly saw a faint shadow on the main monitor.
this shadow was so faint that if one didn't look carefully, one wouldn't even be able to see it, but Guillermo was shocked. He knew that this was his shadow. He didn't think that the camera would still be able to capture him even when he was invisible. Was he too weak, or was this surveillance camera just too high-tech? Guillermo cut some wires and planned on taking away the hard drive, but he found that there was no hard drive, only monitors. Guillermo thought for a moment and decided to simply start slaughtering away. He had to take away that gold, but he had no means to like that. His storage ring was too small. After leaving this room, Guillermo started looking for the control center, but Guillermo didn't understand Japanese, so he searched for a long time and killed tens of men but didn't find one who knew Chinese. Guillermo was getting impetuous. If he couldn't find anyone who did, then he might as well kill everyone. Guillermo also didn't feel like there was an airport there, so he didn't think the scientists would be there. If they weren't, then at the worst he had at least earned some money. Right when Guillermo was doubting what to do, a bulky man accompanied by 2 guards walked over. Guillermo killed the 2 guards without thought and grabbed the bulky man, asking his usual question, "Do you know Chinese?" Chapter 547, Annihilation of an Island. The first thing the bulky man did when he realized the situation was to bite hard on his teeth, but Guillermo was experienced and stopped him. Guillermo sighed. These Japanese were really cruel to themselves. Guillermo pressed on the Japanese guy's forehead and asked, "Do you know Chinese?" "I do." Guillermo rejoiced at that answer and asked a series of questions. Reply to everything in Chinese. "What is it you do here? What authority do you have?" "I'm the guard captain here, responsible for security." "How many people are active here? How well defended is this place? What valuable things are here? Are there any captured scientists?" The man answered all the questions very precisely. After an entire hour, Guillermo got what he wanted and casually got rid of the man. Guillermo found out that this island was called Black Star Island, and it was one of the main scientific research islands of the Black Sun Empire. Although it wasn't very large, there were 739 people guarding it. There were also all sorts of anti-missile systems and radars. A total of 242 scientists was held captive here, 89 of whom were world-renowned scientists. Those high-level mansions were the scientists' research facilities. There was no airport, so all of their seized planes were kept on another island 1,000 nautical miles from away. There were 537 tons of gold stored there, beyond half of the Empire's gold storage. After knowing that, the first place Guillermo went to was the control center. He cut off all the communication devices, but Guillermo knew that even if he destroyed the whole room, some wireless signals would still be able to go out. But he only needed some time. Then, he started killing. Guillermo didn't hold back and killed everyone he saw. In the end, Guillermo was sure he had killed everyone as no one could escape from his spirit sense. Then, Guillermo went to the research facilities. They were also heavily guarded, but the environment was really something. It was truly like a holiday resort except for the place being rather small. There were a lot of offices and laboratories, and everyone was focused on doing their own thing. The place was made up of 10 faculties, and each one worked individually but all in the same area. After coming here, Guillermo felt like he had come to university again. When Guillermo rushed into the largest faculty, a few foreigners looked at him in shock immediately. According to them, although they were free inside the faculties, no one would usually be allowed to come in. Although they could go out a bit, they had limited time and space when doing so. At most they would be able to have a glance at the beach. Seeing them look at him, Guillermo frowned. He didn't know English. He could understand some simple conversations, but he couldn't speak. "Does anyone here know Chinese?" Guillermo looked around, then, one man stood out hesitantly. "I'm Chinese, who are you?" Guillermo rejoiced, but before he could talk, his spirit sense caught onto a guy with an alarm. Guillermo threw a wind blade over before he could press it, and the man was cut in half immediately. The bloody scene scared the researchers. Guillermo looked around carefully and realized that that person must have been undercover. Other than him, everyone else was normal. "The person I just killed was a Japanese member hiding amongst you to keep watch on you. Now, anyone who wishes to leave with me, please come forward. If you don't want to leave, you can stay here." Guillermo didn't really mean that. He knew that no matter how good this place was, no one would want to be kept in custody. "You're here to save us," an old white man said in disjointed Chinese. Guillermo nodded. "You could say that, but I do have my conditions. I can get you out of these people's custody, and you will be free men, but you will have to work at my place for 5 years before being allowed to leave. During your working period, however,
You're free to roam anywhere on my land, you're from another organization?
That white man immediately didn't seem too willing. From one place to another, they would still be kept in custody. There was no difference. Yemo smiled. No, we are openly building a city.
My company is called Luoyu Pharmaceuticals.
It's not a place like this that lurks in the shadows. Luoyu Pharmaceuticals, the Chinese man repeated in shock and immediately said, I'm willing to go.
I've heard of your corporation.
It's said that a few months ago you took over Sina and changed its name to Luoyu and then declared independence. It seems they weren't restricted from TV access. In that case, it would save him a lot of explaining.
The foreigner also knew about Luoyu and explained it to the other scientists there.
After hearing that it was a proper city, they all expressed their willingness to leave. They could only get true freedom after 5 years, but the city was thousands of times larger than this place.
That was enough to make them want to leave that cage. Yemo was very happy that they all wanted to leave. If there had been someone who didn't want to go, Yemo would kill them before he left.
He couldn't leave any evidence behind. Then, Yemo told them to gather all their research findings in computers for him. The Chinese man was an American Chinese materials researcher called Huang Xiao. He helped Yemo quite a bit. Yemo used the same method to convince all the other faculties and killed 12 more undercover enemies in the meantime. Under Yemo's command and with Huang Xiao and that old white man's help, they spent an entire day loading all the things onto the ship. Although the fishing ship was large, it wasn't large, it was a cargo ship, so it could only carry 2,000 to 3,000 tons. The gold took up a few hundred tons alone, so many things couldn't be taken, but Yemo could only leave them behind. As the ship left the port, 2 helicopters finally came over. They landed on the island. They only came because the surveillance data seemed abnormal and because they received no replies to their queries. But they had come too late. After Huang Yusi and the old white man called Pete's introduction, Yemo knew that most of the scientists here were military related. Even Yemo couldn't help but sigh at the Black Sun Empire's capability to acquire so many talented people over the years. One could see their ambitions from that. After some more years of hard work, perhaps they really would be able to build a militarily powerful country.
Yemo really didn't know where their money to support such high-cost scientific research could have come from. That northern sand seemed to be the same. Just what was it they all wanted to achieve? Was there some correlation between the Black Sun Empire and northern sand? Just as Yemo was thinking about this, there was some loud rumbling, and 4 battle jets appeared above the fishing boat. The researchers on the boat immediately had their faces turn pale. Although they had been held captive on the island, at least they had kept their lives. But if these battle jets rained bullets on them, they wouldn't even be able to live, let alone be freed from captivity. Chapter 548, Luoyu becomes wealthy. The whole world is anxious. While everyone was nervously watching the fighter jets, no one discovered that Yemo had disappeared. The jets kept flying in front of the boat. Even clueless people would understand that they were forcing the boat to stop. Although there were missiles and cannons in the boat, no one there was some professional operator. The 4 fighter jets were like 4 sheep in front of Yemo. They couldn't stop Yemo's flying sword. Yemo sliced out 4 consecutive times. Rumble fire sparks were visible as the 4 jets fell into the cold sea with a huge splash. Everyone looked at the falling jets in shock. They couldn't comprehend what had happened. Why would the jets that were supposed to be stopping them suddenly fall into the ocean? Yemo reappeared on the ship. He glanced at everyone who was still in a daze and just told Huang Xiao that he needed some rest and that no one was to disturb him without any major happenings. Then, he went into a private room. Yemo knew that even though he had annihilated 4 planes this time, there would still be more ships trying to stop them coming up. There was quite some distance from the Bailing Sea to Luoyu. Yemo didn't mind the ships chasing behind as with their speed, it would be very hard to catch up to them. Yemo only worried that the fleet not that far ahead of them was most likely a US fleet. They had lost a ship a few days ago, so they would have increased their Pacific naval power. Who knew if they wouldn't suddenly block their route? The shortest way back to Luoyu was through the Pacific. And the north of the Pacific was America's backyard, so Yemo didn't stay on the fishing boat's deck for now and just told Huang Xiao the direction they had to take, while he kept scanning the path ahead. He didn't want the US and Luoyu to fight yet, so if he couldn't annihilate them all, he wouldn't do anything. What shook Yemo was that the first fleet to stop them wasn't the US fleet but a Japanese fleet. It was as though they knew where the fishing boat would be passing by and had positioned themselves there. The fleet contained one guard ship, two vanguards, and two nuclear-powered submarines. Iemo attacked those ships without second thought. Under Iemo's flying sword attacks, the two vanguards and the guard ship started to sink. But this time, the Japanese did find the opportunity to retaliate. Even then, after all three ships started to think they could only fire with their cannon once, for the two nuclear submarines, Iemo sliced them open without hesitation. The people inside wouldn't be able to survive unless they were cultivators like Iemo. In a short while, the entire Japanese fleet had sunk. It was so fast that no one had even been able to react. The Japanese command center only received news that they were being attacked, and by the time they arrived at the place of the incident, there was nothing left. After the fishing boat passed by Japan, patrol boats of a few other countries also found them, but none of them could catch up. In order to take the quickest route, the fishing boat passed straight by the Philippines and Indonesia. During this time, Iemo annihilated 2 more planes from Indonesia and 3 more ships. The Philippine military saw those planes and ships sink for no reason, so they didn't dare approach too closely and just watched the fishing boat go past them into the Indian Ocean. After that, Iemo knew that they were completely safe. Even so, he still turned back and destroyed the 2 planes following them. What Iemo felt strange about was that he had annihilated planes and ships from a few countries, but he hadn't seen any from the US. While Suyuewa, Su Ping, and everyone else were shocked at the amount of technical staff and gold Iemo had brought back, the entire world was in even greater shock. The US once again announced the existence of aliens, because they had lost an entire fleet in the Pacific Ocean, and according to the report they got, a UFO was responsible for the sinking. There had been white flashes of light before the devastating attacks, and the ships hadn't even been able to retaliate at all. After that, the US urged the Commonwealth Union to join them in the Earth Protection Plan. Japan also released large amounts of information, saying that one of their fleets had also completely ceased to exist. They found the shipwrecks somewhere near them, and it seemed they had been done in by the same means as the US ships. It was as though they had been cut by a sword. There were no modern weapons that could cause such damage. The ships could only have actually been hacked by a sword, but who could cut a ship in half with a sword? Then, the Philippines and Indonesia also declared they had seen a fishing boat go faster than 60 kilometers per hour, with Indonesia also having suffered losses. Their planes following the ship had also fallen into the sea for no reason. It was confirmed that all these planes and ships had been damaged by the same type of weapon. Knowing that the fishing boat had been sighted, Suyuewa immediately ordered for its breakdown. Iemo had brought back so many technicians, many of which were renowned internationally, which eased the pressure on Suyuewa and Yi Xing greatly. From Suyuewa, Iemo heard that the gold could be used as the basis for building a country, so Iemo gave up the thought of selling it for now. Firstly, although Luoyu wasn't a country, it was an independent city. Who knew if they wouldn't have their own currency, so they needed to store a certain amount of gold. Secondly, if Luoyu started selling large amounts of gold, then the Black Sun Empire would obviously immediately suspect them. Iemo sighed. He thought that the money problem would have been solved after getting this much gold, yet he still had to go make money. All the technical staff was sent to a top-secret location. Iemo and Huang Xiao had explained that before Luoyu could lock down completely, they could only be hidden for now. Huang Xiao and Pete were basically Luoyu's people now, so they didn't feel any pressure and went to join other researchers in their work instead. With the addition of these scientists, Luoyu's research power had increased by manifolds. Iemo also started to make those earth travel charms in preparation for his diamond digging in Russia. Meanwhile, on the island that Iemo had slaughtered clean, there was a rampage going on. An old man in his 60s was roaring, "Find it, no matter what." They had lost almost 80% of the Black Sun Empire's gold. That was a decade's worth of their efforts. A month later, Iemo had made almost 1,000 earth travel charms. With that, Iemo left Luoyu and went to Siberia, going to the Amber Craters. He had heard there were tens of thousands of carats of diamond there. Chapter 549, Can't find diamonds so steal gold, this place was so cold. Iemo was at the Middle Eastern part of Siberia. This was near the Arctic Ocean. Iemo looked at the big amber crater that looked like a dried-up riverbed. The frozen earth was extra hard. Construction workers were busying about as they seemed to be building some living houses or facilities. Iemo estimated that they were about to start digging this place. Iemo used an earth travel charm to go down but felt the charm get exhausted very quickly. The hardness of the earth here had far exceeded his expectations.
and his spirit sense could only reach out a little more than 10 meters. It would seem that diamonds weren't that easy to get, after all.
300 meters underground, Guillermo already felt it was getting too hard.
Even with earth travel charms, he couldn't continue going down, but before he had gone there, he had looked carefully at where and how diamonds were formed. He knew that there were some, usually a few hundred meters within the digging site, but that was only a small amount.
Diamonds were usually thousands or even tens of thousands of meters underground.
Unless he cultivated to the golden core stage, he wouldn't be able to go down that deep. Guillermo searched for an entire day at a few hundred meters deep and used up more than half of his charms only to find 7 kilograms of diamond.
Guillermo was disappointed.
After wasting another 100 charms, he left the diamond pit. This way wasn't working. He had wasted that many charms only to find 7 kilograms of diamonds. The amount he invested wasn't equal to his return at all. Perhaps this amount of diamond would be a huge fortune for others, but to him, it was too little. The only thing he could feel happy about was that he had found one piece that was half a kilogram heavy. Guillermo found a quiet place and rested for a day. Using his spirit sense in such dense earth had made him feel very fatigued. Guillermo recovered only after a whole day of resting. Although there were supposedly large amounts of diamonds there, he had found very little the first day.
He would find even less on the second day. Moreover, he used up a lot of charms which he had taken a whole month to make.
He couldn't continue like this. He had access to neither spirit beast blood, nor proper charm-making materials. With his power, he could at most make low-level charms. He could barely make level 2 charms if he got lucky, but there was still no use in that. As Guillermo stood in the cold Siberian air, he felt that the road he had chosen wasn't that easy. If America didn't exist, creating Luoyu would be so much easier. America?
Guillermo suddenly laughed. Shouldn't they also have large amounts of gold deposits? Why don't I go take all I need from them? That'll be better than doing labor in this place. Thinking like that, Guillermo really felt like laughing. He wondered how the US would react after finding out that their gold deposits had disappeared. Since he couldn't find diamonds, he would go steal gold. After the gold was all taken, he would go take USD from the US banks. Since you guys want to wait for me to build Luoyu for you and I'm short on money, it should be fine to go borrow some from you. Guillermo soon found out from Suyuehua that the US had their gold stored in 2 locations she knew of. One place was 24 meters under solid bedrock in southern Manhattan.
There was around 8.300 tons of gold stored there with a market worth of about 165 billion US dollars, but from what Suyuehua said afterwards, this wasn't even where the US stored the bulk of their gold. It was at most 5% of their gold. While most of the gold there belonged to international banks and some other countries, the US mainly stored their gold 50 kilometers to the southwest of Kentucky, Louisiana. There was a US Army base there, and this place was said to be the safest place in America. There was not only large amounts of gold deposited there, but also large amounts of confidential files and national treasures. This base fort was made of granite, steel rods and cement and took up an area of about 1.180 square meters. The gold vault door weighed about 20 or so tons. And the passwords to the door were kept by many different staff. One could only enter when all the passwords were entered at the same time. The walls outside were also reinforced with steel boards. The roof had of course received special reinforcement as well. There were patrol stations around the gold vault and stops on the road, with guards blocking anyone from coming too close. There were also 23,000 troops and 300 tanks stationed nearby the area. The place had its own emergency power supply, water system, and other facilities. It was protected very well and naturally any touristic visits were out of question. Isn't that very precise? Guillermo was very satisfied with Suyuehua's intelligence. Guillermo was sure that no matter how safe the space was, it couldn't be safer than the Black Sun Empire's gold vault. To Guillermo, it would be much easier to break into the Manhattan gold vault than into the one in Kentucky, but he still decided to go to Kentucky. There was not only gold there but also things important to the US there. This attracted Guillermo. Furthermore, the gold in there truly belonged to the US. Guillermo was very careful when he approached the fort, since the US's radar and surveillance systems were very advanced. To him, the hard part was getting in and not bringing out the gold. With his previous experience, Guillermo turned invisible as soon as he arrived above American waters. As he started reaching the fort, he had still not been found. Guillermo stood in the distance.
The fort looked like a square governmental building. It didn't seem all that peculiar. It was about 12 meters tall and 30 meters long and wide. But he could see the armored vehicles and soldiers' training base not far away. Yemo didn't try to enter from the main door. He didn't feel like putting his invisibility to the test. Ever since finding out that his invisibility under special lenses still revealed a faint shadow, he had become very careful. He got off the highway and went next to the fort, and then with the help of the Earth travel charm, he went into the Earth as fast as possible. Chapter 550, The Drastic Incident at Chinatown, after Yemo entered. He knew that although the walls of the fort were very hard, the fort was much easier to break into than the steel vault with that layer of electric alarm system had been. Was this the place they called the safest place in the US? Yemo shook his head as his flying sword easily pierced through the underground layer, into the underground room of the fort. To Yemo, no matter how many tanks or soldiers there were outside, they might as well all be show. Yemo stood in a convoluted maze, in the underground of the base. He sighed. It had been too easy to get in there. The Americans might not even find it out after he took the gold, although the surveillance system here was also mere decoration to Yemo. He didn't act carelessly. He didn't want to be caught, because after this job, he still wanted to go for a spin at the US banks. Yemo pierced through room after room. Here and there, Yemo also saw all sorts of strange bodies and heads, as well as some historical documents. They were nothing but garbage to Yemo, but he did take some crowns and jewels. After breaking open a ton of rooms, Yemo finally saw the gold. He didn't even bother counting it as he put everything into his ring. As Yemo ravished room after room and took all that gold, he took so much that eventually he got sick of taking it. After taking about 300,000 ingots, Yemo finally didn't feel like looking for more gold anymore. Who knew how much was still left? He probably took around 4,000 tons, though. After Yemo had left the fort, the guards were still patrolling it with great severity, not knowing at all that the place they were guarding had had 90% of its gold stolen. Although Yemo had a big harvest at the fort, he only found a couple $100 million USD robbing the banks. The security systems at the banks were far more threatening to him than at the fort. Yemo lost interest in trying to move large amounts of USD from the banks, because it was just too hard. He didn't even know what place had the greatest amount of USD. Furthermore, he truly couldn't get himself exposed. If he did, neither his own power nor Luo Yu's would be a match for the US. If he couldn't beat the US, he could run, but what about other people? Now, he only needed to let Su Yuehua find some place to sell all that gold. Gold was a solid currency, so they only needed to be a bit careful. Yemo once more appeared in Chinatown in San Francisco. He had planned this before. It wasn't dark yet, but the Ming Yun Tower was closed early. Yemo scanned his spirit sense inside and found that there was no one there. Even that old he and the waiter were gone. Yemo visited Pang Yueji's old base but found the place empty too, and it looked like it had been desolate for a while already. Yemo had a bad feeling arise in his heart. He went to Hong Martial Gang's dojo, but it was in ruins. Yemo went to Zhu Hongxing's turf but still didn't see anyone. What had happened there? Why hadn't Shi Kaijian reported to him? Yemo then realized that he had changed his phone ever since going to Luo Yu. He could only go back to Mingyu Tower with a frown on his face. As Yemo was being very confused, his spirit sense suddenly picked up on a person in an alleyway a few hundred meters away. Finally, someone he knew. He had given Sister Yan's picture to Luo Xin, and he still hadn't left. The next moment, he appeared in front of Luo Xin. Luo Xin, who was walking with his head down, was fraught upon being stopped, but he soon recognized the man standing in front of him. It was a being that the entire Hong Martial Gang had to look up to. Yi Qianbei. Luo Xin recognized Yemo and greeted him. Yemo nodded and said, "Luo Xin, I didn't expect you to still be here. Why do I not see anyone from the Tang Gang? Shi Kaijian is nowhere to be seen either, but why can't I even see anyone from your Hong Martial Gang?" Luo Xin subconsciously looked around. Yemo saw this and immediately said, "You don't have to look, there is no one around." Did something happen to Shi Kaijian? Luo Xin shook his head. "Brother Shi is fine. The thing is, something happened to gang leader Pang. After we fought with the mountain gang, we both had our power much weakened. But then, they teamed up with the San Francisco gang and planned on annihilating us. It seemed that the Hong Martial Gang had been annihilated. Otherwise, their bases wouldn't be so tattered," Luo Xin continued.
gang leader Zhu knew that they were no match for them, so he asked the Tang gang for help. However, gang leader Peng knew that even if the Tang gang helped, they would still be no match for the San Francisco gang, so Peng Yueji rejected? Yemo asked casually. Luo Xian said sadly. Before he could even reject, the mountain gang and San Francisco gang already attacked. But what was strange was that even though the fighting that night was extremely intense, no police ever arrived. The Tang gang weren't as strong as the San Francisco gang in the first place. So being ambushed like that, eventually, Yemo's eyes went cold. Eventually what? Luo Xian said dejectedly. The Tang gang was almost completely annihilated. Our gang leader Zhu was also killed. Those brothers fighting also almost all died. I was to do some business outside, and so I managed to live. Haorsher Kaijian and Tongzhu. Although he didn't have much of a connection with the Tang gang, Shi Kaijian and Tongzhu were his men. They were different from Peng Yueji. Peng Yueji had just used him to revive the Tang gang. The reason he left Shi Kaijian and Tongzhu to help Peng Yueji was mainly for them to find Sister Yin, seeing that Yemo wasn't asking about the well-being of gang leader Peng. Luo Xian was surprised, but he quickly reacted. He immediately replied, I don't know about Tongzhu, but I heard gang leader Peng was heavily injured and was saved by a brother from the gang. It was said that brother Shi was also injured, but that he was saved by someone with one arm. That one-armed person was very strong and killed many of the San Francisco gang members before saving brother Shi. By the time Dick had arrived though, he had left. Dick? Yemo felt like this name was really familiar somehow. Luo Xian quickly explained, he's one of the two masters of the Grey Alliance and was called the gun and knife duo together with Johnson. At the time when the Grey Alliance and Johnson were annihilated by Qianbei. He wasn't in America. After he came back and found out what had happened, he wanted revenge. The Mountain Gang and San Francisco Gang just so happened to be collaborating against the Hong Martial Gang, so Dick joined the San Francisco Gang. Yemo finally understood. So this was related to him. He didn't expect some minor character he didn't care about to have almost killed Shi Kaijian, who was the one-armed person who saved Shi Kaijian, though. And why did he help him?